fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. Grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Today's matchup. Jin-Air Green Wings. Rocks Tigers. Samsa. BBQ Olivers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Good evening, OGN Legion. Welcome back. Long time no see, guys. Long time no see, guys. It's been a long time since I've had to talk, apparently. Welcome back to another day of LCK. I'm Achilles. That is Papa Smithy. We'll be bringing you the action here today. Starting things off with 8th place versus 9th. Rocks Tigers back off of an uplifting performance, you could say, for the most part, at IEM, going up against Jin-Air.
Yeah, both of us straight off a plane. Kongdu Monster the most straight off a plane. They had to play yesterday. That was really unfortunate for them.
Yeah.
Rocks Tigers one sleep into things. Myself also, so apologies in advance if I space out at some point during this
We'll
broadcast.
be hanging in there.
We've got a Jin Air series less than 24 hours after I landed, so I'll try my best.
It's going to be a rough one potentially here. You never know. Maybe Rocks could close this out very decisively. Maybe Jin Air could. We've seen that from them from time to time, but it's very few and far in between when that occurs. But maybe today is the day that we'll get those pre-40-minute Jin Air games. You never really know what's going to happen with this mix-up. But now,
Speaking of mix-ups, we will also have in the future Atlas, who we announced will be coming through and being our third caster. We'll be revolving with Achilleos from time to time. Still not in Korea, though. We're thinking maybe a couple of weeks, so sometime early in the next round robin, we'll be able to get him going. But for now, just the two of us, so no rotations there just yet.
yeah, so we will be seeing him. So that's on the horizon, something to look forward to. Can't wait to have him
Speaking of
out.
Horizons, tomorrow.
The event horizon. SKT versus KT, the telecom war just looming right out of our grasp. But we are now 24 hours away from that match kicking us off, ending
One
in the
sleep
first round
away.
robin.
Circle on that calendar, baby.
Definitely have your calendars marked for that match. It's something that you do not want to miss. You can see both of them sitting in first place, tied with plus 11, just the one loss each. And that is going to decide the final standings for the first half of the spring round robin. But starting things off, this is going to be the battle for 8th place, keeping these teams out of the relegation zone at the end of the first round robin here. So Jin Air, currently in 9th, the win here will bump them above Rocks Tigers.
Need to win 2-0, though. They're
2-0.
2 game score behind, so 2-0 only way for them to exit the first round robin in 8th spot. Let's look at Jin Air, who we haven't seen in a while. It's actually been 10 days since they last played. Looking to see how they can go on the riff. Return of Ixu. Last time there was an OGN fixture, it was Sowan playing, but Ixu will be playing today. And this team, a lot of young players, Teddy especially in the AD carry role, has looked very strong. But the other rookie, has been struggling in recent games.
Yeah, hasn't been too great overall. I mean, you mentioned Teddy, somebody that's really been taking these losses quite hard when it comes down to it. So hopefully for Teddy's sake, might see a bit of a better performance from him. But a win coming out here, and that really could just ride on the back of who has had wavering performances since he debuted. Was very strong at the start of the split. We're like, wow, look at all these rookie junglers that are really performing here. And then it started really falling off for him. But on the other side of the spectrum, it's the Rocks Tigers coming back from IEM.
And whether you look at their last match before IEM, where they upset BBQ Olivers in what was a huge upset to move to 2 match wins overall, or in general, pretty encouraging performances at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Still some struggles with this team, specifically we have Mickey, who last time out we saw him in LCK dominating on Zed. We thought, okay, renaissance of Mickey, the Assassins are back. Didn't really play the Assassins over in Poland, and certainly his performances were more on the troubling end of the Mickey spectrum, where he goes 1-6 in lane, 0-4 in the first 10 minutes, than necessarily the carry performances. We know he has the potential to be the star. He still has the highest kill participation of any player in the league, and many other stats that we'll get into as the match goes. Speaking of matches, not a lot of match wins for either team, but Jin Air, once again, on a 4-match losing streak.
Yeah, I can see just a smattering of wins thrown across the charts right there. KDA's coming in. Nothing
Very
spectacular,
similar.
but very close. You can see bot lane Songyun inching out above Teddy. So just wavering performance overall for Jin Air, but Songyun still holding strong in the bottom lane of Rocks Tigers.
And we have Mickey, and yep, they want to look at his Zed. 5-1. He's actually 7-1 in terms of his Korean career on Zed. Don't have his games on the World Elite B squad back in 2014, but in Korea he has always been dominant on this Zed pick. Every time it's even considered, the fans go wild. Great assassin player. Maybe he'll try some of the other assassins. The Echo was another one that he played over at IEM to good success. He's in form to some degree, but his last performance was such a struggle. He was really one of the major reasons that Rocks Tigers were not able to beat G2 was Mickey's lack of performance in the mid lane. Back in Comfort, back in Korea, back in the OGN Stadium. A lot expected from Mickey.
Yeah, I mean, talking about assassins, something that we did get to see a bit of was the talent that came through from the side of Longju Flying, playing that one very well, blind picking it twice.
And the word
coming up
is
with wins.
that Mickey plays it. So hasn't played it yet on the big stage here in Korea in 2017. In fact, we've only seen it from two people so far. It was, of course, Fly, who re-debuted the Talon Post rework, and then there was also a single game from Tempt against the Rocks Tigers, and that was a loss.
Well, now into picks and bans we go here for game one. Jace taken off the board. This is 7.3, so Jace did receive a couple nerfs, but you know, the lethality items have not been touched yet, so still very strong with the Jace. LeBlanc as well, despite the adjustments to her passive, will still be banned away on red side.
Still, we'll be seeing a little bit less of LeBlanc, Camille, Rengar on red. We've seen LeBlanc bans on blue. Tigers were actually banning it on blue and red at IEM. Varus has also very much entrenched himself. No nerfs towards that particular marksman. So of the AD carry, he is certainly the one that is not making it through to first pick. And the other interesting thing has been the supports being toned down, specifically the range supports, Zyra and Malzahar. We'll probably still see them, but no longer a ban on blue or even a consideration of a ban on red. And to me, the big winner there is Tahm Kench, who already was popular in regions like Europe. It was like getting him through the laning phase with a lot of these harass-heavy mages is now easier and easier. So I expect it to be a contested pick in LCK as it was in other regions in previous patches.
Yeah. So even with the changes, you see not too much changing up here. The Elise ban, something a bit newer. We saw a lot of Elise at IEM.
Camille is the big one here that isn't accounted for. LMS teams were not banning Camille, and looks like the Tigers are learning something from IEM. They're willing to open the Camille even back in LCK. So we'll see if that is still a contested first pick. Was toned down, as you mentioned. A lot of champions toned down on 7.3, but still is the fierce split pusher that we know her to be.
Yeah, had changes to all of her abilities outside, you know, and not the passive was not touched, but looks like Jin Air playing around with the idea of leaving the Camille through to the Rocks Tigers, and just going to go for perhaps the Jin, but actually will flip over to the Kha'Zix. So a lot of priority on Kha'Zix for Umti. Again, champion that we've seen mixed performances for him.
Yeah, that's the right thing to say. I mean, we've seen mixed performances historically from Sungwon, but he was perhaps their most impressive performer at IEM and also in that series against BBQ just before they jetted over. Mickey said in an interview that they've really been building around Sungwon, allowing him to be someone with a driving voice in the early game rather than just being a reactive person to the lanes, the likes of Linderang and Shy in the top lane and Mickey in the mid lane. So Elise was the big pick for him, which is banned away by Jin Air, at least in recent time. His Rengar was also important, but they seem to foresee a first pick Rengar. So those two, the big picks, the Kha'Zix the third. So something different. And speaking of bringing something back from Europe.
Ooh, well, teases but not to be. Graves will come through here for Sungwon. And we've seen how much of a powerhouse Graves can be, especially here in Korea. So seeing that one coming in for the Rocks Tigers, not too shocking. The Jin was taken away for Songyun in the bottom lane, though Teddy might not be that upset about it. So despite it being one of his strongest heroes, doesn't have the best scoreline with it.
No, 0-7 in the season. Now, of course, they've done a lot of losing, so that part doesn't make that much of a surprise, but has traditionally been a pick. And speaking of traditional picks, we see Ezreal locked in. Bang in an interview was talking about how Ezreal's one of the few Ezreal matchups you can actually sustain and get through is the matchup against Linderang. And actually, Invent Global did an interview with Teddy himself, who said that my favorite champion to play is the Ezreal, but I haven't been able to get the confidence of the coach to actually pick it. Only played it once this season. Actually gets the nod here. So between Bang saying it's all right against Jin and Teddy giving a good performance, he's going to get a chance to play that Ezreal.
Yep, got the Karma there to really push that Ezreal through the lane. See what Songyun wants to do if he's going to start with the boots. I don't think you have to worry about that too much against Ezreal.
In some ways, it's a take away Karma, because Karma is the one champion that can help Jin push as well. Yeah. So will have to be a different support, maybe even the Tahm Kench surrendering lane phase. Speaking of lane phase, though, finally the Camille, clearly no longer a contested first pick, but still happy to be blind pick in the top lane. And now they're looking for specific lane matchups against the Camille. So even though we haven't seen it since Huni was flipping people out, it was Cuvée, I believe, on that day, of the Hextech Ultimatum, is still a ban towards the Singed for Linderang.
And that'll be Echo coming through as well, so showing respect to Mickey.
So an outside chance of Echo being a flex pick, given that the Flash Rolls did play top lane Echo. Not a surprise when NMD plays tank Echo, but was a bit of a throwback in some ways. We see something like a Maokai ban. Okay, we will see it. Maokai in lane does have some struggles, even against 7.3 Camille. But it was Katie Rolster and Smeb that showed that you can just play around it. Maokai, the ultimate team fighter, and very cheap gold item build to be relevant, so you can kind of get through that laning phase, even if it's a bit painful in the 1v1. A lot of focus here on getting Linderung ahead. To me, he was the second most impressive performer of ROX Tigers, given that he did look very strong over in Katowice. Most interesting thing about Linderung, actually played 7 unique champions in 7 games. His champion pool was pretty narrow, given that he was sharing time with Shy, and previously on his other teams, sharing time with his opponent today. So we do actually see a meeting of the two former Afrika Freaks top laners, Ixu and Linderung.
Yeah, I mean, the Camille, one of those champions that he was able to bring out at IEM, played it in their last game versus G2. Unfortunately, didn't come up with that win, but now we have a Lulu locked in.
And we saw it yesterday from Gorilla. We actually saw it from both sides. Lulu's become a contested pick, which tells me that teams spent 10 days scrimming Lulu and doing very, very well with it. Lulu was always a sometimes pick in other regions, specifically to lane against Malzahar as a pseudo counter pick to be able to clear the Voidlings very quickly, but we're seeing it against Karma, and it's a decent matchup there, but you have to think the harass is going to hit, it's going to stick. You know, something like Nami was available that I would have expected to be considered a pretty decent pick into Karma, but the Lulu is a surprise.
Yeah, I was wrong, actually. It was against H2K the Camille was picked in, not G2. It was a ban in that game, but we can see the Renekton will be snatched up here for Ixu in the top lane to try to go toe-to-toe against the Camille.
It is seen as a good laning matchup specifically early, so able to do just fine in that matchup, even if late game there's still 3-4 item point where Camille will do better. And blind pick mid lane has so traditionally been Corki that we shouldn't be surprised to see Kuzan taking that pick. You do look at this lineup and wonder what Mickey's feeling in the mid lane. The Zed doesn't really make sense because not a lot of lockdowns easy. You like Zed with Elise and other champions. You still need some magic damage on the side. So Ahri is going to be the pick. We saw Ahri yesterday. Ahri is coming back in a little bit of a way because he's kind of that straddles the line between safe wave clear mid and assassin mid laner. Can still have an oppressive laning phase if she gets ahead. I think he used to experiment with the Ahri back when we saw him debut on Rebels Anarchy. Just like most people, has dropped the Ahri recently. Nice to see the return of an Ahri meta. She was, of course, the release champion for the Korean server. So she is a very popular pick over here in Korea.
Yeah, I'm always happy to see her come out. But, you know, Lockdown CC is there with the charm, but you have to have it connect. We'll see just how good Mickey can pilot this one out. We saw at IEM, you were kind of talking about it, just how ham he can go, and it just leads to him getting killed over and over again. So if he wants to just Spirit Rush into 5 members of Jin Air, it could be a very poor time for the Fox. So we'll see how he's going to approach this game. But, you know, big skill matchup in the top lane, you'd have to say, between Ixu and Linderung. We'll see how that one goes, and if Umti is going to have a day out on this Kha'Zix, or if he's just going to get shut down by Songwon.
You just have to feel like ROX Tigers will have a lot of different stuff. The Ahri pick, maybe not one of them, but their playstyle will be influenced by scrimming exclusively international teams and Kongdu Monster. They wouldn't have had enough time to scrim in Korea given they got back yesterday. So the word will be, you'd have to imagine in some ways they'll have a lot of strategies, especially in-game, that are hidden because, okay, they played on stage, but a lot of their recent practice wasn't against LCK teams. So should be an intriguing matchup, even if it's 8th versus 9th place.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, this one keeps them out of that relegation zone for the end of the first round, Robin. So both teams desperately going to be looking for that win here right now. Let's go ahead, jump on to Summoner's Rift for Game 1, Jin Air Green Wings versus ROX Tigers. All right, well, the fans definitely out to play here tonight. You could hear them just yelling about as loud as they possibly could.
Yeah, the fans actually have started to stream. It is a public holiday here in Korea, so even at 5 p.m., when traditionally we don't have a lot of people really get here till 6:30, given school, work, and other commitments, there are more people in the audience, even though, of course, it is 2 teams that don't necessarily have the most massive fan base. Jin Air famously have always had a very loyal fan base despite their struggles. And ROX have done a pretty good job in general of keeping their social media strong, keeping fans engaged, even though understandably, a lot of people have splintered off to KT, SKT, Afrika with a lot of their favorite names.
Yeah, the roster kind of changed, but it seemed like the social media presence, always having things available in English, that didn't change for the org, which is really good to maintain not just your Korean fan base, but your Western fan base as well.
Well, one thing that Western fans might not understand is that, as we see some pretty strong trading in bot, something we'll have to work back, but Western fans it might be lost on them that when it comes to orgs, it's wow, Songyun's going to enter lane at 200 HP, does have the 4 biscuits though, is that ROX, is a team that's built in the mindset of a team like TSM. It is very much an esports org through and through. It doesn't have a massive name behind them. Famously don't have a name sponsor, so all the money is kind of coming from esports, very much a traditional business in that way.
Yeah.
And that's why they do look to things like merchandise and other things I think they'll increasingly be putting through as a main source of income. So it's very important for them to access all the fans they can.
Yeah. We're definitely, seeing a shift away from that. I mean, the remaining ones in North America, you'd have to say probably, CLG, Cloud9, TSM. Songyun, though.
At level
Again,
2
taking
here,
a
this could be
lot
an
of damage.
all-in.
Yeah, Teddy jumps forward with the Arcane Shift. Exhaust comes through.
They're gonna go for this.
Exhaust onto Key. He's going low, a couple more shots. Going to flash away from the missing shot. Will keep himself alive, but that's going to be all 4 summoners down for the ROX Tigers in the bottom lane.
And if you get a chance, go back to Bang & Wolf's post-game interview after their last win, where they talked about how Ezreal, Bang spoke specifically about Ezreal in the laning phase, can push at level 1, can queue the minion wave as it comes, and Jin is not able to counter that push. Took a preferential trade at level 1, got to level 2 first because Jin doesn't have the control of the wave, especially if you go first item into the boots. And that's why Teddy and Stuff have got a really good understanding of this matchup and are running a bot lane even though it's against the most prized and picked AD carry in the world, which is Jin.
And this is just rough stuff to start things off here for ROX Tigers, but very decisive play by Teddy and Snowflower. Seems like they definitely put in their hours for practice with this combo. And that's going to give Teddy a very nice CS lead to start things off. Songwon, in the meantime, going up towards this top lane, looking
Already
for a gank in
flashed.
onto Ixu, but he does flash away, so they get that just from the sheer presence of the Graves. So good pickup for Songwon and Linderong. See if they can capitalize on that.
Does
though.
also tell Sungwon there's a ward there because he flashed literally the most preeminently possible. It was a smart flash in terms of staying alive, but should communicate to the jungle on top lane that the ward is present in that area.
Yeah. Very unlikely that he was just trying to flash away from that tactical sweep.
No party flashes in the laning phase. Now, worth noting that although the laning phase is very preferential early, that does start to fall away after items. Famously, the tier being a trough in power for Ezreal compared to what will be the biggest collection of longswords possible for a Jin.
You see MT up here. He'll spot out Songwon, so now he knows that they know that he's there. So he'll just go ahead and peel back, maybe wait in the brush for Songwon to wrap around. They're going to spot each other yet again.
Spotted.
So yeah, won't be able to come up with a kill or at least even a bit of damage in onto Songwon. So he's just going to rotate over, start going for these Raptors, see if he can take the majority of these away. Has to be careful fighting this Graves. A lot of walls nearby.
Graves famously will go for largely the farming start. Blew a flash on top from sheer presence, then return to farming. So Umti trying to get the invaders advantage and get some sort of a tussle. But good warning on both sides, like we've noticed. That's been good.
Looking for Songyun. Hit him with that Mantra Q. Does not have the flash. He's going low. Couple more shots would do it. One more auto. Can they get it? Teddy, he'll have to go for it. Doesn't come up with the kill. Actually gets taken away by Snowflower, but that's first blood coming in for Jin Air.
And Songyun had a good IM altogether, but in this case, too far up the lane with no flash, no heal, and his support not present in lane. That's just too many mistakes to make at once. And we talked about what they would return from Europe with. Looks like bad habits in this particular case is the thing to talk about. As Key continues his reputation of the most aggressive freezing of minions possible 1v2.
Yeah, as well as his roams. I mean, walks out of the lane as ADC gets punished. This is something that kind of would make or break Key. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kuzan gets hit by the charm. He'll flash out, but one more hit will do it. He goes down. Mickey coming up with the kill. Nicely done by him. Puts one on the board for ROX Tigers.
Yeah, really nice stuff there.
Meanwhile, back down bottom yet again. Keep going low. Snowflower is just going to snatch up yet another kill as he takes out the Lulu. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that one to see how things transpired. But It's a lot of back and forth so far, but Jin Air coming in with a lead just over 1,000.
And when I was briefing casters on the Rocks Tigers when I went over to IEM, that was the scouting report I gave on Key. He loves going for the most aggressive freezes possible in terms of getting the minion wave in a good spot when his spot comes back, but his AD's not there yet. He goes for the freeze, he goes for the harass, and this is, I guess you would call it a trade. It didn't look like a trade, it's kind of lost half his health for free. I don't know, Key.
It was really bad bartering right there.
I don't know about Key. I gotta say it, Achilleos. He does this every time, and at some point, it's just the same as if you say started level 1, grouped in the same brush, and then got surprised, in inverted commas, by the opponent knowing. It's just free information, and it's the sort of thing that's exploitable, so exploitable trends are something you want to avoid at the highest level.
I mean, we didn't know about Key when he was with Loken, and that's why we saw Totoro come in a lot of times over top of him, so it seems like that is just going to reign true still here on the Rocks Tigers. Not that that's a new revelation.
No. One little stat that is interesting between these two teams, we actually have number 1 and number 2 for percentage of team damage in the same game. Number 1, predictably, is Mickey, who does top a lot of these charts, but number 2 is actually Teddy, who has been having that really big rookie season where, okay, his team hasn't been winning a lot of matches, but Teddy's individual performances have been very, very strong. So both these guys have shouldered a large load. You know, for Mickey, and not in any way a new thing, but for Teddy to come in and have those sort of stats is a massive rookie season.
Well, tried for the gank in top. Can't come up with it, the hook shot. Just a bit too quick there. Linderong gets himself out to safety, doesn't have to use a flash or anything, and they just waste a little bit of MT's time.
And the matchup also forces Linderong to go the Ninja Tabi first. Both players will pick up Ninja Tabi, as Zixi will be triple dipping on that particular item, but landing phase is rough early, and that's why you have to delay your item build and also lose the early trades and give up CS. We'll see a meeting as have they fucked him. Umti's used his jump. They know about this.
Well, Mickey walked out before like Songwon was ready. They should be able to take away these Raptors. There we go. So Songwon does pick him up.
It wasn't a mistake from Mickey. What he wanted to do there was to really punish because he knew jump was down. So something like the first ult Spirit Rush trick into a charm or just flash charm may have been enough to pick up a kill, but in the end not able to.
Well, fight over the red buff, so you're going to have to be very careful. He's quite squishy.
Kuzan doesn't have the package, so Ari will be the first to react, although Snowflower's here to help.
Yep, Snowflower roams up. That'll give the red over to Umti. Used the smite, was a little bit early, so a little bit of a room for a steal for Songwon, but decides to peel back instead. Infernal Drake was our first spawn. Dragon has not been contested much as far as vision goes, but you can see that Rocks have quite a lot inside that lower half of the jungle of Jin Air.
The Rocks will kind of be behooved if they wait till Linderong has some more items. At this point, I guess you could also try and take it before teleport is up by both top laners. But when Ixu is able to match teleports with Linderong, has such a big item lead that Hextech ultimatum or no, he will be in a much better spot to impact a team fight around Drake. But always try and solo it down with Songwon, but no control wards in the infantry.
Songyun and Key, despite the really rough start, kind of stabilized a bit. CS lead hasn't gotten out of hand for Teddy, so only up by about 10 CS at the moment. Tether coming through. Songyun will get rooted. Can they find a kill? He goes so low. The True Shot Barrage is already burned, so Songyun will get away with his life and both summoners.
We saw some games where Lulu was taking over Karma back at IEM as Songwon has started this Drake. No one will be there to contest. And when you see trades like you do on your screen a second ago, it makes you wonder why. Karma has the shielding in more reliable fashion. I think in most cases, the Mantra E or even just the regular E in the movement speed means a lot. Will win trades pretty heavy-handedly against the Lulu just because of the access to Q. And put 3 points into that early, then max the shield. We're seeing a lot of either Whimsy max Lulus against something like Zed or the shield max, and just feels like in the early levels, Lulu can in no way match what Karma is able to put out, and kind of has to choose between wave clear max on Q, the polymorph on W, or shielding and very defensive trades on E, whereas Karma goes QE and does everything basically. So You're seeing, I imagine, Lulu here to try and match the wave clear, but not working out too well. And Umti's going very aggressive.
Yep, gets in a lot of damage on the Songwon. Jumps out to safety before Mickey can try to pursue in with a charm. Keeps himself safe, but now they're going to rotate up towards this top side. Package is in hand for Kuzan. Wait for the wave. For a very aggressive play here onto Linderong. Has flash available. Burns the hook shot. Doesn't have much of a way to go.
Nice.
Package goes in, cuts him off. Look at that shield from the passive, but still goes low. Ixu trying to get in there to tank up this turret. Pops the dominance, dashes forward, and the flash away from Linderong comes through. Can he get the hook shot up in time to try to create some distance? There it is, but he gets stunned right in the middle of it by the stun from Ixu. Slashes his way in. Ultimatum comes down, and Umti will barely survive. Had to invest quite a lot. They finally get the kill, but they're going to lose that tier 1 in mid over it.
Really nice stuff from specifically Ixu there as Bot. We're seeing more trading.
That is a big Jhin right there as the Wild Growth comes through. He's going to open up with a curtain call, try to trade some damage back onto Teddy. Snowflower just going to body block the majority of these. Falls quite low. Glitterland's not quite going to connect from Key, but the rest of Rocks are roaming down. Songwon and Mickey looking for some kills. Spirit Rush is available.
The action never stops.
Oh, they're going to go ahead and commit the TP to this dive. Dashing forward, Snowflower jumps to the other side. Teddy gets locked up. The root comes through from the Deadly Flourish, and he goes down. Umti jumps onto Linderong, stops him from getting any tags for an assist, but he cannot stop this turret going down. And just like that, Rocks completely swinging themselves into a lead as they take down 2 tier 1 turrets in a matter of minutes.
And the person to really compliment overall is probably not the one you'd expect. It's Linderong on the side of Rocks. The amount of time he was able to buy before he went down in top allowed him to free push and get first brick on the outer mid lane turret, the highest priority turret. And then nice roam from Rocks. So Rocks actually plays the map in a much smarter fashion. Jhin Air went for a huge brute force. They didn't wait for the minions to crash the turret. They just tried to push it because they saw the push starting to come in mid, and in many ways were punished. Sure, end up picking up the answering kill out top, but it was a really nice rotation from the Tigers after they got the information that Linderong was going to die and that it was going to be a matter of time.
Yeah. And as expected, game is very close at the moment. Just 500 gold separating both of these teams at the moment. Rocks not having quite as explosive of a lead as you might have expected after that map play. Still are up that turret. Mid tier 1 going down is very crucial for them for map control. As you can see, they're already starting to clear out these wards that Jhin Air had established inside the river.
Jhin Air got a lot of gold from bot lane. Karma has got 2 kills, and in general, they were running that particular lane. Actually, they might see a fight over the Rift Herald. We don't see this very often.
5-man Rift Herald, that'd be something to behold. Snowflower gets locked down by the ultimatum. Mickey comes in over the wall, finds the first kill of the fight. Can he follow up for more? The answer is yes. Gets the double kill. Umti getting slowed up by the curtain call. 4th shot won't connect in onto Teddy, but Umti, there's just nowhere to go. Can't find the triple kill. Songwon able to pick that one up. Now Kuzan, he wants to go on the offensive here. Jumps forward, gets a kill onto Songyun, but can he make it out with his life? Red buff slow was there from Songwon, but doesn't want to pursue any deeper into the jungle. Looks like they'll just settle for this turret if they can have it. Kuzan going to do his damnedest to clear out this wave with the False Bomb and rockets, but might just come up short.
They will be forced to back away.
Oh, Songwon, he gets hit by the turret shot, and Teddy lines up a Mystic. And that is just going to be another kill coming through, so misplay by Songwon, sticking around a bit too long.
But we're seeing the 8th versus 9th place game that we wanted to see. Sure, there's some sloppy stuff in laning phase, some sloppy stuff in the team fights as well, but it's a really bloody game that we don't see that often in Korea. Mickey went for the flash. He didn't want to miss out on any damage. Spirit Rush over that wall, chose not to, wanted to invest everything in damage. First kill, 2 kills to Mickey. But when they had to choose, they chose to go for Umti. So even though the skill shot accuracy is excellent from Mickey, they take turret shots left and right. The Songyun is left alone because he doesn't want to just tank up 3 turret shots to get there. Assassinated by Kuzan. Another kill on the back end of the fight as well from Sloppy turret tanking. This isn't kind of the game we expected when we saw Jhin Air versus Rocks Tigers. Everyone was kind of keeping their afternoon open for a 3-hour long series, but we might still go long, but it's going to be a bloody race to that time.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, these teams have exploded forth onto the Rift, and I gotta say, it's a nice change of pace compared to Jhin Air's usual style. I mean, even seeing them go for these aggressive plays is definitely a bit of a change, so it seems like the break has altered their mentality coming into this game.
This would have been a lot of time to solo queue. Snowflower was frustrated by that. He was 1st and 2nd on the challenger ladder depending on the day, but has fallen down to, I believe it's 13th, maybe even lower. I saw a lot of red in his match history.
I think you
he's
said
tilted.
13th when you were looking
I think he's
at it.
tilted, put it that way, about solo queue.
Could be. That's why he's trying to snatch up all those kills away from the rest of his team.
I mean, pretty good to work out your solo queue frustration in LCK.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the healthier ways to do it. Mickey's going all in. Remember, he's huge, 4-1.
Yeah, Charm doesn't connect, and now Kuzan comes over the wall with a package. He's going to have to use that Spirit Rush to try to get out. Doesn't have any more charges, but the rest of his team is waiting down here by the Dragon. So Cloud Drake gets snatched up. Second Dragon now for the Rocks Tigers, and there's going to be a second Infernal Drake spawning in 6 minutes. So if they can get that for themselves, it's going to be quite a bit of damage that Mickey is able to output.
Big rotation here from Jin Air. This turret's low. Linderong's only level 10.
He goes forward with the hook shot, doesn't have that escape mechanism, now trying to clear out the wave with that tactical sweep, throws down the ultimatum on the Ixu, but meanwhile in the jungle, Kuzan just absolutely annihilates Mickey. He just gets destroyed, and that is going to leave Rocks Tigers having to back off their big bursty mage taken out, and they just have to watch that tier 2 go down.
Yeah, they give up big spree as well. Mickey was 4-0 as he made the rotation, and Rocks were disrespectful over an area that Jin Air had set up vision around multiple times. They're going to try and pick up the Rift Herald on the back end, but there was a control ward down for a few minutes. They clearly had just made a map-wide rotation, and the rest of Rocks went the most aggressive way possible, and predictably, Mickey caught in rotation, and now bonus objectives over to Jin Air.
Yeah, that's going to be Ixu getting the buff. You can see Mickey coming in, not even full HP, but just Gatling gun plus rocket with the damage that Ixu was already able to lay down. Leads to Mickey going boom.
Just a single time this game. The Mem Boom has not certainly hit the Rift just yet. That was the last series against G2.
I like how when I saw them go over the wall for the Rift Herald, I really thought it was the Baron. I was like, oh wait, we're only 17 and a half minutes into this game.
Usually when there's 12 kills on the board, we're around 40 minutes into the game, Achilles.
Exactly. So I got baited for a second there.
Most fun thing is that we got some pretty high spiking mid-game champions in the mid lane, and both of them are doing very well. Trinity Force into Hex Drinker and Sorcerer's Shoes completed for Kuzan. It's kind of been worryingly one of the weaker performers for Jin Air this season. He's certainly not been able to keep up with the expectations that were around him. The only person that is still on the roster from the 2016 season, kind of was always the diamond in the rough for Jin Air, even through their struggles over the course of 2016. So it's been a bit slow for him, but always confident he'll get back there.
He's just waiting for Lissandra and like Vladimir to come back into the meta.
Hey, Mickey's a pretty good Vlad too.
That's true. Vladimir did get some buffs, 7.3. Just a couple changes. Don't think we're going to be seeing him quite as dominant on the Rift as we saw in summer.
I think he's getting there in terms of power level. One more buff might see him get close to the time when he was very, very strong. But the big issue for Vlad is that it just feels like it's all about the mid-game, specifically about 2 items. And Vlad kind of takes 3, 4, gets stronger as the game goes on. So whether you can burst and take a turret, like someone like Corki's able to do, or get picks, I think that's kind of what's important. The late-game teamfight mages from the mid lane, sure, there's a bit of Orianna, but the rest of them a little bit more decisive than the kind of more reactive game of Vladimir.
Never know. Could see him come out. We've had those edge of the meta picks that have made their way back in. Sion, for ADD, and now Talon. I guess you could kind of rope into that. So could very well see Vladimir make a reappearance. Now Kuzan and Umti up in this top lane have to be careful. He's going to use the Valkyrie, but the Deadly Flourish connects, and that's just going to be Kuzan likely saying good night. No! Shield comes out from Snowflower, keeps him alive. Does not go down. The curtain call shots don't connect, but Rock's still happy to pick up tier 1 turret in top. All of the outers have now been taken by them.
Still very clean objective take by Rocks Tigers this time around after they'd messed up around that objective just a few minutes ago. No answering objectives this time for Ixu, as Linderong was already in position in bot lane. Trinity Force completed, but certainly behind in items compared to Ixu.
Just trying to deal with that. Camille in the bottom lane, get on top of that turret. Just a couple more shots from the Renekton should be able to take it down. You can see that Linderong currently roaming away, going to be looking for Umti. Doesn't catch him with the hook shot though. So Kha'Zix will make it out safely, but he doesn't get the Scuttlecraft.
Team comp wise, Rocks Tigers really wants to keep this game messy. They want to catch people in rotation. They have great pick power, but in team fights they will struggle. The only person that can in any way make Teddy accountable, as you're going to see a pick.
Who's on? Yep, he gets charmed up. One more hit will do it. He goes down, kill goes over to Key.
This is what they need to do. They need to keep up the control wards, look for picks, because in a team fight, either the ultimatum forces Teddy to fight, or he will kite out the entire team of Rocks Tigers. No one else that can make him accountable. No Maokai to root him up or anything like that. So, in general, with Teddy having a fast start, there's not a lot of ways to make the Ezreal accountable outside of the Hextech ultimatum. And as a champion, Camille prefers to be in the split push anyway, very, very fast on clearing those turrets. So keeping this game messy, keeping this game rotating, no 5v5s in the open is exactly the game plan that Rocks Tigers is looking for.
Yeah. See, Songwon gets a little bit of alone time with that turret, chunks it down to half HP.
And weirdly for Jin Air, and awkwardly, they can't really force anything. They don't even have the pick CC of something like the Ahri Charm. They have Renekton, who sure can stun one person in melee range, but the rest of the champions can fight a team fight, but in general it's about kiting back. It's about looking for poking around objectives, then disengaging. So for them, fights around the Baron where they can put up exclusive vision and force Rocks Tigers to fight. It's always an interesting pendulum when it's a team that can't force a fight but would actually like to fight versus a team that can force fights but doesn't want to fight. So
yeah,
we'll have to see.
There's no real reliable engage for Jin Air.
And that sounds like 70-minute games. That's definitely an A+B = C.
You don't want your engage to be Kuzan with a package.
No.
Mickey's been on that side.
Oh, he has. Too many times.
He'd like to avoid that from now on, I'm sure. TP coming in behind Jin Air, cutting them off. Linderong, let's see who he wants to target. Doesn't get anybody with the hook shot, but slows up onto Umti, and the curtain call is just raining down on top. Ixu gets locked up by the charm. They go in. Snowflower almost falling. He does die in the last second there as Mickey hits him with the auto attack. Another charm comes through, locks up Teddy. He'll fall. It's a double kill going over to the Ahri. Umti trying to make it out, maybe trying to hunt down a kill on the Linderong, but it's just too risky. He has to peel back. That's a 3-0 for Rocks Tigers. Now they're going to be looking at Baron.
Yeah, really nice pick coming out of the Rocks Tigers. They got the burst down on a single member. Hextech Ultimatum was the big thing there. No one was able to disengage from it. AD carry and support dead. They're going to have to do some trade tanking. No true tankiness here between the members of Rocks Tigers, but this should be first Baron in the game to Rocks.
Yeah. He offering up those shields as best as he can. Keeps everybody alive, and then is Baron going over at just under 24 minutes. We'll get another look at that fight.
Yeah, just nice to come from multiple angles, and Rocks, sure, may not have 5v5 in the open, but this isn't in the open. We see Jin Air disengaging towards a very narrow choke just outside the red buff, and that's why much easier to hit these charms. Teddy in the open will never get hit by an Ahri charm unless he makes a big mistake. Linderong alone chasing down 3.
Yeah, takes a lot of damage, has to flash away, gets a shield from Key to keep him alive. But meanwhile, Mickey, he comes over the wall, and Snowflower just disappears. We missed it due to the replay, but the Infernal Drake was taken by Jin Air, so stopping that double Infernal for coming through for the Rocks Tigers for now, because there's a third on the way, so we'll see that in 6 minutes. Double Infernal Drake for either side. It's going to be so heavily contested, but now Jin Air just have to hold on, try to wait out those Baron buffs.
And you blink once, you blink twice, and it was once again Ahri clearing up team fights. 7-1-4 is the Ahri, who's had a comfortable CS advantage over the Corki as well. 3-item Ahri at 24 minutes is just massive. The fall off is probably not going to come. That's
a deep.
That's really,
that
really,
is a really deep TP coming through from Ixu. Won't be able to join the fight for at least another 10 seconds or so. Umti in a bad spot, tries to go invisible, leaps over the wall. Mickey just gonna go ahead, try to pursue over, but the collateral damage is enough to take out the Kha'Zix in the end. Songwon barely living. The Wild Growth keeps him up. He won't be able to contribute too much more to this fight, but Linderong, he goes forward, gets the ultimatum, drop down onto Ixu, and Songyun comes up with the kill, taking out the Crocodile. He will fall, but the answer one onto Mickey as Teddy snatches that up, but overall, Rocks still just coming up huge in these fights.
You just wonder who's making the calls, because sure, you might hear go for the teleport, but there was no appropriate ward for Ixu to teleport. The only ward available at the enemy blue buff when they're losing the game against a Baron buffed opponent. You need to understand and be able to just walk up, pull back, not look for the pick. So he ended up baiting his team, going for that teleport play, whether it was of his own or called. And at the end of the day, well, Mickey probably didn't need to flash over. We saw
Probably would have kept them alive.
collateral damage was going to make things happen, and Renekton's still not in the fight. It's kind of the big issue they had, and by the time he did, Ultimatum was put in to effectively force Ixu to have nowhere to kite away from the ultimate, as turret shots have been really, really mean to the side of Rox. That's the second person who's died to a turret shot after a Mystic shot.
That's Teddy's win condition. It's very niche, very limited opportunities, but damn if he doesn't take advantage of it.
I mean, 2 for 2, he's making it work.
Oh dear, well Rox have certainly exploded a lead for themselves. Almost 5,000 gold up at the moment, 13-7. It's been one hell of a bloody game. 20 kills in 26.5 minutes. But 4 turrets up. 2 dragons here for Rox, and still just a little bit of time left on that Baron buffs, about 75% of the way through being consumed. They'll be able to net themselves as tier 2 in mid. Now just have that last inner turret in top to knock down, and then it's on toward the inhibitors.
This is kind of the situation where, you know, for all I said about Rox kind of having narrow things they need to do, you look at Jin Air and you're like, okay, Renekton into Fiora, that's a good matchup. We already knew about Ezreal Karma, and it was well executed by Teddy and Snowfire in that lane. But thematically, what does this team comp really do? They can kite, but that's kind of all they do, and kiting doesn't mean much if you're second to objectives and losing them, because the enemy team has picked CC and has won the early mid game pretty comfortably. Actually been a trend of this week, of team comps that don't really have a theme. Not like, say, a Malphite Amumu comp, where you know exactly what it wants to do. This comp is very much about the laning phase only, as Eddie's the one person who can actually make things happen, but only because Songyun really overstepped.
Yet again. So that's flash heal down away from the Jhin.
And sure, you get a good start, and you don't have to worry about, on paper, what team comps do, but then you get to this point of the game as Jin Air, how can they really force something to happen? We already mentioned they don't have the CC to do it. They don't really have the map positioning to do it because they can't be kiting back around objectives. They can't even push wards further than their own base or perhaps their own jungle camps. And thus, it just feels like Rox will continue to grow a lead. If Jin Air come one by one, they'll get picked off contesting objectives. Rox have the run of the game, and Jin Air have a pretty big Ezreal. And that, to me, that's just not enough for the drafting phase.
Well, if there's anything that we've learned about Rox, it's that the gold lead doesn't matter until the next explodes. So is there a chance that Jin Air could swing themselves back into this game? Sure. Is it very likely? No, not really. Rox can keep up the pace that they've established. And Jin Air might just get snuffed out here in under the next 10 minutes. Songwan, though, trying to make a play onto him. They don't get a whole lot of damage in. Well, Umti going low, takes quite a bit. Doesn't get the backswing in from that orb, but lands a charm onto Ixu, and he's going to fall. He does come up with that kill. Linderong couldn't get a stun in with the hook shot, so just going to go ahead and dash his way back out, likely move up towards that top side of the map, perhaps. Get that pushing. Key still really far forward. He will go down in the end. Teddy does find another kill. Songyun not able to keep his support alive. And now Songwan yet again. Way too far forward. Still quite tanky. Dashing back and forth. Still alive as Songyun comes up with a kill onto Teddy. And somehow, yet again, Songwan stays alive.
Overall, the chaos suits the Rox Tigers game plan. They continue to push up. Key is caught out, trying to ward. They don't lose any objectives. Not really anything to be made accountable for by Jin Air. So they'll just go back to wave clear and get a bit more time to farm up and close the gold lead. That's all you can really say for the Jin Air Green Wings. And Ixu's kind of the big loser when it comes to item builds. Wants to go lane dominant. If you're talking about the 1v1 against Camille in the side lane, where he's at is fine. But then Mickey shows up in a team fight and just obliterates his health bar.
Yeah, we've already seen that. So Guardian Angel will get picked up, but it's just not going to be nearly enough MR for him to live through that damage. Meanwhile, though, Rox start up this Infernal Drake. There's no one there to contest it, so that will be a second Infernal attacked on top of their Cloud Drake. So 3 buffs to be affected by that Elder, should it come down to it.
And it's also double Infernal Drake for a 4-item Ahri. Ahri is obscenely far ahead, probably just a death cap to round out the build. And there's no magic resist really to answer it. The Maw Mortis is certainly not going to do a big enough job.
Well, it's going to be the Void Spikes coming over, and Umti just takes so much damage right off the bat. Has to immediately leave. Meanwhile, the rest of the team take out the Baron. Kuzan has
you doing,
the package.
Kuzan?
Is he looking for a play? It would be certainly a suicide mission if he goes over this wall. Looks like he's just going to have to let them walk out. And Jin Air, for all their troubles, they get a scub crab.
No other frontliner to assist in what, as you say, would have been a suicide special delivery. That's not the sort of special delivery you want at all.
Yeah, definitely not.
And just a free recall.
He thinks better of it, though.
Mickey would have gone over, let's be real. Where's my team? That's what he would have asked. Probably in Korean, though.
He wants the package to operate like a Rise ultimate. And I'll just hop on the back of it and just fly in together.
Ah, Rise ultimates. We saw the party Realm Warp
Oh, yeah.
a few weeks ago.
Had a couple of those.
Some good ones, too. The Oxen one, of course, from NA, very famous. The rotational ones usually get the highlight clips, which is always fun to see.
Oh, yeah, it was Mickey with the party warp, wasn't it? Dragged his team in and they all died.
To melee range, yes. Mickey likes to party, is what we've learned from watching him play.
You should hang out with Bubbling. Wonder what Bubbling's up to. Probably just non-stop out at the clubs.
Probably playing a lot of solo queue, if we're going to be real. Trying to get picked up. His mate Haru did all right. We're seeing him later today.
Quite all right for himself. But now Rock's just going to be looking to chip away at the base of Jin Air steadily and deliver that final nail into the coffin. So trying to hold on here, but Linderong's just got so much presence right now. Won't take much damage from the Randuins. So he's quite all right to just go ahead and stick around and right in Ixu's face.
Yeah, Ixu already popped ultimate for wave clear, I guess. Also tried and punish when Linderong went for those Triforce procs on the turret. But is losing that war over time.
Well, Mickey gets the inhib turret in mid. Just going to keep trying to get those waves crashing in to whittle away at that. Get those super creeps coming through. Ixu yet again going for a TP, coming in next to the Wolf camp. Good slice and dice over the wall, but actually just going to wrap around the long way. They do spot him out, but he should be able to jump straight in onto Songyun. He flashes away, still gets locked up by the stun, but now could just turn right in onto Songwon. They find one kill onto Key, but meanwhile, yeah, the base is just getting shattered. So Jin Air trying to pick up some kills. They're able to find two, but look at this. This is just going to be the Nexus turrets crumbling.
And nothing they can do. Mickey and Linderong free time will be double Nexus turret down. They're just backing because they can't stop Teddy interrupting people. They're going to go for the end.
Yeah, MT coming in. That's going to be the ultimatum thrown out immediately. Mickey goes low, will fall.
Can Linderong do it?
Comes up with a kill. Linderong trying to do his best Expeke impersonation, and he comes up with it, takes out the Nexus just under 34 minutes. And Rocks Tigers will kick things off with a win.
And we wonder what the Rocks Tigers will bring back from Europe. Well, they brought back the Expeke. Expeke was actually there as a Gillette-nominated sponsored person there.
They probably shaved with those nice Gillette razors today.
Maybe he shook hands, because look, they brought back some interesting early game moves. They brought back the Lulu, and they brought back the Expeke. So, job well done when it comes to your European postcard moments for the Rocks Tigers.
They space jammed him with the razor. They all shaved with it. They siphoned Expeke's power. And they come up with the win here in game one. Well, nicely done by Rocks. Certainly a bloody game by both sides. Jin Air showing promise at the start of that one, especially in the bottom lane with Teddy and Snowflower. But just, again, this team comp didn't start fights, and that's what they wanted to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jin Air's team comp, while it had some good laning matchups, he didn't really think about it during the laning phase. Outside of laning phase when they were losing, really didn't do anything thematically, and that's why they just ended up falling behind. Rocks Tigers had multiple different ways to end the game, ended up doing so pretty decisively, especially in terms of Jin Air games, and pretty comfortable victors in game one.
Yep, Jin Air, they needed a 2-0 victory here to jump ahead of Rocks Tigers. So I think that if they go 2-1, they might tie and beat them in the head-to-head. I'm not entirely certain, but I think there is an outside chance they can make it into 8th place. But for now, looks like they might just be stuck here in 9th. Rough stuff from them. Rocks Tigers, we'll see if they can close this out with a 2-0. Be a nice upswing for them after IEM. But Jin Air, we'll see if they can fire back. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll have game 2.
grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll.
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible to say why I always feel this way. Yes, I know it's not okay, but I don't know if I can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a look at the damage here. You can see that Mickey did quite a bit of it. 23,500 just about. Just absolutely shattering the numbers of anybody else on the Rift.
And maybe he's working out his frustrations on hard feeding on Azir in their game that turned Rox Tigers out of IEM Katowice onto Jin Air, and that's a happy thing if you're a fan of the Rox Tigers. Had a day out on the Ari, really nice performance from him. He'll get the MVP. It would be ridiculous not to give it to him, and there you go.
All right, there we have it. So 4 MVPs now. For Mickey, a 94% kill contribution, was just ever present on this Ari, always taking part in those kills.
And it really rounded out the team comp as well. Weirdly, on the red side at IEM, Rox weren't last picking Mickey's mid laner, which, given his usual penchant for the assassin, was a surprise. And Ari does a little bit of everything, and when you get this far ahead, you might as well be Zed when it comes to assassination, as even Renekton in team fights was evaporating to the damage coming out from the Ari. And understanding what he needs to do in fights. Not normally would you flash over. In fact, if you think about previous fights and future fights, he was happy to just Spirit Fire over the wall. But he realized to win this fight with where the game was, he needed every drip of damage from the Spirit Rush, and this was vintage Mickey, which on something that isn't the Echo or the Zed is a frightening thing, because banning out Mickey has always been a strategy against previously their Freak of Freaks, and now the Rox Tigers, and suddenly his Bucket R is looking pretty damn potent.
That it is. So this is going to make things a bit tougher for Jin Air as they rotate over to the red side. We'll see if they want to, play cheeky, leave up the Camille like we saw Rox do in Game 1.
Camille wasn't the problem,
But-
it was a good Camille performance from Linderong, who played that one at IEM, played it here as well, but game was decided by Mickey,
Oh, yeah.
for sure.
Don't know why we needed to highlight that one exactly. Waste of the flash and goes on the die at the end of this, but
We can cut away from that.
yeah, we'll just cut the video real quick
It's
after we
good.
see.
No,
Okay. Yeah,
Fine.
That's about it.
he got out as far as I know.
Just tuning in, he never died.
Yep.
Didn't die once in this game.
I mean, it's the same part of the map, so you might think it's the same clip. It's not, spoilers, but yeah, Mickey had a day out. Good performance by him.
And
Has
Jin
been-
Air just did a lot of the same thing over and over again,
That's true.
which wasn't much.
No. Another one to forget for specifically OMT, and okay.
What's that sound?
We saw So1 come in this last time we saw Jin Air after a Game 1 loss. They did bring in So1, and looks like he's back on the Rift again.
Yeah. So not going to be seeing Raze. Snowflower still will be starting in that support position. He and Teddy had a very good start to that game. But so on, it's been a bit of a mix as far as his performances so far in Jin Air, but hasn't looked too bad.
His Jace was really good in the game where he came in, so they allowed them to play Jace in the top lane, not really a champion in the champion pool of Ixu, is very much tanks and pseudo-tanks in the top lane. His next performance on Rumble wasn't fantastic, but there was actually a pretty decent amount of good equalizers, so they will continue to persist with a guy who has been on the roster for over a year and a half. So they clearly see something in So1. Jin Air. They'd be disappointed to lose this one 2-0. Game score will mean something when it comes to the bottom places. They are entrenched in 9th. They cannot finish 8th because they needed 2-0 to have enough game score to go ahead of Rox Tigers. They can only get to the +1. But we will see how this one goes on. And Jin first ban is an interesting one, but because of Teddy's struggles with the champion, but it's actually been by far Sungyun's best champion. He struggled on any pick that is not Jin. This season he is now 9-3 on Jin and only has 2 wins on any other champion across IEM and the LCK. So
Yikes.
not a lot of AD carries left suddenly. There's 3 bans.
All right, so you can see Tiger's strategy, see what they want to first pick as far as ADCs is concerned. I mean, Caitlyn's something that we've seen, but as well as that, the Ezreal that got brought out just in Game 1 there by Teddy.
If you don't see Jin, hard to run Ezreal, but not impossible, especially when we start getting down to single digits. Let's pretend Jason AD carry. We saw Def do that once.
All right, well, that's going to force the LeBlanc ban on the side of the Tigers.
They do
I'll
this
go
on
ahead and
blue.
call that out, so.
At IEM, blue and red side, which, you think of Mickey and you're like, surely, but maybe he just hasn't been able to get enough scrim or practice time on it. It's a champion's played in the past, but it never matched the Zed. It felt like he just didn't have the LeBlanc mechanics to go along with his usual suite of champions, so blue side LeBlanc ban. Something's getting through. Sungwon will first pick Rengar if it's available. To me, that seems like a very high priority pick for them, and
Oh,
so this is something we saw actually happen a few times at IEM, the missed ban. That was in the second round. Not 100% sure. I'm going to assume that it was. So the word I heard and we said that we could say this, was there was a bug where if you tried to ban a champion at 1 second, it would not register. You had to put it at 2 seconds or earlier. Complete speculation, but there is a chance that was the situation here for Jin Air. Understandably, considering between what to leave up, with Rengar now being higher priority than the Camille, we do see Rengar first pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see anybody going into the booths to investigate this, so it seems like it was just a purposeful miss of the ban.
So to any analysts or coaches out there, ban at 2 seconds. Do not leave till 1 second on 7.3.
It's like when you would try to trade characters with your friends and you end up locking in something you totally didn't want. But okay, this is interesting. Jin Air, the Camille's available, but they go for...
It's not the same anymore.
Yeah.
We came into IEM with a lot of regions still on 7.2 and 7.1, first picking the Camille. And then LMS famously did not pick it at all on any patch. It was a very low priority pick. And now Camille has continued to fall. Will still be taken in the first round as a blind pick in the place of a Maokai or Rumble, but it is not the first pick, first ban status it used to be. So that's why we see it fall. And also Jin Air don't want to show a lot of information, so they match junglers. Rengar versus Graves in many ways a skill jungle matchup, depending on how you play out the early game. And then
take only one of the only 80 carries remaining.
You know what's a good matchup against Caitlyn, which we learned in KT vs Samsung? It is the Ziggs that Rox Tigers lost with at IEM. They tried against Jin, who can fit Magic Resist into the build very naturally between either an early Hex Drinker or the Edge of the Night. Caitlyn struggles.
This is just brutal for Caitlyn.
Now, that's not to say that it's an unwinnable matchup, but if you fall behind on Caitlyn and you just try and fit in some Magic Resist, you will lose the push war something chronic. And if Caitlyn's not pushing in the early game, the shine on her crit-centric build that no other AD carry in the meta has to follow is not there. So we're going for pretty dirty times in the bot lane with the bot lane Ziggs and Malzahar. Level 6 scrolls around and people die.
I mean, both of these supports banned away in game 1, so Malzahar is Ziggs. Here for the side of Rox Tigers, Zyra, Caitlyn for Jin Air. So a lot of harass on both sides.
If this was a Jin Air Malzahar, it would be a flex pick, given that Kuzan's highest win rate is actually on the Malzahar. He's 2-1, and Snowflower has played quite a lot of Malzahar as well. But because it's on the Rox Tigers side, doesn't really fit in Mickey's champion pool, so only an outside chance there. You know what's another fun fact? That's a lot of magic damage already for the Rox Tigers, so excitement for an AD assassin in the mid lane goes up.
Very well could see that. Corki is banned away, and Camille will be banned by Rox Tigers here in the second half of bans.
Actually, I'm surprised at it, because when you have the Ziggs, you want to rotate around and take turrets, and while Camille has some wave clear, that was nerfed in 7.3 with the E nerfs, so is mostly fiercely single target, one of those Tiamat champions that has to pick that up. And well, Jin Air got the memo, and we're like, okay, no Zed. We're not dealing with the Zed.
There's still a Talon available.
It'd be his first Talon game of the season. I have to look at career stats. I don't think he's ever played Talon in a professional match, at least based on Korean statistics. I always have to give that caveat. Sadly, we do not have full information about his LSPL champion pool. Let's check out Mickey. I believe no Talon. Let's confirm. It would be first game of Talon for Mickey if he was to play it. But again, the rumblings are out there.
Speaking of which,
That
Rumble.
was awkward to say. I was not looking at the screen. I looked over and saw Rumble was banned, and I was like, okay.
Nicely done.
Again, it's the Jarvan 4 in the game, and there's lots of cataclysmic engages, apparently.
This is little subconscious things that leak out of your brain. Cassiopeia could see this one locked in. Wasn't banned or picked in game 1.
Becoming more and more a blind pick mid laner to join the likes of Corki, for example.
Well, Maokai also up, so they will go ahead and lock that in, save that mid lane for last pick.
So 2 solo lanes need to be selected by Rox. All of us optimistic that we'll see something crazy from Mickey. Top lane also being sought to deal with the Maokai. No Rumble, so Shen is another good matchup into the Maokai. So it might just be Shen for Linderung.
Makes a lot of sense if we see that one locked in, and we will. So giving them that
This is a
global
perfect
presence.
time for an assassin. If you remember,
I mean, having a stand
it
united
was the
ready to
Shen
go.
Zed that was their last time out. So we'd love to see an assassin.
Do you blind Talon?
If this was Longshu, the answer was yes. I don't know if Rox will blind. They could go for something safer. Syndra was a champion that he played very well in recent weeks.
It's also Echo if he still wants to play that mage assassin style, but will be the Syndra that they lock in for Mickey. So a lot of AP damage on the side of the Rocks Tigers. Shen will offer up a bit once he gets that Tiamat coming through, and of course there's Rengar, where if he gets rolling, he can just annihilate people. But MR certainly going to be something that Jin Air needs to stack, and that's really just going to hurt Teddy yet again.
So the moment that you mentioned, it'd be a bit eerie if we saw the Vlad, but there's a real chance.
And they will get locked in, all right.
The old matchup, of course, because Vlad into Syndra, and I mentioned this at IEM as an old matchup. We didn't see it there from Mickey, but it seems like Kuzan has been practicing the Vladimir. You talked about the Echo for a moment. I was like, oh yeah, Echo, 1-3-1, it looks good. But remember that Cassiopeia was already flashed and does very well into the Echo. Echo can sustain a lot of matchups, but you go in with your E, or you try and rely on your phase dive to get out, and then the grounded effect really screws you up. So it's actually a very difficult matchup into Cassiopeia. So went for the Syndra, a lot safer. And now we see the return of Vladimir. Was a Kuzan favorite and a Mickey favorite in 2016 summer. The big change was that Q does a lot more reliable damage. You used to rely on empowered Q to basically do any damage in trades, and it could just be easily disengaged when that Crimson Rush was visible on the screen. But now the Q trades without the passive being up are still relatively powerful, so more reliable a laning phase, and late game has always been the home of Vladimir. So cool to see it finally back from Jin Air, and we get to check in on a matchup that we saw all through Worlds 2016, Syndra versus Vladimir.
But can Jin Air execute on it? That's going to be the question. I mean, the big one, honestly, is going to be that Ziggs for Rocks Tigers.
Remember
how
that,
they play around that.
And it's also Vladimir, so Vladimir is going to take time. The Caitlyn is going to need time. It's going to need attention. It feels like need to have a big game, otherwise the lanes around him could really kind of fall over and die.
Yeah, Jin Air certainly going to be looking to push the limits on the clock, take us past 40 minutes, try to wait out until their carries can hit critical mass. We'll see if they're able to do it, or if Tigers can close this out with a 2-0. Let's go ahead, get onto the Rift for game number 2. Here we go. Rocks Tigers already clumping up. Maybe looking for a pick. Going to go ahead and push forward. Linderong hasn't spec'd anything yet, so could go for that Shadow Dash. Just going to push in, get some vision down. Try to shove out of the jungle, but won't be able to come up with that first blood.
Really fun mind games here. The reason why we saw a stack from the Rocks Tigers was they wanted to deal with the saplings if they were being set up at Raptor Camp, which is a very common start by Red Side Maokais. So invaded to counter the saplings, get 3 wards, a triangle vision around the top side. So they know that Jin Air is not starting on the top side of the map. No way for to get there. So they're kind of playing the mind game. Spotted our Jin Air in the bot side of the enemy red. So the mind games are really on about the jungle side. It's actually one of the most fascinating starts we've had in terms of rotations at level 1. Both teams thinking about the invade. How many members are Rocks going to send to relieve pressure? Because Jin Air are trying to brute force starting on the Rocks side of the map.
Yeah, really greedy start here, trying to take away these Raptors. Get a lot of damage in onto Soan. Gonna push back forward, but takes a lot. Has to flash away already. So just biting off more than he can chew. Loses his summoner spell.
And you just consider what they were fighting against at level 1. Syndra has long-range poke. Ziggs has long-range poke. The Malzahar Voidlings can come out and chase. It felt like they were so severely outranged that Jin Air trying to brute force there was pretty ill-advised, and that's why they end up with Graves without a flash, which tells me that now he's probably going to go with his tail between his legs and farm up till that flash is back up.
Yeah. Stuff, and that's just going to be a nice little start here for Songwon. I mean, might even see him make a an invasive play if he gets that Bola up. Just lock down the Graves. There's no way for him to escape.
And in a more general sense, Rocks by far strongest pushing. Ziggs is so happy when he can push the lane in, get turret damage in early. The Syndra will have wave pushing and pressure in the early game as well. And now if he looks to relieve pressure in any lane, has no flash. So suddenly, what looked like a priority early game for Rocks looking even cleaner. Can always be tricky to push against Caitlyn Zyra. There's no guarantee you get the auto push in early before Ziggs takes a couple more points. So for now, things are comfortable enough, although Sungwon's going hunting.
Yeah, and MT is already quite low. So here comes Songwon coming around the side. Let's have that quick draw. Songwon just going to go ahead and flash in. Bola connects onto
Still
the
can
Krug.
go.
We'll have that bush hop that he can utilize, and that's first blood getting picked up by Songwon. A good roam up towards that red buff. A little bit of a misplay there with the Bola, but still gets the kill in the end.
So what Sungwon needed to do was actually ward over to the Krug so that he got vision and could have just jumped. You do have enough range to jump from the red buff over. A lot of junglers will actually use their first trinket ward to get a faster clear time instead of walking all the way around from their red buff to the Krugs. But use the flash, so not a big deal anyway.
But now taking away that buff, so a very good start for the Rengar.
Okay.
And meanwhile, Snowflower gets a kill on a key.
Well, that out of context is a bit strange. I imagine there was a grasping root into a trap.
So that's looking like game one all over again. We'll have to get a replay of this one. going for an invade over on the Krug. Songyun's in a bit of a rough spot here.
I would
Doesn't
have
have
a bit
much
trickier.
mana. Yeah, Snowflower gets the root, but he can't really go in for the kill. Still has his flash available.
He's level 2 as well. He's basically forced to go for this camp. It's the only camp he can reliably believe is up, given the fairly slow early game jungle timers. We're going to see the replay and...
Oh,
Yep.
trap. Headshot. Yep, there we go.
No ignite necessary for Snowflower. Really clean stuff from Teddy and Snowflower.
Yep, very good combo potential there. Roots come in, you get the trap down immediately, just chain those together. Get you a lot of burst damage coming through onto those squishy targets.
So you remember back to the struggles that Ruler had as Caitlyn versus this Zyra. That was, of course, Deft and Mata, but you look at what we have here. We talked about how Caitlyn can't find any natural itemization to get through a very trade-harassed heavy lane, and the all-in at 6, Vamp Scepter will not help. But previous to 6, and staying topped off for most of the laning phase, the Vamp Scepter will actually be really, really useful. So I like the fact that he's delaying other items. He wouldn't have had gold, I believe, for the BF Sword, but he would have been very close, given that he was able to shop at that particular point. So I actually don't mind the Vamp Scepter here, because eventually it'll be useful, and in the short term, helps with what is a tricky laning phase.
Yeah, still having to divert away from that standard build does hurt quite a bit, but this is about the best you can do. I mean, Teddy does have a very nice CS lead at the moment, 16 up over top of Songyun, losing his support early on. Certainly not helping him out very much.
We should touch on Vladimir itemization as well. Protobout ended up being very, very common. One of the other reasons why Vladimir was kind of not really seen is that he got indirectly nerfed to a great degree with the Rylai's changes. So Rylai's having a flat slow on AoE didn't hurt many of the people that used it, but hurt specifically Cassiopeia's all-ins with Twin Fang and Vladimir's Q.
This is really aggressive. Mickey and Songwon rotate up towards the top side of the map. They find Umpty. A lot of damage comes through. Stun connects. That's going to be the unleashed power, and Mickey very easily able to pick up that kill. Bola coming through. Songwon's going to take up the turret, and they should be able to go ahead, lock down that Maokai. They take him out. So on goes down. 2 kills snatched up for Rox Tigers. That was Stand United used over on Songwon, trying to keep him alive as Kuzan roamed up, but not enough. He still falls.
Yeah, he took an early extra turret shot. They couldn't calculate whether he would have lived, so they went for safety. However, it ended up being quickly answered by Kuzan, but Kuzan had to use both summoners just to be there and pick up a single kill. Well, going pretty rough for Rox.
Yeah, Songyun getting the hell beat out of him right now, down below half HP, chucking up on those potions, nomming those biscuits rather. Does have better mana sustain since he's got the second Doran's ring, but still going to be a while before he can try to outpush this Caitlyn.
So you might be wondering, how is this happening? How is it going so much worse for Songyun and Ki than it did the last time we saw the Ziggs lane? And to me, a lot of that is that when you choose for the Malzahar to be the lane support, your level 6 all-in is intensely good. But previous to 6, Malzahar's pre-6 laning against a ranged support is actually on the weaker end. So given his penchant for playing so aggressively, going for those aggressive freezes, walking up, so being set behind and the level 6 being so much later actually hurts Songyun the most and hurts the pressure, although the trades are still pretty good from the Rox bot lane.
Yeah, gets a lot of damage in onto Snowflower. The one, target that he can reliably damage down because that Vamp Scepter is there for Teddy.
But had that early back, so no Lost Chapter purchase.
Oh, dear.
Just double Doran's means he doesn't have the mana sustain that Lost Chapter will provide.
Yeah, if he's not getting the last hits, then the mana just won't be there. See him peeling back, still not level 6. To try to, just throw down a Mega Inferno Bomb to clear out the wave.
Is that the best case scenario for a Caitlyn against Ziggs? To me, the biggest counterpick that exists in bot lane right now is Ziggs versus Caitlyn, because the lane can snowball so far out and Caitlyn doesn't have any natural itemization to help. But the Caitlyn's doing very, very comfortably here, so credit to Jin Air taking advantage of Key's tendencies and resetting what is normally a very, very one-sided bot lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this was, reflecting what we saw in Game 1. Teddy and Snowflower commanding the bottom lane. Seems like they just have a leg up over Songyun and Key, but still weren't able to transfer that into a win. The rest of the team just wasn't there. They didn't have a comp that could initiate. This time around, it's a lot different for Jin Air. They have that point-and-click initiation from So-On on the Maokai. Kuzan as well, reliably see if he can kind of charge up, drop a Hemo Plague, and just get a big burst of damage.
I mean, they're a Sivir short of Maokai Vladimir Sivir, which is a very famous late-game team comp in 2016 summer. So the Maokai and Vlad will do plenty of heavy lifting for Caitlyn and Graves.
Oh.
There's the on the hunt.
Yeah, Roxo, they just want to keep paying visits up towards this top side. Mickey trying to predict the flash away from So-On. Doesn't find it. Throws out the Unleashed Power. But Linderong, he's just taking up these turret shots.
Oh, no.
He's going to have to flash away So-On as well. Mickey finally picks up the kill. They're just juggling back these turret shots.
My kingdom for a Karthus.
No kidding. Because I was like, man, if only I had drafted that right now. But Jin Air, not going to wait. They go ahead and try to make a play down on this bottom side of the map. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out from Songyun. Not enough to clear all of the minions underneath the turret, but it's a race for first brick, and it looks like Rox will still come out on top of this.
So usually you don't see so many ganks to the Shen lane. Ganking and having the stand united is the way to play. But the fun thing about this game is what Rox have realized is that they kind of have a Gangplank in the top. Now, Gangplank sees some priority because he can lane very well into Shen, into tanks, and then you push with the Gangplank and he ults bot lane. Well, guess what? Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb is even stronger at deleting minion waves when you're making plays across the map. So they're happy to just go for a 4-man gank top, guarantee themselves first brick, and then the Ziggs is just able to clear and force the Jin Air Green Wings to pull back. So they still get the lead in kills and objectives. So cool map plays here from Rox. Usually it's just gank the Ziggs lane and try and explode the turret. When you have Zyra and Caitlyn, diving isn't really something that's recommended, given that Caitlyn is slippery and Stranglethorns will very soon be online. They still play to the win conditions of the Ziggs, but also get the first brick. Cool to see from Rox.
You start talking about GP, and I wasn't sure where you're going with that one. I was like, I know you're very tired, Papa Smithy, but there's no Gangplank here. You roped it back in.
I knew what I was saying. This time. Second series, the check-ins will be appreciated.
You usually know what you're saying. I just don't know if I understand.
Check-in's one of my trigger words because it means something to do with airports, and I'm trying to stay away from those now.
You should have a nice long break from the airport.
Oh boy. Nowhere I'd rather be than the LCK, especially tomorrow. But it's cool to see this match being competitive and fun. Sure, there's been some sloppy play, but
yeah.
Rox seems like they've remembered how to win, which is fun to see.
Oh, Kuzan goes into that Sanguine pool. Will flash away, drops the Hemo Plague. Pops the Blast Cone as well just to create some distance. But that, again, is both summoners down for the Vladimir. So still some solid pressure coming through from Rox in that mid lane. Meanwhile, Mickey just wailing away as best as he can on Syndra with that onto that turret.
Trying to get as much turret damage as possible.
I got it down to about half from what I can tell, so quite good for a Syndra.
So trying to back up in bot. Well, good timing, because there is the Rengar ultimate.
Yeah, Thrill the Hunt coming through.
Oh boy, we're going all in.
Snowflower already going to get deleted. That's going to be Songwan wrapping around into the brush to just go ahead and get that leap. Tries to get in onto Teddy, can't take him out. Well, Linderong eats that turret shot, now quite low. Here comes Songwan, locks him down with a Twisted Advance. Arcane Smash comes through, but the Shen still relatively healthy, and Kuzan is trying to get in, trying to find a kill, but can't get it. On to Linderong, but does come up with one onto Songwan in the end. So 2 for 2 in the end. As Snowflower and Umti went down on the side of Jin Air.
Yeah, Rox wanted to follow up, taking the first brick up top with the bot lane turret, this time with the Ziggs Satchel, but
that was a hopeful play.
That time Umti was in the right position, the rotation was good from Jin Air. Again, the right macro decision from Rox, because this time you're just trying to get 2 picks and delete the turret, but it just kept going in and in. Linderong's tanking turret, Kuzan in the right place at the right time, being able to ghost to the bot lane, means that now the turret is no longer an objective, and they even get Sungwon on the back end. So given that the pace of this game is being dictated by Stand United, by the rotations from Rox, Jin Air going 2 for 2 with the late game team fight scaling advantage is fine from their perspective.
Good answering kills to come through. Still down by just about 2,000 gold. So nothing too terrible. Still 13 minutes. Definitely rather have that lead be significantly smaller. Cloud Drake will get started up by Rox Tigers. Key and Mickey clearing out this vision here in the river, and this is an objective that Jin Air definitely don't need to fight over, so they will go ahead and identify that, let it go over to the side
Songyun.
of Rox. Songyun, yeah, gets low, but Ace in the hole gets blocked by Key, keeping that Ziggs as healthy as possible.
Songyun's going for the most mana regen build, Lost Chapter and Tier, just looking to throw bombs and match the wave clear from Teddy. Not sure if this was always his plan or a reaction to losing the early game laning phase and wanting to buy incremental power. Ziggs unique in that needs to use spells to control the wave as an AD carry, which means that he will often run into pretty severe mana problems, whether he gets the Morellonomicon early or not.
We saw a lot of people, the few times that we have seen Ziggs, because it definitely hasn't been as popular of a pick, but the Tier has been a pickup, despite the fact that it stacks very slowly.
It's one of those things where Lost Chapter's your first buy, and then you're kind of situational on your second. You could just finish Morellonomicon if you have a big shop. Tier to get laning control if you fall behind it all. Mages can be thrift shoppers in ways that AD carries struggle to, especially if they're Caitlyn and can't just opt into lots of long swords. So always interesting to track where these builds go. Rox set the pace really smartly with the 6 comp early, but they're trying to keep going all in, and Jin Air had the scouting report again.
This is looking quite familiar. Megan Furlong comes down, pops Snowflower. He's going to die. There we go. Songwon comes up the kill, but he's still quite low. Jumps back in on the Umti. Barely stays alive. 2 kills so far picked up for the side of Rox Tigers, but Songwon looks like he has to get out of dodge. Throws out the double bola. Doesn't connect onto Kuzan. Meanwhile, Umti goes down as Mickey picks up a double kill. They lose Key in the end, but overall, very nice trade for Rox. Significantly better than the last fight, and Linderong has the TP available to go back top and stop So-On from getting their first turret.
I mean, this particular game is reminding me of Season 2 World Elite games when they ran Nocturne, Shen, Twisted Fate, went for all globals, because they're just running Jin Air around the map, and there's only so many times that Ghost can be available for Kuzan, that Kuzan actually be in position, because this time Kuzan's not there, and although Umti consistently is there to back up his bot lane, whenever those cooldowns are up, they're going for the all-in bot lane play. This time they get everything, and sure, Kuzan picks up a single kill on the back end every time we see one of these map plays, but they're not answering with an objective. Shen's just able to teleport back top, and Rox growing a big gold lead. Sure, it's only 3,500, but they look very practiced with this Ziggs comp that they've tried twice before and lost with. Third time's the charm, I guess.
Yep. Also helps that Mickey is having a very good day. As it turns out, 5-1-1 on the Syndra so far. You can see just how much damage he's pumping out now. There's that Morellonomicon with the Wild Ice Crystal Scepter completed.
And the good thing about Mickey having a performance like this, it reminds us of the ceiling of Mickey. I mean, honestly, if Mickey was able to leave all the derps in Poland, which I don't think is possible, I don't think he can just suddenly be good Mickey every day, but if he was able to, I mean, where would he rank in terms of mid laners in the world? On his day, Mickey is a match winner, and there isn't so many of those.
Yep, you can see misses everything except for the ultimate, and that final Q comes up with a kill onto Snowflower, just absolutely obliterates that Zyra. Looks like Mickey will be able to make it out with his life. Kuzan starting to roam up, but just has to respect the rest of Rox Tigers.
And that's what happens when you get 5 kills in the early game. As Syndra, you don't even need to your skills
hello,
to get ahead.
Kuzan walks in. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down on top of the Nether Grasp, and that is another kill picked up for Rox. So just Kuzan way too greedy, wanting to go stop and kill Mickey on that recall as he was standing on top of a ward, but pays for it with his life.
And although Jin Air in game 1 had the ultimate, well, we want to force something, but we have nothing to force with, it doesn't matter that they have initiation tools in game 2, because Rox are hitting their wing conditions on time. Really good macro stuff from Rox, going for these fights, but calculated aggression around top turret, then around bot turret. They're getting the objective every time, and now we're at the point where Kuzan can't walk up to Brushes, even in his own base. and be hoping to, relieve pressure or put down wards, because they will be picked, because Rox Tigers are very, very powerful in items.
Yeah.
And now, looking very increasingly likely that Rox will end the first round robin with 3 match wins. They'll be the only team that is at 3. Freaka is already at 4, and they are in 7th place. But given some of their struggles, Rox will feel happy that they look increasingly unlikely to be one of the bottom 2 teams and actually make it to the relegation tournament. They look significantly better than both Jin Air and Kongdu Monster, and that puts them in good stead to actually, have a second round robin where maybe they can wrestle back some of the teams above them. It looks hard. You look at talent, and they certainly can't match the likes of Afrika, Samsung, Longzhu, SKT, and KT. MVP have actually grown from their spring 6th place and look like 6th or better this season. And BBQ is the only big question mark on whether they will fall away after a good start or continue to do well.
Yep.
But we'll see BBQ in our second set.
And if they could take down Samsung, that would definitely be a good way to kind of stop the naysayers.
If you see BBQ beat Samsung, then definitely Rox Tigers goes home at the end of the first round robin thinking, okay, 8th, we're not going to get relegated. But if Samsung wins that, they'll start looking higher up the table.
Yeah.
You always want to shoot for the highest possible.
Oh, Key going in, locks down Snowflower. Songyun comes up with the kill. Those are that Mega Inferno bomb, plus a bouncing, and they just yet again annihilate the Zyra. Now pushing in, trying to get this tier 2 in mid. Songyun throws out the satchel, but it's a little bit too early to get the execute. Kuzan gets stunned up by Scatter the Weak, but Mickey not in a position to throw out his ultimate to try to come up with yet another kill. Songyun has a flash away from the Proto Belt of Kuzan.
And the second game in a row where Teddy and Snowflower having a very good laning phase, even in a very tough matchup, just doesn't matter, Achilles. We got to the point where Rox Tigers got to end the laning phase early. That's always what you want to do with the Ziggs, and now Caitlyn is still short of her first item. There's nothing she can do to match power with the immediate power from Rox. Hurricane is certainly not going to do that. And now, basically, the game is kind of over for Jin Air unless they can delay it for 20 minutes. If they can delay it for 20 minutes, not lose a Baron, not lose an inhibitor turret, there's a chance. But looking very unlikely given that Rox basically wait for ultimate cooldowns, throw a global, submarine the Rengar, and see what happens.
Yeah. And I mean, if this was Rox's entire plan, was to just shoehorn Teddy into the Caitlyn and then run such a AP-heavy composition off the bat when they entered pick and ban, really have to commend them for thinking that far ahead.
I mean, it was a blue side double AD carry ban, so I think, the Varus is very standard on red side. They took out most of the meta AD carry pool with Jin Ashe. Between Jin, Varus, and Ashe, Caitlyn does jump up in priority.
I mean, even if it was the Ezreal, again, for Teddy, going into that Hex Drinker early on does hurt you quite a bit because you want to be able to get that Muramana out, get that Trinity Force. So either way, it's these AD carries that need those crucial 2 items.
You think about the AD carry pool that was left. Ezreal, Caitlyn. Well, guess what? Neither of them can build Edge of the Night natively. They don't focus on lethality in their builds. You can build.
Unless you're reckless.
You can go tier Hex Drinker on Ezreal, but it's, a sad time. You miss out on your Trinity Force spike, like you said, so yeah, expert stuff from Rox Tigers. Another turret rolls down, gold lead up to 7,000, and the pressure will not stop.
Yep, there's these 2 inner turrets standing in top and bottom so far. Rox have maintained steady pressure through the neck of Jin Air. They just haven't been able to choke them out quite yet. But they're getting there. 7,000 gold in the lead now. Baron, a very real objective for Rox to just simply force up.
And then, you look at the team comp and like, yep, Maokai, Vlad, Caitlyn, team fight. Well, I mean, the Maokai's Sunfire and a Spectre's Cowl, which is certainly not enough magic resist yet. The Vladimir has a QSS and a Proto Belt, so decent burst AoE, nothing more, and Caitlyn is still working towards her second item. So the items aren't even there for a Baron buff fight. Malzahar coming in with the Voidlings. Not a lot of consistent damage, so they will fall low taking the Baron will Rox Tigers, but can't imagine we're more than a few minutes away from them trying that objective.
Yeah. And there's so many ways to just kind of gatekeep Jin Air from pushing in towards that pit. Umti tries to go for a steal, Nethergrasp immediately down on top of him to lock him up. And you can see we've been talking about it here. They do start this up, but they immediately do peel off.
Only trinket that can actually check is the blue trinket that's now on cooldown. They have no other ways to check it, and Rox can certainly turn onto whoever walks up.
If they can find one pick, Rox will go immediately back towards that Baron.
Yeah, Syndra walked up, sensing that Jin Air might hard engage, but now has moved to try and take this inner turret and bot. It's very low.
And he will be able to get it. So, they abandon the Baron. They say, all right, Mickey, just go ahead, create some pressure down there. We'll draw the rest of the team towards the pit because they want to get vision in the river. And that's just going to be another inner turret falling.
Sol with Songyun, having a bit of AP, but certainly not having an accelerated game. 25 CS behind a Caitlyn. It's not what you usually see. You're never going to get a big CS advantage as Ziggs because you're all about pushing the turret and getting the satchel, so you're not going to be denying CS at any point. In fact, you have a harder time last hitting than any other bot laner because the short fuse passive is not up. You have very low AD, so controlling the wave in a defensive way is not possible for Ziggs.
Like every 12 seconds, you're so good at last hitting.
Yeah. Might as well be a Sheen.
I'm sure we'll see that one coming out probably pretty soon once that tier gets pushed into a Seraph's Embrace.
I think now's the time. Just get the Sheen into Lich Bane. I don't think Archangel's necessary if you have Zhonya's. Too much of the gold between Zhonya's
That's
and...
true. You already have a very big defensive tool.
Yeah, between Zhonya's and Seraph's, you're spending, what, like 1,500 gold of those items on defense? It's just too much.
Roxy again pushing in aggressively for some vision. Could just rotate up towards that top side of the map. The waves are getting pushed in towards the tier 2. Could try to make a play around there. So on. Oh dear. Flash just forward. Immediately gets pushed back. That did draw out the Stand United, but that's got to feel so bad.
We're not going to get a replay of it, but remember, you're untargetable during Twisted Advance, so I have to imagine Twisted Advance was slightly out of range or just perfect timing from Mickey. Don't see that ever.
I don't think I've ever really seen that interaction, but we've seen that one plenty of times. Nether Grasp straight into the Mega Inferno Bomb comes up with yet another kill, and with Umti taken off the board, you have to expect that Baron is on the table now for ROX Tigers. Pink's coming out. They're already starting this one up. Songwon will get the leap in over the wall. Vision is denied from that control ward. Baron's already down to half HP. Let's see how much gatekeeping Mickey can do here. He's already quite low. Redemption will come through. Pop Songyun back up to full HP. Kuzan goes in, drops the Hemo Plague. Proto Belt's back in for a little bit of added damage, but can't find it. Meanwhile, on the backside, Teddy goes down as Mickey just unleashes his power, takes out that Caitlyn, and now Jin Air just kind of scrambling inside the pit. Can they find an answering kill? And the key looks at the answer is no. He's going to be able to limp his way back out to safety. They do find Songyun, but that is going to be an extended ace, a double kill for Mickey, and a Baron for the ROX Tigers. And it looks like Jin Air's hopes are all but crushed here, just 25.5 minutes into game 2.
Yeah, an outrageous gold lead at 25 minutes of 11,000 gold. Mickey, he's got a hat on his head. It should be a crown. He has run this game off his own mouse. Virtuoso stuff from Mickey. Let's take away some buffs. Nothing at all Jin Air can do. The 3-4 item dream is dead. They will not get to that point. We've seen ROX throw bigger gold leads, but with this team comp that only goes one way, I just don't see how they can do it again.
Yeah. I mean, this has to be a very joyous occasion for ROX Tigers fans, but also one that's a bit frustrating.
Bittersweet.
Because it's like, this is great, they're winning a set, but why was Mickey not playing like this at IEM?
I mean, this ROX Tigers beats G2 easily, and who knows how they would have done against Flash Wolves. I would put my money on Flash Wolves. They may have struggled against H2K, but they picked it up for the final. This is just gold lead. In any other game, with no gold information, these 5 champions run at each other around Baron, and Jin Air wins 10 times out of 10. But because we know, massive gold lead over to ROX Tigers, Mickey 9-1 after this fight ends. Team comps mean nothing because of so much early snowballing by ROX. Only outer turret on the map is the one we see on your screen.
I mean, that's the death cap in for Mickey.
He had it already at that time, actually.
Well, now he's got the Blasting Wand on the way, so you can expect the Void Staff will be coming through for him, so just a lot of damage.
Then he can kill Maokai in one rotation, because he can already kill the other 4.
Oh dear. Rough times. Oh, well, this is Hail Mary coming through. Songyun getting jumped on by the Twisted Advance. They will be able to come up with a kill by the look of things.
Eventually.
Goes into that Zhonya's Hourglass. But, I mean, look at how much they're losing on the rest of the map. This is exactly what we saw at the end of game 1. Mickey takes out that that first inhibitor turret in mid. You get a lot of damage in onto the top lane. Stun won't connect onto Kuzan. Doesn't have a Chemo Plague, but has to peel back.
Yeah, Rock's running it. They will still keep pushing up bot, even though they don't have the Ziggs to hit that turret quickly.
Oh, I feel when you're about to lose an inhibitor turret to just the Malzahar, it's at least going to get damn close. Whittles away at that one, with the help of his minions, or Voidlings. Let's see how Rox want to approach this. Song Yoon just now respawning, should be zipping his way back towards mid so they can siege up and just slowly whittle away at this inhibitor.
It's the full court press. Jin. No more teleport for an engage. That was their only true engage, is the Maokai. No Vladimir Rylai's for him to be the initiator. Waiting for Ziggs to rejoin, and then Rox will be looking to close out this game too.
Honestly, I just want to see Mickey use everything on So-On. I just want to see how much damage he can deal at this point.
You know that subreddit that's about strangely, what's the word? I need to think of the verbiage here now that my
Satisfying?
brain... Yeah, the oddly satisfying gifts.
Yeah.
I gotta say, a Syndra one-shotting a Maokai would probably really work out some frustrations of both competitive top laners and also people in solo queue.
I mean, that's what's oddly satisfying for something is extremely triggering for others. So you got to take that with a grain of salt. But the
Marin
turret does
wouldn't
go
like
down.
that one.
Teddy gets stunned up in the back line. So-On trying to take up in the front as best as possible. But Song Yoon already takes out Teddy and the turret. Snowflower will fall as Linderox just swinging away with his Hydra. Double stun comes through. Umpty and So-On get locked up. It looks like both might fall. Umpty just trying to push back in, get a kill onto Songwon as best as he can, but he's just going to die to the roar in the end, and that will be the ace. That'll be game number 2, and the series going over to Rox Tigers extremely clean in game 2.
And separating themselves from the bottom 2 teams now by 2 match score. They will take down this game at 2-0. Mickey having quite the performance, answering some of his critics, including me, after his IEM disappointments. And that will be 2-0 Rox Tigers and 3 match wins for the Rox Tigers in the first round robin.
All right, well, it seems like Rox are getting back on the horse. A little bit late into the first round, but hey, that's what round 2's for. Start climbing those standings, keep themselves even further away from relegation. The prospect of playoffs is a very faint hope, but if Rox can continue to improve, if they can play at this level against the upper echelon of teams, they very well could climb very far.
And crazily, their first 2 matches in the second round robin, because we are kind of just going back on the fixtures we've just played,
Slingshotting back,
is Jin, then Kongdu Monster. So they very might well be on a 3-match win streak, or 4-match win streak, including the BBQ win. And then we'll get the real story of the Rox Tigers. So they might actually find themselves above teams like Afrika and BBQ in 2 weeks' time, but then they will have the most horrendous schedule to end the split possible, because they're playing all the lower-ranked teams very much at the start. So it's confidence-building time for Rox. They want to decisively 2-0 Kongdu and Jin in the second round robin. They did just that today. Did take out Jin very comfortably. But this is the confidence-building time, and then they need to just start sniping away top teams that have had a rush schedule, because this is the softest schedule possible in LCK Summer, is what Rox Tigers have right now.
Yep. With that loss, Jin moved to a 1-8 record, same as Kongdu Monster, but game score, they will be resting just 2 points above them at -11. So it certainly is rough times for both of those squads, and this very well could just be a preview of the end of the spring split for the teams that have to fight their way back into the LCK through that promotion tournament against the likes of Ever 8 Winners and CJ Entus.
You never want to write teams into relegation after 1 round robin, but I mean, it almost has to be Jin and Kongdu. Rox look significantly better. Afrika are going to win some matches one way or the other, so very likely that Jin and Kongdu will be playing in that relegation battle. And with CJ looking as good as they do, very likely that one of these 2 organizations, one of them very storied, the other one very new, may be relegated, as, well, Mickey did the most damage again.
Not too shocking, but this time we had both Songwon and Songyun very close behind on the Ziggs and Rengar respectively, but Mickey, he just had a day out today. That's pretty much all you can say about this series, but Rox played very cleanly. They knew their win conditions. They played the map very well. And Mickey just really helped enable that, and that's why he's going to net himself a double MVP today.
Yeah, Mickey in that series, I harp on it, but against G2, 9 and 18 over 3 games. Sure, he picked up some kills, but 18 deaths, averaging 6 a game. It's not acceptable at the highest level of play, but the reason why teams persist with him and build around Mickey is because he is capable of days like today. He is now second tied for MVPs. And you go to the post-match threads after that series and people are ragging on Mickey. Deserved. But these days like today are when you need to celebrate Mickey because he is one of the best snowball mid laners in the world. Sometimes it goes like it did against G2 on the Azir game, but more often than not, it goes like this, having a complete day out, being the superstar of the ROX Tigers lineup and racking up 18 kills to go with not many deaths this time.
Kind of like Huhi. Sometimes you rag on Huhi and then he locks in Aurelion Sol and you're just like, man, Huhi's great. That's just Mickey over here in Korea. But ROX Tigers definitely could feel great about that win. Jin Air, a lot of work to be done. But for now, these guys can celebrate. They're keeping themselves out of that relegation zone for the end of the first round. They get to play against Jin Air again very soon.
Oh, that was just so good. So good. Great prediction there. I hope that Cloud Templar and Dongjin asked about that in the post-game interview. The way I always explain Mickey to new fans, to casters, is that he thinks he's Faker. And on some days, you point and laugh at him, and on some days you say, he's pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good indeed. And that's why we're going to hear from this man in just a minute for that solo MVP interview. I'm sure he's got a lot of choice words. Wonder if we'll get any more fighting words as he's now tied against Faker.
I hope they ask him about IM. I hope we don't, leave any skeletons in the closet because that was not a happy time for Mickey and by the end for the ROX Tigers. But today looking much better and might be seeing a few more MVPs for him given that soft schedule.
Definitely, but like you said, we're going to have a rough schedule as that second round robin continues. So ROX, if they can maintain this improvement, could be very good times for them by the end of the spring split. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from the man himself. It's Mickey, and Joel will be translating the interview, so go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations. We are here at ROX Tigers, 2-0 victory against Jin Air Green Wings, and we are here with the man of the match, Mickey, who has earned the solo MVP of both games, and we are here with him for the interview. Mickey, congratulations on the win. How do you feel? Perhaps he doesn't feel anything. I feel good.
I really wish he said that. I feel nothing.
A very simple answer from him. Why do you feel so shaken right now? So as you guys all know, Tigers did return from the IEM tournament, and I think that jet lag probably hit him as much as it hit Papa Smitty. So how do you feel? I think jet lag isn't much of a problem. We got a plenty of sleep before this match. So today's match was pretty significant in the fact that the old Africa members got to meet up and had a matchup against each other. How was that?
저희 둘 다 저희 적팀이나 저희 팀이나 둘 다 순위가 낮은 채로 만나게 돼서
With the enemy team and of course our team also being in the lower rank, and I think it was a situation where both of our teams really wanted to win and not try to avoid the loss as much as possible, and I think we got the better end of that. You showed a very outstanding performance with Ari today, and we felt like it was a counter pick to counter the mid pick that was already chosen. Another reason for that was they didn't have a really hard tank on the opposition side, and that was a big reason for me to pick it. And with the opposition, four of their champions were all DPS champions, and it was a good chance to pull out the Ari. And we're glad that it worked out. And I don't know if it's because of the IEM, but your expression in the booth today was very confident and full of confidence that we haven't seen from you in the LCK in recent days. How was it today? Today was a do or die situation where we could not have lost to this team
이겨야겠다고 생각하고
And we had no other thoughts on our mind other than winning today.
그런 모습을 보여주셨습니다. 그러면 미키 선수의 슈퍼 플레이 보면서 좀 얘기를 나눠볼까요?
So let's look at a video of Mickey's super plays.
와 이때 전투 구도가 거의 완벽했거든요.
Seems like all your skill shots were on point there.
부담됐을 수도 있었을 것 같은데 어떤 근거를 가지고 이렇게 자신감 있게 파고 있나요?
What gave you the confidence to go in like that?
일단 적팀이 하드 탱커 없는 것도
네.
그렇고
As I mentioned earlier, there was no hard tank in the opposition,
감각이 좀 좋아 보이더라고요.
and it seemed like a good angle to go into.
없어 보여가지고 상대방이 노탱커가 하니까 제가 먼저
You know,
들어가도
always, you know, you can always melt the opposition with Ari, and it was a good chance to go in and got the better out of that.
주로 싸움 각은 다 같이 보긴 하는데 다들 좀
It's a situation where we all, as teammates, look for the right time, look for the right angle to go in for a team fight. But I sometimes do go in by myself.
블라디가 어쨌든 미키 선수도 개인적으로 굉장히 좋아하는
And Vladimir was a very interesting pick that we saw today. We know that you're a big favorite of the Vladimir champion. But how do you rate it in the current meta?
별 생각은 없었고 저희가
You know, after Kusan picked it, I really didn't have much thoughts about it,
좋다 생각하는데
and I felt like I had much confidence in our team composition. We just stuck to it, and we weren't really shaken by the Vladimir.
유리하다 생각하고 별로
When we always thought we were ahead
했던 것 같아요.
throughout the match.
그래서 경기 구도를 살펴봐도 초반에 어쨌든 약간 인베 과정에서 사고부터 이어져서 성환 선수가 또 계속해서 정글 쪽에서 리드하는 모습을 보여준 게 되게 중요했던
And the
것
first
같은데
moment of the game where you guys went for the invade, and through all those rotations, in the end, Sohan got the better of it.
경기는 성환이가 MVP 받아서도 안 이상해.
Yeah, Sungwon should have gotten the MVP for game 2. I don't know why he didn't get it, but you know, I think he took a good advantage of how the opposition jungler was behind through the early game, and he took a good advantage of that.
거기서 이득을 보면서 시작한 게 역시 경기 흐름에 큰 영향을 미쳤습니다. 그러면 또 다른 그 미키 선수의 플레이 영상.
So we have another video of Mickey's play.
Oh, here we go.
아 이거 원래 할 수 있는 건가요? 상대 뭐 전멸로 사실 스킬 피하면서 안으로 들어가는 뭐 그런 장면이 나오거든요.
It's just
This is a very
disgusting damage.
unique situation where he dodged with the flash and he came back with the skill shots.
좀 마오카이가 플레이 있어서 들어올 건 예측하고 있었고.
You know, we always predicted Maokai would come in right there at that position. And I was predicting that the whole time.
네
It was
알겠습니다.
pretty easy on that one.
그러면 이제 마지막으로 IM에서의 경험이
This interview reminds me of a certain other mid laner.
오늘 2대0 완승 기분 좋게 하셨으니까 그것에
So with the experience at IM, do you want to say anything to your fans?
IM에서의 경험이
Do you want to share anything with regarding the IM experience?
폭발하셨어요. 하드 캐리를 보여주셨는데 약간 미키에게 IM이란 뭐 이런 느낌으로.
일단 제가 성장할 수 있는데 큰 도움된.
I think it was a big development phase for me where it helped me develop as a player. And having such a big experience like that, it was a really wonderful
우승 못한 게 너무 좀
time for me. And you know,
앞으로 더 잘하시면 될 것
I just
같습니다.
continue to want to do better.
마지막으로 팬 여러분들께 감사의 한 말씀.
You want to say one last word to your fans?
솔직히 지금 관중석 보기도 좀 무섭고 팬분들 보기도 좀 무서운데.
You know, right now I'm honestly afraid to look to the fans, and you know, I'm very afraid to see them face to face.
아니,
That's my current emotion right now.
감사합니다.
I always thank you for cheering us on.
네 알겠습니다.
So you can see a lot of emotions from Mickey's face right there.
특급 캐리가 무엇인지 오늘
And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. So yeah, I mean, a lot to be happy about if you're a Rocks Tigers fan here today. Well, maybe not a lot, but something good came out of today here with their win. They locked themselves into 8th place spot,
And not
just
lost on
underneath.
not lost on Mickey either. Like he understands that IM was, let's say, a lean patch for him, but
Yeah.
responded as strongly as you can. It's always about your next performance after you're knocked down, and wonderful stuff from Mickey and the Rocks Tigers here. Love the shout out to Sungwon as well. Was very smart and shutting down the Graves, who foolishly tried to invade at level 1, blew his flash, and was well punished by the first pick Rengar. And now, yep, locked in 8th place are the Rocks Tigers, and sadly on their side, locked in 9th are Jin Air. The difference between 8th and 9th is safety from relegation, and a very tricky relegation series potentially against CJ and whoever else joined them in that promotion tournament. So, big result there for Rocks.
Yep, and we will be seeing this matchup yet again on Saturday, as we mentioned. A lot of these matchups that you guys are seeing, including the Telecom War, will be coming back up very swiftly. So the second Telecom War will be happening on Sunday over at the Gangnam Studio. But still, we have more matches yet to come. Samsung versus BBQ Olivers will be our second set from the night. And I gotta say, I'm really surprised. We had Jin Air in the first match of the day, and we're still gonna have an hour-long break before our match starts up, Papa Smithy.
There's some things you think you can believe in. For me, they were Jin Air series going 3 hours and Chicken before BBQ series, but sometimes you get knocked down twice when you're just a jet-lagged old man like myself.
Yeah, I'm sure that some of that chicken would help pep you up.
It would have.
Get you ready, but unfortunately, it's not here today, so we won't be able to engorge ourselves on that delicious BBQ chicken.
But we were able to engorge ourselves on a fun series. 8th versus 9th is always going to be, a little bit rough around the edges, but Rox, especially in Game 2, turned it on in style, as did Mickey. I should feel good about their performance today on the back of IEM.
Yeah, very clean win. But as mentioned, guys, we're going to go to a break. It's going to be just under an hour. So go do what you will. Just set an alarm and come back to us. We'll greet you with open arms as we get ready for Samsung versus BBQ, a battle for the top 5, you have to say.
Second last matchup in the first round robin as well.
That it is. Then it's Telecom War. That's tomorrow. But for now, we'll deal with Samsung. We'll see you guys in just under an hour.
Long as you hold me down, nothing can hold us down. Not even gravity, Bonnie and Clyde factor, mama. I'ma ride for you, just like you ride for me. And we gon' take this thing further than the human eye can see. You got my heart chakra dancing so active. I surpassed cloud 9, now I'm on cloud Atlas. Look, not even death can break a bond this strong. I mean what I say, I'm pouring my soul into this song. We only getting started, there's so much more in store. I plan on walking you through everything.
Coming up next, Samsung, BBQ Olivers, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible to say why I always feel this way. Yes, I know it's not there. But I don't know if I
Coming up next, Longzhu Gaming. MVP. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back, guys, to the LCK. I'm Achilles. That's Papa Smithy here to bring you game number 2 of the day. It's Samsung Galaxy versus BBQ Oliver. Samsung fighting for third place. A 2-0 victory will net them a third place spot, just barely bumping up over Longzhu because of the head-to-head.
Speaking of bumpers, seems like RoboPapa was misfiring today. That's why you need the original over here, the robot version. Yeah, so still some kinks to work out there, but Samsung versus BBQ, as you say, 2-0 is the only result for Samsung to finish third. Third in the first round robin. How important is that? Probably not that important, but we're a big fan of statistics over here, so Samsung. It's been a weird split for them. You know,
Yeah.
Previous to the season, I said, okay, a lot of changes for SKT, a lot of changes for KT. Samsung stays the same. Samsung a game away from Worlds, even if it was as unlikely a run or as fortuitous a run as it ended up being. It looked like them keeping the same roster would help a lot, but they've really struggled to some degree. It was more of the Samsung we've seen in regular season than the postseason Samsung that ran away with the final months of the 2016 season. So them requiring a win, a 2-0 win their last match to get above Longzhu, and them trailing KT and SKT as much as they do has been a bit of a surprise, and they still haven't really seemed to settle on a final roster. They will once again be mixing things up today. We'll leave you a couple of seconds before we let OGN and the sick AR show you who will be starting, but I'll give you a clue. There's no ambition, but that's not where it ends.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit surprising, perhaps, for some of you guys watching at home when you see that final roster. But we have to talk a little bit about BBQ Olivers as well. Have had some ups and downs. I mean, losing to the teams that you'd kind of expect them to for the most part, but the most condemning thing being that most recent loss against the Rocks Tigers, a 1-2 loss for those guys. So we don't really know where BBQ is going to be. This is one of those teams that's a little bit ambiguous with, we can't really predict where they're going to end up at the end of the spring split.
Tempt has certainly been a star. He's been the standout player next to Crazy, who's fallen away a little bit as the weeks have gone on. Let's start with Samsung, which, you know, they could have kept the 5 players that went through 5 games against SKT a few months ago, but how about 2 out of 5? Because
Shake things up.
Ambition's been gone for a while. He plays now and then. They sub him in and out, but Haru is the starting jungler, and today it'll be Stitch and Wraith again, so no sign of Ruler and Core JJ, at least for Game 1. This is 2 series in a row that they've run a different configuration. It was actually Ambition, Stitch, and Wraith coming in that surprised you so much against SK Telecom a couple of series ago. They also ran Stitch and Wraith in the last series, and Ambition, I believe, in a different game. So they have been messing around with their configuration, and it affects everyone. Even though the solo laners are staying the same, when your bot lane changes wholesale, then the amount of pressure they apply is less predictable. And if you have your usual bot lane, when the jungler changes, obviously, a lot of communication around the team changes. So they put in Haru for some early game, given that the early game snowball jungle meta has been such a big story in 2017. So that part I understand, but Core JJ and Ruler not being able to start over Stitch and Wraith, who played so sparingly after they committed to Core JJ, is a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, we did see in their last series, it was against Generic Green Wings. Started things off with Ambition, Stitch, and Wraith on the roster, then swapped things back over to Haru, Ruler, and Core JJ. That was a 2-0 win, but over on the other side, it's BBQ Olivers. Do have that one support, or that one sub-player, I should say, in part at the top lane, but Crazy, he's been having quite a turnaround performance compared to his ESC Ever days from summer last year.
Yeah, no longer Fire Trap, which was his last name. Part, Dart. He was Fart at one point. That one probably wasn't going to be okayed by Riot Korea, so a couple of name changes later, not getting much of a starting spot, as Crazy has really leveled up in the top lane, but I want to talk specifically about Temp to start off the season with a bang. First pentakill of the season. In any region, I believe, the top regions was Tempt, a couple for Bjergsen and, of course, High in recent weeks on Ariana. But it's very interesting to read where BBQ specifically are at and why Samsung are where they're at. It feels like Samsung were nowhere near beating KT or SKT, which are 2 of the last 3, and a reason why maybe sales are a bit lower, given that Kongdu and Jin Air wins very much expected, bookending those losses. They didn't look within a chance of beating either team. Remember, they were perfect gamed by KT Rolster in the first match of that series, and SKT dispatched them pretty cleanly as well. They're expected to win here, and even if they win 2-0, they go in third, and you're like, well, maybe the Gauntlet's their time to power up again, because the regular season hasn't been pretty reading for Samsung Galaxy fans.
Yep. Taking a look at the KDAs here, you can see Samsung overall having a bit of the upper hand, but Tempt inching out above Crown in that mid lane, and then Crazy coming out very well ahead of QV up top. So this, you know, those could be the crucial points here where BBQ can give Samsung a run for their money, but we do have to see how Stitch is going to handle things. He's had limited performances, you know, limited showing
and this
so
is the
far.
shuffle we talked about. Achilles, 7-4 with Haru, Ruler, and Core JJ, which after Ambition struggles has kind of become what you'd expect, but they're trying different combinations. They got a 100% win rate with a couple of those more off-the-wall pairings, specifically Haru, Stitch, and Core JJ we're seeing today is 1-0. Ambition, will we see him in the playoffs? That's the biggest question mark to me, because there's one thing about Haru, like making him earn his spot. Now Haru's the starter, and Ambition has to re-earn his spot, and you wonder where Ambition's motivation is at. Famously, the best player never to go to Worlds, finally made it to Worlds, and hell, was 1 game away of taking down the World Championships. Obviously one of our older players, given that he's been playing since the first OGN official season, if not the OGN Invitational, like Score and Mad Life were. Ambition's, you know, working out where he's at is an interesting thing. Yeah. I'd love to see him come back into the lineup. He was in a wonderful spot in terms of form in 2016, but Haru deserves a starting spot today.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely has earned that for himself. But we'll see how these guys manage BBQ, because again, it's been a bit up and down for them. The loss against Rocks Tigers certainly has to be taken into consideration, because that's before Rocks looked anywhere near on point.
I mean, they played them in form, right?
Yeah, they proved that today, that they can play on form. But at the time, it was definitely a bit more damning for BBQ. But we'll see if they can turn things around as they go in against Samsung. Because, I mean, realistically, if they beat Samsung here today, you have to worry about whether or not Samsung will be in the playoffs at the end of Spring Split. That's when it really starts becoming a question mark.
And if you follow the logic, they'll probably have to beat multiple configurations of Samsung to win a series. If BBQ win Game 1, you can bet very assuredly that at least Ruler and Core JJ will come back into the lineup. Launching into picks and bans, we saw a lot slip through in our first series of the day. A really fun one between Rox and Jin Air that if you didn't watch, which understandable given their 8th and 9th spot, do go back and watch it. Was a lot of fun. At IEM and increasingly on 7.3, Camille has been looked over. We had a series where it was not banned in the first round in either game 1 or game 2 or first picked, and Tempt showed the talent in a loss last time they played it. And I mean, Longs just showed that you can blind pick it. So right now, with Talon being a permaban in high elo solo queue in Korea, Western fans shouldn't be surprised to see that Talon continues to be respected.
Yeah, and Jin as well will be taken off the board here by BBQ. So Rengar and Camille are both available. And Cuvée, he's played this a bit. He's going to go ahead, lock up the Camille immediately on the first pick.
He got owned, you could say, in his first game on that Cuvée, on that Camille. We also saw him try it against the Maokai from KT, and they managed to perfect game. Actually, that wasn't the perfect game. That was the second game. Regardless, the Maokai did the job. So Camille gets a much higher priority here, and Haru's best jungler has been Graves, so we'll not be surprised to see him lock that in. Looking over the BBQ side, you can see one of the places where the Korean meta has definitely differed from the EU meta, because both BBQ and also, you will remember, the Flash Rolls at IEM highly prioritizing the Ashe. Varus and Jin banned away. This is seen as the strongest AD carry in the meta in Korea, and we see a lot less Sivir, even though we do still see some of it.
So not quite as many AD carry bans as we saw in game 2 of our first set of the night, but still a few come through. So Ashe was picked up for Ghost, and then Caitlyn will come in very swiftly for Stitch before any more can be banned away in the second round.
I feel like both Samsung's AD carries have a strict policy of wait for the Ziggs to be ruled out before they lock in Caitlyn, after Death's Ziggs really destroyed the hopes of Samsung in that perfect game. Looking for an answer into the Camille. Could go for Rengar for lane or the Shen for a containment matchup. Certainly not a counter pick in the way Renekton is, where there is some kill pressure for the Renekton, but they're trying to play around the Camille split push, and we've seen this matchup go both ways. So Ban's going to come in. Last pick for Totoro will be almost certainly for Tempt. Feels like setting up Tempt has been really big for BBQ. One of the biggest picks, ironically, for Tempt has been a very conspicuous one. The Corki he has 4-1 on, and I would like to see that banned, because that's the only safe blind pick mid laner that I think that Tempt has really excelled on. Is banned away from Crown. Crown's champion pool has been really interesting to track, Achilleos. If you think about what he was known for previously, the Victor is certainly a big one. He's 2-3 on that, so not been a winning win rate. And the Ryze was another one. He's 1-5 on Ryze. So banning it away is a respect for his potential on the champion, but not what we've seen in champions so far.
Kind of say the same for the Talon.
I mean, look, 0-1 when he actually played well is still one of those champions you don't want to have to deal with. Talon is a pesky one. Being banned on kind of respect of how strong the pick is being viewed in solo queue and what Fly showed in competitive, more so than BBQ being able to actually execute a Talon comp.
Well, Tahm Kench, the final ban from BBQ. And Talia as well, away from Tempt. He did play this in his last game.
I do like the research that's been done by BBQ, as Wraith has been spamming Tahm Kench in solo queue. On 7.3 with the Zyra and Malzahar nerfs, I really believe that Tahm Kench is super powered on this patch, and it's also an answer for the support that BBQ's locked in. Single target initiation of Ashe and the Thresh has always led to Tahm Kench either on the side of the Ashe or as a counter pick to the Ashe, so always ends up being pretty contested in games with Ashe. And now action on Samsung. What will they blind pick for the mid lane? Victor would certainly make some sense when it comes to comfort for Crown. Got Ghost Flash for now, so not showing anything.
See the Karma locked in for Wraith, so not going to be playing anything zany. And in that bottom lane, we did see the kill support come out from him. Didn't work out too well.
Orianna is undefeated for Crown, but blind picking Orianna sometimes can work against you. Doesn't really have a great ball carrier, so I wouldn't like it here. The Victor is fine, so that's why you could understand it, but it certainly wouldn't be a super exciting pick.
Well,
we'll just go for it, and look, Crown has always been known as a mastery mid laner. He certainly has mastery over Victor. Over 30% of his competitive games ever were on Victor. People who tune in only for international tournaments will be surprised that Victor's left open against Crown, but was never a frequent ban in the LCK. People just tried to play around the Victor But around level 2 is when you really see Crown shine, because his ability to get solo kills on Victor is something I've never seen from any other mid lane.
You can see BBQ. Corki still available to go ahead and lock this in. So should be pretty stagnant mid lane until we get those item spikes coming in for the Corki, for Victor getting that first Hex Core purchase.
There's something fun about, you know, a famous synonymous champion like Victor for Crown and Temp's best performing mid laner. Temp versus Crown, certainly preseason, you would not consider it to be a marquee matchup, but Crown deserves his reputation as a top mid laner in the world, and Temp has been performing like a top mid laner in the LCK, even in matches that BBQ have lost, so definitely a matchup to track, and these Victor matchups on paper sound boring, but amount of solo kills that can be seen in these lanes, specifically on the side of Crown early, make it one to look at.
Yep. We'll see how Cuvée does this time around on the Camille. Try to have a bit of a better performance. Again, we're not really sure how that Shen matchup is going to go. We've seen it go both ways, so it's really going to come down to Crazy having to take control of that lane and ensure that Cuvée can't get out of hand.
And also, when he leaves the lane, whether it's through teleport or Stand United, make it count, because otherwise you'll find multiple turrets. If you miss your timings, and Camille can just free split push, it certainly does count against the hopes of the Shen.
Could very well see that submarine coming through with Rengar. Throw the Hunt charging in with Stand United on top to try to get some picks from the side of BBQ.
Another chance to check in on this sub-bot lane, or this B bot lane in terms of Stitch and Wraith. They're hoping to shed the idea of being the sub or being the B bot lane. Apparently, there's a spot open, so on them to really perform here.
Yep, if they don't do that, could very well see Core JJ and Ruler making a return for Game 2, but let's go ahead, get right into Game 1. Samsung Galaxy on the Rift going up against BBQ Olivers.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I couldn't understand what they said.
I didn't catch it either, but it seemed like a particular call for one of the players. Sorry to not do that one justice.
They're really excited about Stitch.
It's definitely the one where you want your translator in your ear to let you know what you missed, but never mind. We roll on to the Rift for Camille, who has been seeing so much more play this week. Teams feel like they can contain it, but that's the question. Can they? Because this matchup goes both ways. Certainly Camille can ignore Shen in some circumstances and just split push his turrets down. But if Shen makes the plays around the map, that can also be the big plays. The reason why we also see the Maokai is Happy Crown Day.
All right, well that might explain the cheer.
Thank you, OGN cameraman.
So I'm guessing an anniversary here for Crown.
And look what we gave you, a Victor game. Even the OGN Legion gets something cool to watch, Crown on Victor.
It's a good time to have Crown Day. It's on a public holiday, so you can get more fans out to see you.
Very, very popular as Crown. Reputation definitely jumped up in Korean fans' eyes with his performances at Worlds. Looked good in Korea, but Worlds was a big jump for him.
Anytime you give Faker a run for his money, that definitely helps you out quite a bit with the fans. Both Korean and Western.
True.
Thought maybe we'd see something a little bit more aggressive from BBQ, given that they have the Thresh for that level 1, but just opted into pretty standard fan out across the map, now moving into the jungle, plus operating up around this top side of the map. See if he can get rolling on that Rengar, because as you mentioned, Haru been having some strong performances on the Graves. Was not a shock at all to see him lock that in very swiftly. He's going to go for an early invade onto this blue buff, try to take that away.
Yeah, Haru actually played it pre-lethality buff as level 2.
Yep, there you go. Yet again.
You don't think of Victor as a level 2 champion, but such is the precision and mastery on that champion that so frequently do we see either level 2 all-ins or about as close as possible to a solo kill in the mid lane there. Haru's the first to play the guys, like I said, on 7.1, so pre-lethality buffs. Is 3-0 on the champion. Pretty fearless on that Graves, so one of the picks that certainly vaulted him ahead of Ambition in the pecking order for Samsung.
And we end up getting this fairly amateur bottom lane right here with Stitch and Ghost. Both were substitutes.
Completely right in that. Stitch never really saw a lot of play. CoreJJ was ahead of him as an AD carry. And then they brought in Roller, and Stitch basically didn't play. May have played one game in summer, I do forget, but I want to say none. And then now getting a chance again. So very hard to get a read on what's going in terms of Samsung bot lanes. If you only really started following LCK around Worlds time, starting bot lane was Wraith and Ruler for the entirety of summer before CoreJJ had enough practice moving to the support role.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty wild turnaround. Now we might be drifting back to Wraith being that starting player.
Speaking of drifts, it's a nice angle for Haru to come in.
They're going to be looking for the gank. Doesn't have that red buff.
It's all in time.
It's going to be a tactical sweep coming through. Crazy, trying to kite back, but he can't go near the wall. He's just going to start running up the lane, trying to create some distance away from Haru, but it just looks like he is dead to right here. There we go. First blood does come through, and Haru gets things started very early on, 4.5 minutes for that first blood.
It looked like he was juking the wrong way with the information we had, but tried to juke towards minions, try and win a trade. Then he saw the jungler and realized he was dead making that decision. So only a matter of who they gave the kill over to, and they'll give it over to Haru to power up the rush to the first jungle item. That's pretty happy times for Samsung. Like the gank path from Haru. When you have the Graves and have access to wall jumps at level 2, you can go for pretty creative pathing that goes around a lot of standard wards. That's why you end up seeing pretty creative wards against the Graves. None found that time. The lead begins for QV in the top lane.
Yep, going to help him get rolling very early on. You can see that Sheen already coming through as the first part of an item as he works towards that Trinity Force, so that's going to make Crazy's life a bit hellish.
Yeah, definitely can't hope to itemize into Tiamat to push in like you can do in more comfortable matchups. Have to be a lot more defensive. Sunfire Cape, definitely the go-to alongside the Ninja Tabby.
Crown really chunking out Tempt. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and get his second recall in.
Yeah, it's a lot of recalls for 5 minutes.
Yeah, had to go back, just buy boots this one.
Look at the gold, 327. He really doesn't want to back, but ends up backing anyway. Not even enough gold for a Doran's Blade, or could have gone for a longsword, but wants some increased safety with the control ward.
Yeah, try to get in for that Hex Drinker very early on. Mitigate some of that damage. Does have the exhaust to rely on an all-in from Crown, but going to be rough times for him. Needs to get that level 6 mark so he can start firing off these rockets to just be a bit safer when it comes to farming. Chaos Storm will come down. Clear out the wave. Crown, he wants his back.
Yep. Very Doinby-esque, the LPL mid laner who was the first to spam ultimate every time to either get an HP advantage with some pots being blown or push the wave. But a much quieter start than our first 2 games of the day. Rox and Jin Air was a very bloodthirsty series.
Something you might not expect from Jin Air.
Expectations. Look at this. He doesn't have Chaos Storm, so he just Valkyries onto the minions. Best Rumble impression.
Poor man's Chaos Storm. Poor man's Rumble.
Oh, Corki the poor man's Rumble. Come on, he's got range. Poor man's Equalizer for sure, though. Blast has got basically a free farm to level 6, apart from being out-positioned around the top lane. We already saw some Submarine Rengar. We'll be seeing it this game as well.
Definitely might come out now that the level 6 mark has been hit by Crazy up top. But is there much for BBQ to fight over at this point? It just seems like the answer is going to be no, unless they can get a nice setup on a Crown in this mid lane.
The Tempt shops are really a bit putrid. Double longsword and a null magic mantle, so working towards Hex Drinker, I guess, since Edge of Night's not really a pickup you'd expect. Onto the Corki. Really been struggling in lane phase. It means the first package isn't going to have a Phage or a Sheen to really amp up the damage. So pretty bad feeling shops so far from Tempt. Necessitated by being forced to back twice. Means that damage power of either ganking with the Corki or, say, the first package, getting out of lane with some good shops, just is being denied away from Tempt. So for a blind pick mid laner to do that to a champion that Tempt's been very good on, lets you know that Crown is certainly still on form on the Victor.
Yeah. I mean, just even more damning than the items that he's had to pick up is just that CS discrepancy that's been building up here. Crown stretching ahead by about 15 CS. So going to be in a nice, comfortable spot with his buys. Well, let's see if Tempt can pick up the pace, try to get back on the horse here, or if he's just going to continue to slip behind. Now, though, it looks like we might have a roam down towards the bottom side of the map. Crown is rotating here with Haru.
And the wave was already pushed up, so it was a case of no opportunity cost for Crown to be there to relieve pressure. There was a Rengar gank. They know Rengar is level 6 at 8 minutes 50 into the game. Ash Arrow, Thresh Hook, and a Rengar is almost certainly first blood. So I like to see that. It's the sort of things you miss. You're being outcomes focused, but it's always cool to see the map movements in prediction of a play being made that they have no ability to scout for apart from deep vision, which for now hasn't been achieved by Samsung.
Right now, a decent boon here for BBQ is the amount of damage they've been able to chip away on that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. See Ghost just constantly moving the waves up and just using that volley to get multiple hits on it. Works down to about half HP. Tempt and Bless hovering in the brush, but everyone's going to be spotted out by wards, so likely won't be seeing any blood drawn here on the mid lane.
Yeah, but pre-shops in the early game, we've been seeing both Cuvée and Crown get a lot of pressure on the lanes of BBQ, but like you noted, because of the respect of the triple CC engages in the bot lane, there has been no ability to pressure for Samsung. It behooves them to stay under turret, given that Shen can reinforce, and instantly 4 people can be bought, and hell with the package, even 5. This is the lane to gank, and that's why Stitch and Wraith have no ability to push, even though Karma Caitlyn can instant wave clear.
Hook does come through onto Stitch. Box comes down straight into the Ash Arrow. He's going to flash away, but Bless goes in. Stand United to keep him safe, but he wasn't even taking up the turret, so Crazy arrives just to show some face, get that assist in. That's a kill answered for BBQ. Now they're going to be looking for that first brick gold. Cuvée all on his lonesome up top will not be able to knock down that turret.
Nice
with
smoke
just
screen,
chain.
actually. Denies quite a few autos, means
That's
minions
very
die.
true. Well, very well played by Haru. Does save that turret for a bit longer, and the TP is there from Crazy to keep his turret alive. So a bit of ground gained by BBQ, but still won't be able to get that first turret.
Yeah, Smoke Screen's almost never a consequential ability, but it lost about 3 autos, which may have not been the difference, but you could consider tanking up a turret when it's down to, 100, 200 health, regardless. Nicely played for Samsung, and the investment of the Shen ultimate gets nothing. No assists, no ability to push down a turret. And it was free time for Camille, who, yes, did cancel her teleport. But everything being used by Crazy, but not a lot of gain on his part.
Oh yeah, you're right. No assist there for Crazy. So, they get both of the global TP abilities away from the Shen. Cuvée doesn't have his, but will have a slight window for an advantage.
Well, you just think about what would have happened if Samsung had played the bot lane any differently. If they were in the middle of the lane, both players would have died. They wouldn't have been taking as many turret shots. They were ready, clearly, to invest as much, and that's what you need to understand when you see Shen Rengar and engage AD carry like Ashe. That is the play that BBQ should make. It's the one that gets the most gain, because early in the game, get the minion wave pushed up, dive, take the turret. That is the way to snowball in this current meta, with first brick being such a big lead on 7.4. That gold will be toned down, but it still is king in 7.3. So good for Samsung. Stay so defensively, but will invariably lose this turret anyway.
Yeah, you can see just the pressure there. They know that the Ash Arrow is back up for Ghost. So this will just be the turret going over. Stitch, the only thing he can really net for himself is just the cannon minion with the built-over Peacemaker. So first brick does fall into the hands of BBQ. And they'll start pushing forward a very slight lead here. 1,500 gold. Dragon could be the next point of contention for them. As it is a Mountain Drake, you can see they're going to go ahead and start this one up, but pinks are coming out. Samsung are aware of this, but do they want to try to contest? Looks like the answer will be no. Crown peeling back towards that mid lane, so another advantage stacked up here for BBQ.
Yep. Samsung, interestingly, do have a bit of a team fighting team reminiscent of what we've seen from them in the past. Very low initiation, you can get access to the Ashe, so mostly about rotations for them. So we'll receive a point when Victor will have auto wave clear. Victor Graves, Karma, and Caitlyn is
It's a hell of a lot of it.
It's a comp made to delay the game, which is reminiscent of Samsung before they went on that big run during the regional playoffs. They were all about late game team fighting, and certainly a lot of options there, if not the force options. But Samsung are a very smart team. They know how to set up vision. This comp fights very well around objectives, so expect to see their play patterns in the mid to late game be completely about dictating the BBQ, come fight them at an objective, turn, and pick up kills.
Oh, arrow comes out, won't find a hit.
Going all in.
Totoro gonna flash forward, trying to get Stand United in range. Crazy flashes in, locks up Haru. Tactical sweep trying to slow him up, won't do too much. He gets a lot of burst damage back in onto Ghost, but he's gonna stay alive. And now Cuvée is gonna have to head for the hills. 3 members, almost about 4 as Bless is in this upper side of the river in that top lane. Could push up and try to get some damage onto that turret. Wraith is here to try to back up the Camille as best as he can.
Yeah, because BBQ had the cooldowns back up, they punished Samsung trying to make a map play of their own, and they're continuing here. Corki auto-attacking in mid. Finally will push onto the turret, but Victor will be there to answer. Very difficult for Samsung to make things happen in a grouped fashion because the rotational speed of BBQ is much faster.
Yeah, you can see Cuvée is going to have to heal back out of here very soon. Can clear out the waves very quickly since he does have that Tiamat completed.
And that's just from Karma.
But sticking around for much longer might just be a death sentence for him, no pun intended.
I told you, it's the trap you get into. Some of these abilities.
It just slips out every now and then.
Will there be an enchanted initiation from BBQ later?
I don't know. It's really hard to weave in Enchanted Crystalline Arrow and have it be natural.
Well, there you go. You've got a challenge now, Kilios.
I don't know if I want to accept that one, but we'll see what happens.
Taking this turret will be a big boon. I don't think they have enough damage to burst down the Caitlyn, so for now, not just trying to turn onto her.
Hook does come through. They lock up. Stitch box comes down right into the Ash Arrow. Wraith arrives, trying to keep him alive. One more hit from Ghost might just do it, but the shield's there. And he has to get out of dodge, so he goes ahead, takes that Dark Passage out to safety. So Stitch stays alive. They get the heal, but they get both summoners away from Wraith, and that turret almost certainly will be going down. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Temp throwing out the exhaust. Valk's forward, Gravity Field. He flashes back in. It locks him up, and Crown comes up with the solo kill.
Crown was expertly playing around the W. He had that Gravity Field up the whole time. Chaos Storm ticked for the extra damage. Temp thought with Flash, Exhaust, and Hex Drinker, it'd be enough, but you take it to Crown's Victor, and you get the comeuppance you deserve.
Oh, expertly played by Crown. Tempt. I'm really thinking about the placement on that flash. It already spent so much time in the Gravity Field that that extra fraction of a second was enough to lock him up.
But it's nothing better than seeing 2 players feeling it. It's Victor for Crown. It's the form champion for Temp. We're going to see the replay. And when Temp goes in, I'm like, well, he's got the Hex Drinker. He's feeling it. It looked like he had the window, but Crown expertly playing around. And there's just no way for him to flash there confidently. That you could call it a misplay, but to me, nice positioning from Crown. I don't know how many degrees or how many Teemos there was to work with when it came to flashes to get another order. It ends up going the way of Crown.
Nicely done. And a kill very much needed by the side of Samsung. Need to get Crown rolling here on this Victor because Tempt, he was starting to claw his way back in. You can see the CS right now perfectly tied at 172. But now with that kill, has that needlessly large rod. It's been stacking up those Hex Core upgrades. So Victor is just going to get deadlier and deadlier from here, whereas Tempt is still a ways away from that big power spike.
Interesting to know where it goes, though, because Rylai's no longer builds out of needless large rods. So that's not going to be the second pickup from Crown. Might just be a death cap. Luden's Echo, outside chance of it.
Can see it.
Will be even more instant wave clear. But Victor doesn't need much of a hand in that particular way.
Just 1,000 gold separating the teams at the moment. BBQ do have that innate advantage with the Mountain Drake. But, you know, one turret take from Samsung, if they could answer that, would spill the gold back into their favor, if not tie it. But they still have to be so concerned about this Tier 1 turret going down in the top lane.
And when the map's been playing in 3 lanes, it's kind of on BBQ to decide when they want to go and Samsung to be in position to counter-engage. Because they don't have the true engage tools that BBQ do.
Really good check there.
That's why it is this high drama setup around the turret that clearly BBQ's been setting up for in the top lane for quite a while now.
Yeah, Haru here has been just playing around that top side of the map for the last couple minutes here, just trying to alleviate as much pressure as possible to keep that turret alive. Juve hasn't been able to walk up towards that bottom tier 1. Would take that out very swiftly if he could, now that he has that Trinity Force completed, but showing respect to Crazy. He's got the Sunfire Cape. He's got that taunt, so Juve just not in a position to tank up many turret shots.
And it's really important for Samsung to keep this turret up as long as possible. Sometimes you just try and make a counterplay around the map, but when you have a scaling comp like Samsung's, you want to delay the game for as long as possible, allow Camille to be showing up with 3-4 items into the Shen and trying to split push, or Victor showing up in team fights 3-4 items and try and team fight. So long laning phase is a big thing for Samsung. It's in the mid lane.
Yet again, Chaos Orb sticking right on top of him. Stand United does come through. Big Death Ray connects, just chunking Tempt out even more. But doesn't come up with a kill, and that's going to be the tier 1 going down in the top lane. So BBQ, they just keep pressing these advantages, but it's not putting them as far ahead as they would like to be in 20
in fact,
minutes.
they lose that pretty hard, Achilles, because they had to draw the Shen, who loses the pressure in bottom. They're going for a play in mid, though.
Yeah, Crown getting jumped on, doesn't have anything. Didn't want to pop the flash. He goes down. A kill coming in for Bless. And now Haru trying to escape. Will get spotted out by that Hawk shot. So likely just going to try to run up, maybe get executed here.
Gonna go push the lane, but yeah, we can see exactly how many people are around. Tempt can't Valkyrie in here without Crazy bearing the brunt.
Get the hit. He's going to Valk forward. Rocket yet again dodged out by Haru.
Nice execute.
Can he make it to the fountain?
No.
The Rocket's just not going to connect. They can't recall in time, so it looks like Totoro. He'll just be the one that takes the solo kill. Oh, dear. Well, that's not exactly how BBQ wanted that one to go.
That's definitely where you screenshot the game, zoom in on the solo queue for like an out-of-context solo kill.
Oh, dear. Well, good jukes by Haru.
Almost perfect. The way I think of it. So in the madness, Stitch will get the top lane turret, but multiple objectives going to BBQ. Now, the big story was having to use the Shen ultimate in mid, allowing an extra turret in bot. But on balance, BBQ win out in terms of these trades. But it's kind of an awesome wrestling match because it's all about how many tools does BBQ have to use to get the kills they're going for. If they get a solo kill from Tempt, still have Shen ultimate, that's massive. If they use everything to get a kill and there aren't immediate, easy objectives to take, which will happen as the game goes longer and longer, the percentage play is always Cuvée showing up and split pushing down a turret compared to 3-4 ultimates to get one kill.
You can see just like that, Samsung able to spill the gold back over into their favor, albeit just by a few hundred. But Cuvée coming up with a tier 2 turret take very quickly is very nice for the side of Samsung. If they could break this mid-tier 1, that would give them such strong control over that upper side of the jungle and Baron. So likely going to be the next objective in their eyes.
It's fun to see both teams playing to the items and power spikes that they're currently at. Because we saw a series where it felt like Jin Air just couldn't get to the point where they wanted to with a team fighting comp, and their opponents, the Rocks Tigers, blow the game open early. And it's cool to see. Well, Cuvée has Trinity Force and Tiamat. We're going to play around a split pusher until there's some team fighting items and then maybe change that play style. Whereas BBQ, much more about their levels and specifically using their ultimates to make the map play. So both teams playing pretty ordered. No big lead for either. And Samsung going to have to try and run around BBQ in the late game, given that they don't have the true initiation that is available to BBQ.
See how Samsung wants to keep pushing this slight advantage that they've netted for themselves. It's now at about 1,000 gold. Wraith gets hit by the arrow, straight into the hook. And he is just going to disappear. Ghost comes up with a kill.
22 minutes in, maybe they'll try Baron, or they'll at least look to bait around it.
They are moving up in that direction. They have a lot of consistent damage here with Ghost.
They have to do this to draw Cuvée, at least force him to teleport.
So far holding on to it, roaming in the mid lane. Baron now down to about half HP.
They're going to try and finish
still
it.
available. It's going to be Tempt going in, trying to cut them off with the package. Baron goes low. Going to try to get up there, but he can't get the Baron taken away. He's going to go down. The first one to fall in the fight, followed very swiftly by Crown. And now Stitch gets jumped on, slowed up by the volley from the Ashe. A triple kill going over to Ghost. Cuvée desperately trying to answer one onto Bless. Can't find it. Has to flash away from Tempt. hook shot will take him out to safety, but that's 3 kills plus a Baron to BBQ at 22.5 minutes. Now they can just break the structures of Samsung wide open and maybe even shove into the base.
And I love games like this. The ultimate game of chicken was played by BBQ, and Samsung thought they would win it. They walked up Cuvée because he did not believe they would try to finish the Baron. He was like, well, the percentage play is to get the Baron low and turn with all their CC, but no. They noticed Cuvée wasn't there. They didn't see a teleport. They rushed it down, and they get everything at Killers. They get everything for going for the most manly line. Even Haru was able to walk up, but couldn't get it. Great attempt though. He was the one to first dissuade Haru, and by the time Haru finally walked in, it was too late.
Yeah, just get absolutely destroyed here. Ghost, excellent target selection, comes up with a triple kill, taking out all of the damage threats on the side of Samsung.
It's just so cool when both teams know exactly what the opponent's team does, and they try to play the mind games, because one team was going to come up the big victor, and certainly if the steal came through, that would have been Samsung, but BBQ, the game is such a different one. The delay is not a real thing. Suddenly the Victor wave clear doesn't clear the waves because the Baron buff is there, and it's already been a pretty intense Baron power play.
Yeah, I mean, taking 2 inner turrets off of that Baron, top and mid, both just get taken out very swiftly. And now it's just going to be that bottom tier 2, the only thing that Samsung have to hold on to outside of their base.
And we return to the win conditions. Delay the game and split push. And well, neither of them work when the enemy team has Baron buff. Suddenly they're going to be forced to react. Cuvée still has the teleport, remember that. They'll try and counter something, but fighting around an inner turret is not something they can do. I don't know if the kill pressure's still there. It might be.
Yeah, looks like it certainly is. Crazy gets that shield in, but he's just going to get taken out. So Cuvée does come up with a solo kill, but now all of the outer turrets for Samsung are gone, the inners as well. So Cuvée can't keep pushing in. He can't try to get any damage in onto that inhib turret. So cool, it's a stylish, 1v1 kill that you come up with, but there's not going to be any objectives following off of it.
But it's still something. It lets us know that at 2 items with an ADCS advantage, which admittedly is large, there's still kill pressure on a Shen. And maybe that's because Shen went for a bit of pushing, went with the Titanic Hydra. That's not a Randuin's.
Cuvée went with the Ravenous Hydra,
which is a different build. The Titanic, though, from Shen is a bit more health and damage rather than pure armor. It could have just been, and we've seen this season, Sunfire, Randuin's, another Chain Vest into GA. You don't have to go for pushing when you're so outclassed by the enemy champion, in this case, the Camille. So it's kind of that ultimate balance of, well, do I give myself a chance of pushing if Camille misplays, or let's go all armor and let my team do all of the work? And there's kind of risk either way.
Haru, he gets clipped by the red buff, and it's going to go over to Ghost, and he just gets annihilated. Bless coming up with a kill, and now Wraith has to head for the hills. Will be able to zip his way out of there, but Haru just getting way too greedy. Knew that there were members of BBQ in the vicinity, still goes for the red buff and pays for it with his life.
Only 2 tools used, though. Remember, they still have Shen ultimate. They didn't throw everything into that engage, so they can continue to push. Turret diving, though, is a much more difficult thing on the side of BBQ. It's not often in League of Legends that cooldowns like these globals are so important, because we just don't see multiple globals or long engage tool stacking comps in the meta as much. We've gone are the days of Karthus, Twisted Fate, Nocturne, Shen, all these sort of comps, so a lot shorter cooldowns this late in the game, but very fine game for BBQ, and they've monopolized the Drakes so far, and an Infernal's a nice one to add on.
Definitely is. Go ahead, pick that up for themselves. 3 Drakes here for BBQ. Essentially another one on the way. It's going to be an Ocean Drake, would be a second for them, which makes sieging up quite easy for them with the mana sustain.
Yeah, Bless had a real series to forget against Seongwan in that game against the Rocks Tigers that they lost. It's a statement game for BBQ in many ways, coming off what was a surprising loss against the Rocks Tigers. People thought, okay, team peaked early with an easy schedule, but after they lost to Rocks, but beating Samsung would certainly be massive for them, even if it proved to only be a game. Almost certainly going to see some roster swaps from Samsung. I mean, I saw Ambition in the back, so clearly he's at least here.
I mean, a 2-0 victory here for BBQ. Not only does that shut Samsung into 4th place, but that also pushes them above MVP. So that would put BBQ back into the top 5.
And we certainly don't know who will end the highest between MVP, BBQ, and Afreeca. That one is a really hard one to read.
Oh boy, Haru. He jumped on Tempt, comes in. As they stand united, but won't be able to get in range for a Shadow Dash, but they do get the flash away from Haru. Thrill of the hunt.
Popped late here.
Yeah, Bless just going for a party hunt.
Scouting hunt. So Samsung. They're gonna try grouping with Cuvée because they've taken, for them, the easiest objectives for them to pick up on the map. For now, they don't want to mess with sending Cuvée into the bot lane. He's their only true initiation. Hextech Ultimatum will lock in a single target and force a fight. But he still doesn't have much tankiness of his own. Only Ninja Tabi and the Giant Spell. And the Ravenous Hydra build, certainly one for the early game compared to Titanic.
It's the name of my ska band, Ninja Tabi and the Giant's Belt.
I like ska, so I'll give it a listen. Do you have an EP or a full album?
We haven't released it yet. I'll send you a link, though. Our Bandcamp or whatever that website is.
SoundCloud?
SoundCloud as well. I think they're going under, as I remember. I think SoundCloud had gone bankrupt or something, and they were talking about closing the website. Maybe they turned that around.
We shouldn't slander websites. They might be a future sponsor. Are you not ready for League of Legends Champions Korea, brought to you by SoundCloud?
Suddenly SoundCloud has the rights to all of these songs that we have.
Trust in CJ and their unlimited English music library. We were hearing some sick Kanye West just a few moments ago.
I feel when you have the rights to Kanye West.
Feels good, man.
Feels pretty good.
Really interested to see how Samsung try to extend this game. BBQ so close to blowing it open, but crucially, no inhibitor's broken yet. The inhibitor line stays true. Samsung really need to outplay BBQ around the map, or really force a fight on terrain where they can make use of their kiting and expert team fighting they've always had under this roster.
You see Cuvée roaming up towards this mid lane. TP is available for Crazy, but doesn't yet have the Stand United. It's almost there. Samsung may be looking to break that tier 1 mid turret, but looks like actually they might just opt in for some control of vision over around this Baron pit. As it has respawned, and a second for BBQ would certainly be the downfall of Samsung here in game 1.
Yeah, they're trying to play Bless and Crazy around bot and pick off someone trying to wave clear. Shen pushes in. See how much turret damage he's able to get in. Samsung really wanted to force an even fight, a 5v5 around Baron. One of the few places they can do that. We mentioned that them kiting and fighting around terrain might be their only place to force. That's why they send so many members. But for now, not able to force, and that vision is cleared very quickly, although Tempt is spotted.
Yeah, the Scrying Orb sitting in the pit. I'll clear that out, but they don't know about this ward here just by the ramp until Bless sweeps it. So never mind.
He spots it and sees the health at least. Turning onto that Baron, it's 3-man.
I mean, it's taking a lot of damage. That's Mountain Drake plus the Infernal.
That's an outrageous damage for 3 people.
Yeah, no way for Samsung to answer that one. And the Baron goes down, and now BBQ. You have to expect they have everything necessary to close this out. We saw how many turrets they were able to take off the first Baron. Can they replicate that here and tack some inhibitors onto it? That's going to be the question. Right now, 8,000 gold in the lead. So should have the upper hand in pretty much any exchange.
I mean, I'm still floored that 3 members, including a Rengar, whose tank itemization consisted of Ninja Tabi and a Cloth Armor, killed Baron in what, 10 seconds? With 3 people. I don't know, that was just crazy. For a 30-minute Baron.
Turns out Ghost is doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, clearly.
On his way to 4th item Asher, 32 minutes in just about. So he is just pumping out the damage. I mean, if Samsung could eliminate him, that might be enough for them to try to swing a fight in their favor.
But it's so weird. Like, you think of the fight that consists of, and it's a flank Hextech ultimatum into flash Victor ult. And then, theoretically, there's still damage on the side of BBQ that's free to turn onto these members going very aggressive in the fight. And you come back to itemization. You saw the Needle Large Rod. You remember that no longer builds into Rylai's, and okay, Liandry's is the same sort of early power spike that old Rylai's used to be. Luden, sorry, not Liandry's. But they have no catch. They have literally only the Hextech ultimatum, not even a Rylai's for catch.
Oh,
so
look at that damage on a Haru.
with no catch, I just don't see Victor doing damage in most fights. And that's kind of the awkward spot here for BBQ to exploit.
He's in the hole, used by Stitch, just trying to get some damage in on attempt, but Crazy blocks. You can see he is just slightly tickled by that one. Meanwhile, Cuvée takes a bit of a pop attempt. And this is just going to be the full court press coming through from BBQ, operating in every single lane.
Yeah, going down 5 through mid. There's wave clear and also Samsung's ability to team fight that Samsung can use. But playing 3 lanes with Baron buffs, super hard for Samsung to get the grouped engage they want. They commit 3 members bot, so that's why we see a lot of people on top. And Bless just ults to get there faster.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and cruise up here. You can see plenty of damage available to Ghost as he takes out that turret. So now Inhibitor exposed. If he's looking for mid lane, 3 members drawn over here. Wraith gets locked up, Inhib goes down. They won't find a kill. They're happy just to get those super creeps rolling into the base of Samsung.
They can back off, or they can choose to wait for this minion wave in mid lane. Minion's starting to stream into the top side. Good discipline stuff from BBQ so far on the closing.
Yep, seems like while Rocks Tigers leveled up at IEM, BBQ have done a bit of the same during their break.
And the reputation from Scrims is what actually we heard preseason was that this team looks way better than you'd imagine, which given they used to be ESC Ever, it's hard to read what that actually meant, but they have come in against Samsung looking very, very convincing. And exploiting once again the lack of engage. Hoping to see a higher premium on engage from some teams, and Samsung seems to be included, but the game's not over yet.
Trying to dash out of there, but that's going to be the hook from Totoro, locking him up. Redemption comes down, ultimatum thrown out as well, but first one to fall will be Bless, as Crown just absolutely obliterates the Rengar. Going to push back in, Hook lands on the QV, Crazy goes in for the Shadow Dash. Crown getting caught out with the Flay, he's going to fall, and that is just going to be Ghost firing off a triple kill coming through from him. Can't find the Quadra, as QV is able to limp out and tempt, took the 4th one. But Samsung just get absolutely obliterated.
And we wondered, would it take Victor flashing in to kill Ghost? Clearly, Crown agreed, but not enough damage. Didn't even have to blow the heal to Ghost. And like you said, we should have expected it from the Baron buff killing speed. But this should actually be the game closed by BBQ.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be QV. He gets jumped on yet again. He will fall. An extended Quadra kill here for Ghost, as well as the Nexus turrets. The Nexus falls, 35 minutes on the clock. BBQ putting on a clinic, taking down Samsung in game 1.
One of my favorite games of the season because both teams played very intelligently. This is in no ways a fiesta that we saw. Plenty at IEM, hell, plenty yesterday, and even in our first series today. Well played by BBQ especially, on point with their rotations. Got the work done with the turret dives in the early game and then closed it with no mistakes. Pretty flawless stuff from BBQ, and this is the team that just turned around and lost to a Rocks Tigers lineup that was looking hopeless a couple of days before they handed over to IEM. Admittedly, Samsung was running Stitch, was running Wraith, I guess increasingly was running Haru. I don't know, I mean, it takes a betting man to work out what 5 players Samsung will be running in game 2.
I would actually venture a guess that we're going to see Ambition maybe make a return here. Haru having...
Is it triple? Is it a triple change?
It very well could be.
I'm going to guess a double. I'm going to guess the bot lane goes out and Ambition doesn't play, but like you said, triple is possible.
I don't know. Haru having a really rough time on the Graves, which has been one of his crucial picks here. He wasn't able to get ahead.
He didn't have anything to work with. Victor, you don't gank. It's not going to do it. Victor was doing fine on his own. Camille, again, you're playing mostly around the Camille lane. It was a defensive Graves. He was waiting for turret dives. Hard to make much happen in such a game. Well played BBQ, and well played Ghost in particular. A guy we haven't talked about much. Been all about Tempt, all about Crazy. But Ghost had a real day out in this game.
That he did. 2-0 victory here for BBQ, which slingshot them into 4th place. It knocked Samsung into 5th and MVP down into 6th spot. So it'd be a very crucial victory for them here to end the first round of the spring split. Find out if they're able to do that. Samsung likely not going to go down without a fight. There's some signs of life there in game 1, but we'll see if they make any roster swaps and if that's going to help them or hurt them when we come back in for game 2. So a lot of questions about this roster.
Needs to be a 2-parter, roster and also drafting. Difficult draft to pull off, and wasn't convinced in game 1.
Yeah, definitely not. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have game 2, see if BBQ can close this out nice and cleanly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, Corki does quite a bit of damage. Tempt dominating the damage charts here.
Whereas Haru being forced to just be reactive for his lanes meant he did 800 more damage than a Thresh. So you know how much Haru was able to do off his own bat and how much he was dictated to by the enemies. Let's see who gets the MVP. Could be Tempt. Actually, it's Ghost who 8-0-4, very clean score, and man, he was pumping out the damage, whether it was deleting the Baron in 1 second or deleting Victor in 1 second.
Yeah, and that's going to be his first MVP win.
Ever.
Very nicely done on the Ashe, and now we'll just get a nice little highlight reel here. So, I mean, really good CC chaining coming out from both him and Totoro. Always seemed like these guys were on the same page, and that led to a lot of these picks that came through.
Still 17 is Ghost, an up-and-coming player. When BBQ were doing well at the start of the season, it wasn't Ghost being the person who was being singled out for praise. Tempt, Bless, Crazy, all on their day. But man, finally put out an MVP level performance. Made his debut almost a year ago, turns 18 in March, but an early birthday present for the young'un.
Yeah, very nicely done. It's actually the last member of BBQ to get the MVP nomination, so now all 5 members have won MVP. It's tied up with Totoro, I believe, at 100 points.
Now, a lot of different questions, Achilleos. Honestly, the draft to me was a bigger offender than any of the individual players. I don't blame Haru. Graves couldn't do much in this particular game. I felt the bot lane was fine without necessarily being impressive, but you expect there to be changes. So we'll wait and hear if we do have any changes coming through. Maybe right now there won't be any changes.
Doesn't look like we have any. Yeah, the coach is coming into the booth. So
interesting.
Samsung deciding to stick with this roster of Haru, Stitch, and Wraith.
I guess what you could say is that theoretically, this is the best time for them to make such an experiment right in the middle of the season. Even if they are to fall out of 4th place to BBQ, that would not necessarily be the biggest thing ever. So if BBQ win 2-0, they go +2 game score ahead of MVP, and Samsung go from +3 to +1. So it would actually be 4th place, which would be pretty amazing. With MVP also only get 1 game score away from being 5th themselves.
Yeah. Certainly could be rough stuff here for Samsung, but they're going to have another go of it now that they swap over onto the red side. Pick and ban already up on your screens. Malzahar and Varus. First 2 taken away, and the Tahm Kench yet again going to be banned by BBQ.
What I'll say for Samsung is that on Blue's side, when they're forced to blind pick a mid laner, the champion pool really doesn't seem to suit Crown. His Talia at the start of the season and I Am Gyeonggi was a proactive champion on Blue from a guy we know for Victor, for wave clear, for safety. When they actually need engage, which seems to be coming at a premium in this particular meta, doesn't feel like Crown really provides that outside the Orianna that you really want to see the lane matchup before you go for it. So looking for something from Crown in particular, even in the face of having such a revolving team, his Orianna this season has really been the big pick. 4-0 on that, 2-0 on Talia and Corki. Those 3 seem to be the comfort for him. Let's see if they can actually draft a team comp that can make use of those picks, or if Crown has something special to show us.
Shen and Camille both banned away by Samsung.
Rengar available.
Rengar, yep, available yet again, as is LeBlanc.
True. I didn't even notice that LeBlanc was left available. So Tempt, he already had an amazing performance on LeBlanc this season.
You'd expect that they would go for this again.
There
we go. So yeah, they flipped over to the Rengar for a bit, but LeBlanc will be the final pick. So we've seen what happens when this makes it through.
So Shen and Camille banned means to me that Samsung just wanted Maokai. They really wanted to set up a top lane, but there was no easy counterpick into it outside of something risky like a Fiora that we don't see a lot in Korea. That's why we see it locked in so early.
Could very well see a Rumble for Crazy.
And if we remember back all the way to 2015 MSI Final, Maokai was one of those picks that was picked to deal with Faker's LeBlanc, because especially now with the even longer time when you come in with Distortion, very easy for Twisted Advance to come through, Spirit Visage Maokai, and the damage reduction to answer a lot of Maokai's kit. But so frequently, outside of just one time, I believe, in Korea, LeBlanc has been the big winner. And can you imagine talking to 3 weeks your old self, or yourself 3 weeks ago, and talking about LeBlanc and Rengar being on the same team?
I was going to say my 3-week-old self wouldn't really understand much of what you were saying, Bob.
I'm tired.
This League of Legends thing would be like speaking hieroglyphics today.
I'm tired. I'm trying, boys. I'm trying.
That's quite all right. So Rengar snatched up here for Bless. They'll be happy about that one. You have to expect Ghost likely going to be taking that Ashe yet again. We see that consistently into the Jin. No, Edge of the Night has come into the meta, so you could pop that, go into the curtain call to deny the Ash Arrow interrupt, but Ghost, after having that MVP performance, will be revisiting that pick.
And if you saw Ezreal and a support taken, then maybe Ash Karma or Ezreal Karma could be there to answer the Jin, but safer just to go with the Ash. I mean, look at the pick power already with just LeBlanc, Rengar, and Ash. Corki is the choice from Crown again, is undefeated on that this season. But let's see if they can round out what should at this point be a strong sieging comp with a Maokai in the front line.
All right, well, I mentioned the Rumble, and it's going to get taken away here by Samsung right off the bat. So just trying to eliminate any advantageous lanes for Crazy.
I wonder if Crazy will go back to a 2015 Crazy champion, because the one interesting pick we've seen into the likes of Ash, Maokai is the Olaf top, which can actually do decent things in lane and then run at someone like Jin or run at, say, Syndra if it's taken and deal with it. So we won't necessarily see picks like that in this game, but an out-of-the-box pick here for Crazy would be interesting to round out what is a power draft so far for BBQ. And, well, seems like people are playing Ivern finally in Korea. When I talked to Cloud Templar before we went to IM, people told me that junglers in Korea didn't think Ivern was worth making work. Clearly Haru has been playing it in scrims or solo queue, otherwise we would not be seeing an Ivern ban.
Yeah, could just very well see a final ban against the jungle here to try to offset Haru. The Grave's still available for him. Again, didn't have a stellar performance in game 1, but it's actually going to be Kha'Zix.
I was going to say, Kha'Zix to me is the pick you go for when you see the Maokai. Could still be the Cassiopeia. Well, they already have Corki. I guess it wouldn't be the Cassiopeia, but Maokai and Kha'Zix already a formidable duo.
It's jungle Corki.
When you have a true tank, even Graves in a better spot because you have a top lane tank that can provide lockdown. The one pick that hasn't worked for Haru this season has been the Lee Sin. He'll go there. He's 0-2 on Lee Sin. So that has not been a happy hunting ground for him so far.
Just giving that last pick over to Wraith. We'll see if he wants to pull anything and go outside of the box here with his pick, but looks like we might just have a very straightforward composition from BBQ's bot lane with the Zyra available.
I mean, Zyra Nautilus would be a very strong early game comp that can snowball out of control instantly with the LeBlanc.
Well, there you go with the Nautilus. Find out in a second whether or not it's going to be flexed into that support role. Have seen that on occasion.
Sure. It's good against Karma. You can just block up her skill shots and have engaged with the Q and just the auto attack, of course.
But looks like they'll just take the Nautilus for the top lane and take Karma for themselves.
Yeah, Zyra or Karma for laning power is fine. Zyra has more utility on that side. Now we're waiting to see what Wraith wants to play. Already saw a performance on the Thresh last game. We'll see it again here. 2 Threshes in a row.
Yeah, we'll see how Wraith handles this one as opposed to Totoro's performance, which was very on point.
I mean, look at this draft from BBQ, though. It's so much power. Sure, you don't have the Maokai, but Nautilus has the early game push against Maokai. You get going with the LeBlanc, and this is like perfect draft. Just blitz the early game. I'm never surprised when Samsung opt into the scaling, but it's not really scaling. You know, Corki, Jin, 2-item 80 carries that powerful in the mid game. It seems like both teams have tech that makes them win in the mid game, and then we have a Maokai, which is the only real late game insurance for Samsung. I mean, BBQ, you get 3 kills on this team. If it's 3-0, I don't see how this draft ever loses. It's just so damn powerful in the mid game.
Oh, really rough stuff here from Samsung. I mean, you were kind of questioning going into this, how were they going to draft? It seems like BBQ still get the upper hand. The LeBlanc falling through is just so questionable.
LeBlanc, Rengar, Ashe, all these champions have been first picked in recent times. Karma and the rest of the draft certainly, in no way is letting it down. So BBQ, I just don't know how they've assembled this line. They could still lose with it. Look, the game is certainly not over, but the picks on paper are outstanding.
Yeah, looking really good for them to close this out with a 2-0 to slingshot their way into that 4th place spot over Samsung and MVP. Samsung taking a gamble, keeping the roster the same here for Game 2. Let's see if it pays off for them or if they pay the ultimate price. Let's go ahead and get on the riff for Game 2. And welcome the Summoner's Rift yet again
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
for what could potentially be the last time tonight. You can hear right there a lot of BBQ fans here in the audience.
Yeah, the sentence you said certainly wasn't surprised, but the fact that it would be a BBQ 2-0 would definitely go against expectation. BBQ had their most disappointing performance of the season, losing to Rox Tigers just before Rox Tigers went to IEM and seemed to level up. We saw a good performance by them in Series 1. But where BBQ was at, you know, you were just ready. I think everyone was kind of ready for, okay, BBQ, nice schedule, and then falling away over the season. Comfortable 7th for BBQ, but a result here, a 2-0 especially, would be just a shot against those expectations, because 4th place, the first round robin, is incredible for the former ESC Ever organization.
Yeah. I mean, that would kind of live up to the expectations we had for ESC coming into the summer split last year, where they looked like they were going to be the performing challenger team. Ended up being MVP, who are still resting up around that playoff contention at the end of this first round.
You just wonder, because you think of the roster changes, right? You're like, ESC Ever, well, they finished 9th, almost got relegated. And like, okay, take away Loken, who, okay, didn't perform to expectations in Korea, but on his day was a good AD carry. Replaced him with Ghost, who we had little to no information about, played 1 game of Twitch, and that was it. And then Trust Totoro, who was the support, you know, the support, I guess you'd say, or the substitute support, and then go 4th and finish 4th. It's insane how much either scouting or luck. It's very hard to say how you ended up with this roster. Was it just, well, we have no money, so, okay, Ghost is a young player, we'll take him, or is it just really high-level scouting? I think we have to give the benefit of the doubt, given it's been consistent results. It hasn't been a flash in the pan, and the players have taken the next step. Tempt, Crazy, especially, have taken the next step in their development, and they look very formidable.
Already, though, Haru looking to get things started. Crazy going to get jumped on by that Twisted Advance. Flash away from the Nautilus. He's getting slowed up by the red buff. Gets the slow, no hook available, as you say, and that should be first blood going over to Samsung. They get things going. Kill goes to Cuvée. Trying to fast track this defensive build on the Maokai.
And very fast pathing to the top lane from Haru. Nautilus wins this matchup early, largely through a pushing advantage. Just did not have the dredge line. Was only level 2. Good pathing from Haru to punish him. Important for Samsung to get the little settler, get some positive vibes into the mind after losing game 1.
Yeah, now TP down for Crazy. Can't buy anything other than that control ward, so going to be hurting quite a bit in these exchanges after Cuvée gets his first back, as could just very well see the double Doran's ring come through from him.
Sort of thing that can delay the power spikes of what is a very strong early mid-game comp from BBQ. Wait and see how Crown is able to equalize the LeBlanc in mid lane that so frequently has been banned in Korea. Still 100% contested in season 2017.
Yeah, that's going to be the big game changer here for BBQ. Attempt on that LeBlanc. We'll see if he can get rolling. And yeah, double Doran's ring does come through for Cuvée, so plenty of damage, extra HP and mana sustain for him. He's going to be quite happy and formidable going up against Crazy now. So it should be working out very well for the Maokai.
Double Doran's for the Corki as well. Haru pathing through mid just to relieve pressure if there was an engage like this, but it's all over in an instant.
Now Bless trying to take away these Raptors, gets hit, jumps right back in onto Haru. He's going to go low, trying to jump away. Crown comes over the wall, the exhaust comes down. Bless flashes out of the bomb right there, but still might fall. No, the Sonic Wave doesn't connect. Temp comes in, locks up Crown, finds the kill, flashes over the wall to get himself out to safety. The sapling comes through. Haru, can he find a Sonic Wave? It's point blank, gets it. One more hit would do it. The slow comes out from the Tempest, and he is able to come up with a kill. So answering the kill onto the mid laners. So 1-for-1 exchanged.
Bless played that incredibly well. What he did at the end where he juked a skill shot, then smited the Scuttle Crab just for the little boost of HP was majestic. I thought he was dead to rights. It was first reaction from Crown. And for them to go 1-for-1 in a situation where Tempt was by far second to react, that's massive. So watch the replay here. Bless falls low. Crown's the first to get there. Even flashes for the audience like, okay, it's over. First flashes the Q, then moves forward with his own Q to smite. Really good stuff there from specifically Bless. In no world should he have survived that particular engage. And sure, Haru's able to clean up Tempt, but that was very impressive individual play from Bless.
Yeah, you can see Tempt was trying to juke out the Sonic Wave for it coming over the wall, but might have actually just led to his death in the end. But either way, 1 for 1 on the board here for BBQ.
But consider where this leaves everything. You know, both champions in the mid lane might have a reposition ability, but to me, a longer cooldown on Corkis means you get a slight advantage there to Tempt when it comes to potential all-ins. The exhaust was also put down to secure the kill, so no summoners on Crown means that exiting lane and roaming is more preferable to going down in a couple of burst rotations to the Corki.
Tempt for now just going to be getting a little bit of a CS lead. Haru's waiting in the wings. Tempt pushing really dangerously close over towards that river, but Haru hasn't pulled the trigger quite yet. Waiting for Tempt to push up a little bit further, it would seem.
You don't have enough damage to pop him instantly without a rocket.
Oh boy, but now that the distortion is down, it's going to be in a bit of a rough spot. Dashes out yet again.
Oh!
And there we go, the juke back. So, didn't expire yet, so was able to snap back into the mid lane.
Was a very fortunate level 6 though. Both mid laners are at level 5. It was level 5 on the side of Tempt. Think he would have died there, even though the juke was nice.
And BBQ, I mean, despite giving up that first blood, they've been able to swing themselves back into a very slight lead, pretty much just even against Samsung. CS leads coming out of every single lane at the moment, albeit some of them just inching out in front.
And now the trades become even more important because Kilios, if you ever lose a flash on the side of Samsung, every lane is food for the Rengar. So many lanes to gank for.
Oh,
he takes
nice
it.
takeaway by Haru. Gets the kick in onto Bless. Goes down to about half HP. Can't
Mid
quite
lane.
come up with the kill. Meanwhile, Tempt going in, trying to pop Crown, who's just about out of mana.
Tether range there. Meant the damage didn't register.
Meanwhile, bottom. Curtain call comes through. Ghost gets hit twice. Wraith with the flame back. Fourth final shot won't connect, but that's going to be the hook into the Deadly Flourish. Flash away by Ghost, just ensuring that he stays alive.
Ends up being a respect flash in many ways. Probably wasn't necessary.
Still keeps himself up for now. Totoro roams back down. Try to alleviate some of this pressure, help clear out the waves.
Wraith was able to get good deep vision. We didn't see any punish coming through from Ghost and Totoro. The first time we see, at least visibly, that Totoro roamed was a nice punish from Samsung, getting both summoners.
Yeah. Good stuff by them, and Samsung just keeping their head above the water for now.
And any vision like the vision they have on Raptors that gives information on the pathing of Rengar is so helpful for the laners. The fact that Rengar has these potent lane ganks makes him very difficult to track, so you definitely need that vision, as if you were jungling against an Evelynn.
And just look how easily Cuvée is winning these trades. I mean, has the Sap Magic passive, but the Null Magic Mantle helping to mitigate the damage coming out from Crazy is just doing wonders for him. Bless is here to maybe try to turn Crazy's luck around.
Has red buff.
Does have red buff, does have the ultimate ready to go. He's going to go ahead, pop that. Depth charge comes through. They leap in onto Cuvée. Nice arcane smash. Dredgeline connects, though, with the Bola shot, and that should be one dead tree. A couple more shots. There we go. He goes down, and that's going to be Bless coming up with a kill. Can definitely jumpstart the Rengar.
Well played by Crazy. Needed to hit that Dredgeline to guarantee that the rest of the damage would register from the Rengar. Held his cooldown well. Held his flash as well. So a repeat gank is certainly possible on top.
Yeah, very well done. Cuvée will see when he spawns if he's going to go ahead and pop the TP. There's a wave crashing into the turret, but looks like he's just going to forego that and wander his way back in. Wants to be able to match Crazy with teleports should it come down to it.
The way Samsung weathers this very, very strong storm from BBQ in the early game is for Haru to play Battle Ward against Bless. Whether it's just purely from warding himself, being the Vision jungler. He's on Lee Sin, so he has a decent time dueling against the Rengar, as we've seen Haru get some kills on Peanuts Rengar earlier in the season. Umti actually as well. What you can do is just get in there and tussle with the Rengar, because if Rengar has the space to choose his lane, coordinate with his laner, with the amount of CC in this game, you can't see these ganks failing. You know, top lane came close, but certainly ended up being registered, so shutting down the Rengar as he stands in the jungle, to me, is the big window for Samsung to not get blown over.
Yeah. And going in, trying to get a trade, but he's going to miss the tether. Crown has the package, was looking like he was going to inch down towards this bottom lane, but thought better of it. Now Haru waiting for an invade. Sonic Wave doesn't connect.
Doesn't know he's there.
He's just going to go ahead and peel back, and BBQ, they'll just clear out the ward. Tempt walking in, though. Face checks. He gets connected on. The Resonating Strike comes through. Now Stitch opening up the curtain call. Finds one, but has to cancel the rest of it as the TP comes out from Crazy. Ash Arrow goes through.
TP
connects on the
completed.
Crown. Can they get on top of him? The answer is yes. They jump in, just lock him down, and take him out. TP gets canceled by Cuvee. He won't be joining this fight, and BBQ come up with a pick.
Yeah, Cuvee gets really owned in that exchange in many ways because he tried to hold onto his teleport like he did so many times in game one. Didn't expect Crazy to just flash auto attack and guarantee the kill onto Crown. So map movement-wise, first with the Shen and now with the Nautilus, Crazy is running Cuvee around the map. He ends up just canceling his teleport, getting nothing from it at all. Was surprised to see the teleport complete, but then you remember it's Nautilus, and even though it's a late teleport, he always has a chance to turn around and engage.
Yeah.
At this point, you're like, okay, teleport's going to be cancelled. It's going to be wasted, but first the Ash Arrow allows Crazy to get in range. Flash, auto attack, goodbye Crown, and yeah, Cuvee's too late.
You see Wraith just trying to do his damnedest to keep him alive, dropping the box in the Dark Passage. We can't find it. Now Bless comes down to the bottom lane. But Haru is here to turn things around. Hook connects onto the Rengar, and he is just mincemeat for Samsung. They take him out. Kill going over to Haru. 2-0-1 on the Lee Sin.
It's actually a really weird interaction because we saw the Mimic was actually used by the LeBlancs, so I think there was some mind games there, and actually ended up being mind games on Bless. We didn't see the full interaction. Ghost and Totoro means that they won't be able to push the turret just yet.
Still strong wave clear here with the Karma Ash combo. They'll hold on to that for now, but another pick just going to keep things neck and neck throughout the 12.5-minute duration of this game so far. So 3-3, just 300 gold separating both of these squads. Dragon is yet to become a point of contention. It's the Cloud Drake, so both teams willing to wait on that one for a bit longer.
So viewers who watch other regions, specifically NALCS, where you see a lot more Fiora from the likes of Someday, might be wondering, why do we keep getting tank matchups? So much early Maokai, but you often see Nautilus, Poppy picked into it. Sometimes the Singed back in week 1, week 2. Why are we not seeing the Fiora? Why are we not seeing people try to kill the Maokai? And it's all about bot lane. What people have realized is that when you make a teleport play bot lane, when you have this meta of long-range AD carries, utility AD carries, and very strong laning supports, if you ever get a kill bot lane, you get the first brick, you get the first turret, and you don't have to play around the top side. Because if you're spending your whole time warding and ganking for top, and you lose a turret in bot, you have an incredible injection of gold to the enemy team. The utility AD carry will get his items at whatever speed, and things go very, very well. So it's games like this, and series like we've seen today, where so much action has been around bot lane, that you start to understand that going for a tank top is so much more reliable. And sometimes you can even snowball the tank top.
Yeah, they're looking to do just that. Cuvee goes in with the Twisted Advance, just trying to keep Crazy in underneath this turret, and that's actually going to dissuade BBQ from completing the dive. Tempt was on the roam up. Actually, they're going to go right back in for this one. Oh, ill-advised flash from Cuvee. Pays for that one with his life, but this could open up Samsung to finally get that first brick. Looks like they may just have it. Totoro trying to clear out the wave. Tempt comes back in. Turret still alive, but the last couple shots come through. They'll knock that down. And that is going to swing Samsung into a very brief gold lead, as the turret will be matched in the top lane.
Nice movement there from Samsung. If they were any slower on the rotation, they would have had to settle for a Cloud Drake, but they were fast. They got to mid lane, and at least got first brick to answer what ended up being a kill and top lane turret.
Yeah, losing the first brick for the Cloud Drake, definitely not the trait that you want. So, well done by Samsung, but Cuvee, a little bit dirty play there. Ash Arrow comes through. Ghost not going to connect. Gets hit by the Sonic Wave. They're trying to set this one up for the curtain call. Never mind. Mars says, you know what? I'll just take that one. Gets himself his third kill. And that's going to be another turret for Samsung, who are starting to get the ball rolling.
Deep teleport from Maokai. Picture perfect first brick teleport, but obviously a lot later than that in this particular game. Second turret of the game, and the game speed starting to really be accelerated by Samsung.
Yeah, now the Dragon comes through for them. Not much else that they can take on this side of the map, so they go ahead, snatch this one up, lightly hand the blue buff over to Crown. They can go back, spend all this gold that they just earned.
They've been so disciplined playing around the Rengar specifically. And what was looking like a game that Rengar would dictate. They've perennially had multiple wards, even a control ward in the red side jungle, and kind of left Maokai out to dry, but Maokai will get his items, be able to teleport will still be relevant, and they're trying to win the game around BBQ, tunneling on getting the Nautilus started in top lane.
First real lead that we're seeing come through. Still only about 1,000 at 15.5 minutes, so nothing insurmountable for the side of BBQ, but definitely faltering a lot more in the shot calling compared to game one, where Samsung just trying to, sort of change positions, I suppose, with BBQ. So now they're on the back foot. Haven't seen Temp do too much on this LeBlanc. 1-1-1 across the board, still up in CS very slightly, but we haven't seen that explosive performance like we saw before from it.
Yeah, and straddling between two items as well. Bissell Scepter and Morellonomicon coming through at some point. Still has decent kill pressure on most members. Maybe not the Maokai. It doesn't have teleport. We've seen LeBlancs run teleport. He was run at IEM, but Ignite has been the choice in the LCK to get that snowball rolling.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more of, of the Ignite coming back in, especially with Ahri swinging back into the meta. It's been that Ignite pick that we've seen get snatched up for that hyper-aggressive play.
When you can't guarantee that your enemy is running teleport, because back in the last LeBlanc meta, it was just teleport LeBlanc versus teleport whatever, basically. Everything was teleport in the mid lane, basically. You know that Corki's running exhaust, so going in combat summoner makes sense on the LeBlanc. You don't need your own exhaust. You can distort away from most skill shots, so it makes sense to go for a combat summoner, and Ignite has always been the big one in that regard. Exhaust being nerfed on future patch on 7.4 will also be interesting to see if we stop seeing as much double exhaust in the mid lane. We have seen heal Corki from time to time.
We have the double TP meta, now we have the double exhaust most of the time, so have to bring in some change every now and then.
Double exhaust is the fun police, so I'm not a big fan of that one.
Haru maybe looking for a play on Temp. The pings are coming out, but he's just going to go ahead and eject himself with a blast cone.
One of those things where you see a distort, and then you can just go in as Lee Sin and pretty reliably get the kick, and only the second distortion and flash is available to get Tempt out of the situation.
Able to recall safely. Crouch has been building himself up towards that Trinity Force, has the Phage and the Sheen ready to go. Haven't seen how much gold he's got in the bank at the moment, but should be relatively close.
Multiple members here from Samsung. They start on the turret.
Should be able to just brute force this one.
BBQ slow to react here.
Yeah, I mean, no TP from Cuvée, but unlikely that they even need it. Temp goes forward. Ash Arrow comes out, won't find a target. The turret goes down all the same, so Samsung, nicely done. Got themselves that final outer turret. And BBQ just, they look a bit lost in the macro play so far in game two.
Yeah, they're just second to everything. In that first game, it would be BBQ and Samsung's position where they'd be first to react and initiate, but this time they don't have the Shen. This time they're not investing things like Crazy's teleport. With Cuvée and Crazy just having very much a tank fight in the bot lane. Been well executed, although.
Blast goes in, trying to get on top of Wraith. Gets taken down about half HP. Meanwhile, Crazy roams his way up. Cuvée coming in. With the Twisted Advance down onto the Nautilus. Still very tanky. Meanwhile, the curtain call shots are coming through. Ghost will get body blocked by Totoro, so he's not going to go down quite yet. Deadly Flourish connects, but won't find a root. It looks like it's just going to be an exchange of damage and summoner spells from both sides.
Good play by Samsung. Stitch actually hit the first two shots onto Ghost as he fled. It was a nice prediction from him. But no more, so not actually able to pick up a kill or objective and what was looking like a pretty good fight given that Blessed used his flash to exit at the start. Much harder to pull off solid macro when you lose your mid lane turret pretty early. Yeah, BBQ's reinvestments of time, specifically to shut down the Maokai, seems to have been at the cost of 2 lanes. And that's why it feels like now that it's no longer laning phase, and Maokai versus Nautilus is so irrelevant when it comes to who is stronger at this point in the game, that Samsung seems to have made the right choice in the early game with the rock, paper, scissors, because all in on top lane hasn't given BBQ much.
Certainly has not. They're trying to keep this gold lead from stretching any further. Done a decent job of that. Still just under 2,000 gold so far for Samsung, but objectives are something that have been evading BBQ for the most part. Just have that one turret coming in. Haven't been able to get much else for themselves. Next Dragon is coming up. Second of the game is going to be an Infernal. Both sides will desperately be looking to get their hands on this. See BBQ already pushing in to get the Scuttle Crab, so they have that semi-permanent vision.
Doing the smart thing of trying to prep pressure and vision around both the split push and the backup objective you pick up there, which would be the Infernal Drake. For now, Samsung very out of position to contest either objective.
Cuvée, Crazy both in the top lane. No way either of them gets a TP off without having to back off quite a distance.
Only Haru on this quadrant of the map. Thresh going to come relieve some pressure, but that's already a lot of the health on this turret taken away.
Yeah, Temp doing a good job. Starting to play up. As Crown comes in, has the package available. Doesn't want to go in. Saw Totoro. Doesn't know that Bless was waiting in the brush, so a good call to not go too aggressive here, but instead they're going to swap over, go for this Infernal Drake. Cuvée has walked his way down, TP. Have to be burned out by Crazy. He's
going to be all alone.
He's completely surrounded, has to cancel. So now there's going to be a 4v5. Bless and Thrill the Hunt. They just have to go ahead and concede that Infernal Drake. Goes over to Samsung, and now there's a second one on the way in 6 minutes. If they pick that up, that is probably going to be good night for BBQ.
Bonus objectives here as well. This is a really nice rotation from Samsung. Going to take the through mid. They were really smart, specifically around clearing out vision while LeBlanc was getting turret shots, not losing the turret, picking up the Drake because they walked down Cuvée, and now they get mid lane inner turret as well. Super clean from Samsung. Didn't see this Samsung in game 1, but roaring onto the Rift. Not in terms of kills, but in terms of smart play in game 2.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like game 1 was a bit of a wake-up call for this roster. I mean, they made the decision to not change things up. Tempt, what more can you say? Walks right into Haru, and he just gets popped.
It's pretty zoned out there, as far as I can tell. Tempt didn't seem to react until he'd already lost over half his health bar. That's a 4-0. Lee Sin, who snowballed to the point of getting an early serrated Dirk.
I mean, and very crucially, you mentioned how the Lee Sin, how Victory has kind of evaded Haru with this champion. Turning that on its head right now here in this game 2. Stitch going to get locked up by the Asher. They peel off the Baron. Only got down to about half HP. Instead, they're going to go ahead and turn right onto Bless. They pop him, and that should be Samsung picking up this Baron. No initiation available on the side of BBQ outside of Crazy's ultimate, but there's just no way for them to get into the pit and contest this. No way for Miraculous Steal. So BBQ just going to go ahead, have to peel back, get the blue buff so they at least don't lose that. But Samsung, they just blew this game wide open. 4,000 gold lead, Baron in tow. And just 2 more inner turrets for them to take, and then they're onto the inhibitors.
I know I've been craving a series like this where the map movements and the smart map team decisions have been what separated the games. IEM was kind of fraught with lots of late game, 1 kill comes in, being decided by a Baron throw. Honestly, the games yesterday were pretty rough. Longzhu was looking pretty rough after the break as well. But this has been the better team in terms of decision making. Game 1, that was BBQ snowballing out a lead very well, and then being given over a god comp in many ways of power champs in the early game, and Samsung just outthinking them, outwarding them, and outplaying them around the map, as we're going to see what happens when Tempt doesn't pay attention to a 3-0 Haru. And Haru was the one backing first, but clearly the more aware person in the exchange.
Yeah, Tempt doesn't do anything until after the resonating strike is completed. Which, I mean, I guess is to be expected because you don't want the Lee Sin to follow you. So it's a bit of a rough spot to be in, but still rough stuff there for BBQ as they slip further and further behind. And what looked like insanity from the draft from Samsung, handing over a composition like this to BBQ, suddenly starts coming together as their macro is just so much better.
The thing about Genius is that Genius is when you play right on that edge of insanity. And
it's a very fine line.
You lose this game, and it's just, what's this drafting? Fire the manager, fire the coach. You win this game, and you're like, man, really smart stuff from Samsung. Now, do you give this draft to SK Telecom? Probably not. But either it was their scouting or their steadfastness in making this comp. So far, it worked, although
they gotta try something here. They lock up Wraith. He gets popped up by the Death Charge. Crazy still in the front line, trying to take up as best as he can. Will get rooted by the Deadly Flourish, but still likely to go down, and he does Stitch able to pop him. Meanwhile, Bless falls as well. Tempt going dangerously low, trying to run out of here. The curtain call coming through. Last shot, flies straight and through. Third shot, actually. The last one gets on to Totoro. That's going to be a double kill coming through from the Jin. And now Samsung at 25 minutes going to be breaking the inhibitor line. 20 seconds on a lot of these members. 35 on Tempt. Do they just go for the finish here? They're relatively healthy.
Double AD, I think it might be a kill, so you can even have Cuvee tank up a few shots, keep these minions healthy. Baron buff up means that Karma's not going to instant wave clear, and I think we got ourselves a series.
It definitely looks that way. No 2-0 coming through from BBQ, which means they will not be able to slingshot their way into that 4th place spot. Samsung holding on for dear life. They knock down the Nexus. They take game 2. They're going to make this a series. And suddenly it's any man's game. And I think after this one, we can definitely say we're not going to be seeing any roster swaps. That was excellently played by all 5 members of Samsung.
Really cool stuff from Samsung. A 25-minute win against a comp that was tailor-made for 25-minute wins. Letting the Nautilus get free kills on the Maokai, but running the rest of the map to the point where every time Tempt went for a flank on on LeBlanc, was caught in rotation. Didn't have the latitude to make the LeBlanc plays, and they owned the other 2 lanes to an extent where it didn't matter that Maokai was falling behind. Really nice macro game played by Samsung. So different to game 1, where they just picked wave clear and let the game kind of be lost or played at the pace of BBQ. And now we get a best of 1 to decide it, and that's a really exciting thing because both these teams have shown that when they get their ducks in a row, they can completely take over again.
Now let's just see if we can have both teams having their ducks in a row simultaneously instead of one after the other.
Then we might get the Monte Cristo special. 0 kills on both sides, just pure rotation. 0 kill final destination. Let's go.
Let's have it. All right, we'll see if they're able to bring that one out. Or if BBQ, maybe they get shattered by that loss. They look so good. They got handed over to LeBlanc, and they can't come up with a victory.
They saw that draft, and they were sniffing the 2-0 and just all the excitement from their fans. Samsung make those dreams a nightmare in many ways. They're really clean game 2, and now I just got no idea what we're going to see on the Rift in game 3.
Yeah, definitely unsure of what's going to happen. BBQ shifting back over to the red side definitely could mess up the draft. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have our 3rd and final game.
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible to say why I always feel this way. Yes, I know it's not a thing, but I don't know if I can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have some deceptively tiny damage charts, I guess. You could say only 10,900 there for the side of Crown on that Corki, topping out the meters.
But that means we had a short game, Achilleos, and this was a game run by Lee Sin. We've certainly had Lee Sin struggle. He definitely had a 0-10 to start the year, actually, when it came to Lee Sin win rates, but Haru deserves the MVP here. 100% kill participation, actually finds himself equal first with another top jungler in score. Such was his start to the season that even though been subbed out for Ambition, had some struggles. Some big names in the top 5, but also some new names. It's cool to see Haru and Max
yeah.
joining Score, Mickey, and Faker, who of course have picked up many MVPs in their time.
Yeah, I mean, other ones tied for second place now. Prey and Expression coming in there, both at 500 points. And it's just been really interesting to see the MVPs this time around in Spring Split, because before it was completely dominated by top laners, Smeb getting the double MVP, but now junglers, even the support players, are able to pick them up. But Haru, Lee Sin wins something that had been eluding him for a little bit of time. Comes up with some major plays in this game.
You know he's done well when I think back to the game and I'm like, I don't think we saw him miss a Q. Because he was super on form this game. I'm ready to see what, oh, there it is, ha! I was wrong, he missed a Q. But guess what, he did everything else completely correctly. Great target selection, the kill on the LeBlanc around the mid lane let you know that he was snowballing, because he had an early serrated Dirk. Here it is.
Yeah, just...
Not often is the person who's recalling more aware of where they're at than the person who's walking.
Yeah, he just absolutely dumpster attempt right there in that exchange. And this was pretty much their Hail Mary, trying to defend the rest of the base, but it's too much to deal with there. Samsung is way too far ahead. They win off this push.
Really good stuff from Samsung. I love games like this.
Great shot blind there as well.
That actually had confirmation it was blind, so that makes it extra cool. But I love games like this and series like this where both teams in their wins have played pretty flawlessly, outside of the smallest of mistakes that were not relevant in how the game went. There was no, they're ahead, and oh, now they're ahead, and now they're ahead, and they both threw, hooray. Like, this was actually a really clean series. Hope to see more of it. But Game 3 is going to be a really interesting one. I'm excited to see picks and bans, because now we know that even if power is stacked on one side, we don't necessarily anoint a winner in Champion Select.
Yeah. And as you can expect, not going to see any roster swaps. Don't have that graphic popping up on the screen, so still just going to be Haru, Stitch, and Wraith coming in for the side of Samsung.
Come on, we know if there's roster swaps when there's a 6th song, Achilleos. It's never changed since Season 1.
And I know, that's what I'm saying. We didn't see the graphic, we didn't hear the song. Things stay the same, but can they pick up a win on blue side? Is the question for Samsung.
Yeah, series has gone red side so far. Bans in Game 1, Samsung banning Malzahar, Jason, Talon. So far the Malzahar is the same.
And LeBlanc will be banned away by BBQ, as we saw in Game 1. Rengar going to be a bit of a change-up here for Samsung. Don't want Bless to get his hands on that one yet again.
AD carry bans happen quite a lot in this series. Varus is just permabanned in Korea. And now the Camille joins the ban list. They experimented with Camille being opened and decided that that's more trouble than it's worth. Samsung trying to secure a first pick without giving away a really powerful rotation on red side. When you consider what's up, we've seen Rise bans previously in the series. That's available, at least for the first round, although top laners seems to be the only solo lanes that you're willing to pick early.
Could see the Kha'Zix snatched up here for Haru early on. Should that make it through? Yeah, Jace going to be that third and final ban from the side of BBQ. So Samsung, did they want to just go for the Kha'Zix?
Jhin?
Did they want to take away an AD carry? That's a good point. We could see that one picked up here.
Jhin and Ashe are the AD carries, so unless you have a comp around the long-range engage of the Jhin, I guess you don't necessarily have to first pick it. But it's so powerful and so frequently picked that we shouldn't necessarily be surprised to see it first picked. I like to see Karma taken away from Jhin wherever possible. So I would love to see something Karma on the side of BBQ. And Udyr would send me through the moon, but Ezreal Karma would be a pretty strong laning choice into the Jhin.
I think an Udyr might break the Twitch chat.
Come on, Twitch chat's broken already, let's be real.
That's true, they're unfixable.
They just found out the OMG Azael meme, so they're having fun.
It's been Spam City with that one, but actually with the Ashe available, it's going to be the Ezreal picked up here for Ghost.
Please, exactly what I wanted.
And the Karma, so you might just get your wish, Papa Smithy. Looks like it will just be this duo in the bottom lane here for BBQ. So Ghost moving over to the Ezreal this time around.
I love it when they draft the Karma in the first round. She's the best on 7.3. Malzahar, lower priority, although banned this game. Karma, Zyra certainly falling down a little bit.
Really nerfed a little bit as well.
I mean, Malzahar is still first roundable just because forces people to buy QSSs is kind of the story with the Malzahar. You don't have dominating lanes to make up for it. Okay, back to the Rise.
I mean, you mentioned this.
Seventh game on Rise, 1-5, which makes for really poor reading. 1-3-1 comps, you know, especially in the European region. You see a lot of 1-3-1 with Rise. Been a very dominant pick there, but short of Faker having some good games, haven't seen quite the same power in the Rise in Korea. Or maybe just a pick comp.
It's looking to be that way. Thresh taken here for Wraith. So we'll just have more Thresh, so twice in a row now for him. But Cassiopeia is available, and this makes perfect sense for Tempt.
And if you want it, you take it now. Certainly will be banned on the blue side in the second round, so they take a mid laner while they can. Big surprise, see no tanks taken, so you look at the first pick for BBQ, and right now you put Maokai there. The picture of Maokai's there unless it's banned.
I think we're going to see that banned away by Samsung almost certainly. If BBQ doesn't have an ace up their sleeve and want to take that off the board themselves, looks like Rumble will be the first one. So it's like, okay.
What champion? Come on, because you can be the color caster now.
Please don't ban Maokai.
Well, so far so good.
Okay. This is looking pretty good. Samsung kind of teasing them.
Unless you go full 1-3-1 and play Fiora on the side of Samsung. I mean, Samsung knows exactly what's up. They're 100% certain that Maokai will be taken here. And hilariously, the Gangplank is banned as well. For the ultimate, we're taking Maokai. But there is certainly a chance they leave it up and have something pre-planned. Remember, they shattered our expectations in Game 2, leaving up the God early game draft for a BBQ and then beat it. Would still be very surprised to see not a Maokai ban. Do they trust in Cuvée? Because if they do, they don't ban Maokai.
Oh, they ban Rek'Sai.
They don't ban Maokai.
Okay, so Maokai first pick it is.
But now it's almost suspicious. Now you're like, wait.
This could be the ultimate mind game by Samsung.
Now do you just take, I guess, I mean, what else is available? So you've got 80 carries, support, and mid, so top and jungle. You can take a jungler, I guess.
I don't know. Let's see what answer Samsung
Now it's
has.
like, wait, Maokai?
So confused.
Yeah, they're confused too.
They're actually
not taking Maokai.
But it'll be even more confusing if Samsung doesn't take Maokai.
They will, of course they will, Achilleos. Have they just pulled off the mind game of the century?
I think they really did. I haven't seen a mind game this good I mean, I'm sure we've had a couple great ones that I just am not recalling, but this kind of harkens back to the MSI Faker LeBlanc playing with the Evelyn from EDG.
And you take the Kha'Zix here, certainly. Maokai Kha'Zix was the dream last 2 picks for BBQ.
Wow. All right.
Oh, man.
So Samsung got themselves a
And now
very
BBQ are
nice,
like, wait,
draft.
were they always going to do this? Or did we let them do this?
Oh, dear. I really would love to talk to somebody
Now we
on
just need
Samsung.
off the record for this draft.
I
They will
really
never
wanna know.
produce that video. But I'm just going to go to the producer afterwards and be like, please, give me the video.
How good of English does Trey speak? Because I would love to talk to him after this.
I think he actually speaks pretty good English.
All right, I might have to reach out to him and see if this was the plan all along. Because if so, good lord.
And now BBQ are like, I don't know, Poppy, we need a tank. Crazy only plays tanks, and we banned everything else.
Oh boy, well this got derailed for BBQ pretty quickly. On paper at least.
What a draft. That was the coolest 5-ban draft I've seen so far in terms of mind games. It was
really
They
good.
banned Rek'Sai, which of course is a big pick for Bless. It's his best win rate jungler so far, but that was the draft that kept giving. Absolutely. Cool stuff, and now we get a 3rd game, which, given how this series has gone already, Samsung vs BBQ, not a banner match. It's certainly not the telecom war that we open up tomorrow's broadcast with, but it's been a game that has kept giving. 3rd game draft has been cool, and now it feels like Samsung have kind of come ahead in a draft that looked set up for BBQ to succeed. Still some good picks on the side of BBQ, but I'm really excited to get into Game 3.
Yeah. I mean, this Game 3 is going to be really important. Both these teams need a good read on each other because they have to square off yet again on Saturday. So it's going to be very swiftly that they get that 2nd matchup coming through. So a win right here would be very important for either side. Again, I'm just hoping that we get a much more even matchup than we've seen from Games 1 and 2, where it's been very one-sided.
I'll take a clean victory if one of the teams can pull it off. It was a clean draft from Samsung. Weird combination of terms, but that's what it felt like. Saw some power on BBQ. Big match between 2 top 5 teams. You'd imagine when we close out this series.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see who's going to take it. Crown trying to get another win on this rise. Let's see if he can do it. Let's get onto the Rift for our 3rd and final game of the night.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
It's getting late in the night. The voices are getting a little bit raspier from the crowd who have been shouting all night.
Yep. Working to contain my own. Have to preserve it for that telecom war tomorrow.
Oh, come on. Don't phone in this one. It's a good game, Achilles.
I'll give it everything I got.
But not everything.
Not everything.
No. The reserves will stay intact.
Yeah.
This is like when you play those games where you collect ammo, and you're like, I never know if I should use these hollow-tipped bullets I have.
I'll use the mains, but not the reserves.
Okay. We'll keep the grenades for tomorrow. It's going to be popping off. Are you ready for the scripted 3 Infernal Drake start? It happens every time. Every time we ask for it, it's either 3 Oceans or 3 Infernals.
Yep. Got to be one or the other. Maybe we'll get 3 Cloud Drakes tomorrow. Who knows? For now, we're going to be starting with the Cloud Drake.
I wouldn't know what to think if there was 3 mountains. That just never happens.
Well, it's very rare. BBQ, all right. We're going to have
invade
a bit
the
of a
saplings.
Yeah, going to have a messier start, so they do pop the saplings.
Do notice they only take damage of 1 sapling and pull the rest, so this is what teams have been doing. This is why we see so many contests around the banana brush to stop the sapling starts from Maokai.
Wraith going to push forward, but just getting poked back, and you see Hard just desperately trying to get some of these. He's gotten 1 so far. A lot of trade damage in onto Bless. He's going to have to hightail it out of here, so that should be the big Raptor going over to Haru.
Just to be clear, the HP values on Elise don't mean much because
she does have sustain.
She has sustain, but the bigger story is that because she has the Spiderlings, they do a lot of the tanking. There's a reason that back in Season 3, you could go Doran Blade, Jungle Elise, and just tank with saplings. Even before, you could put a potion with that Doran Blade. So cool to see the contest, and it was actually a surprisingly big risk, because whenever you remember seeing those invades, they're always blue side invading red, because much more simple for Maokai to just do the saplings and walk to top lane. Much longer route when you're walking from the bot side. So, interesting game of rock, paper, scissors. Seems to have been won out by BBQ. As you can see, the health onto Elise not been a big consideration.
Yeah, did chug up both of those refillable potion charges, but that combined with the Spiderling is enough to keep him safe for now. So Bless will be all right to carry on through the jungle. Crown, gotta be looking for a big turnaround performance from him.
And because Bless has sent Kha'Zix to his topside jungle with natural pathing, playing around mid lane and then coming at a surprising time to gank mid is a possibility. If Ryze pushes out, Elise coming from bot side is one of the least likely things for a 4-minute gank. But Cassio has been largely pushing, so for now not going to happen.
This could just be a 3 buff here from Bless. Rotating back over to the top side of the map. Looks like it gets spotted out by Crazy.
That's why he sends Poppy to ward over from the Krugs. That is a max range ward you can place.
Yeah, and the recall came through from Haru, so he's not going to be there to try to go for it. So it's going to be a 3 buff start for Bless. Nicely done.
Felt like Samsung pulled off a pseudo 3 buff in how they got Maokai in the pick and ban, and now the actual 3 buff from BBQ. So not to be overcome from what was an interesting draft. I really like their early game strategy of contesting the saplings even though they were on the bot side of the blue side jungle, and then getting the 3 buff. Really cool. We haven't seen a start like this so far in LCK, so first time we see it, and a smart rotation from BBQ.
Yeah. Intelligent indeed. Just going to have this stalemate up here in the top lane. Cubit going for the double Dorans as per usual. Crazy hasn't had that back come through yet, but as you can expect what he's going to be building. So nothing too shocking going to come out of those top laners until the TPs come back up and maybe we get some action somewhere on the map, likely in that bottom lane if Wraith and Stitch can hit level 6 and get a nice hook coming through to try to set up a play.
Accelerated at least also poses problems for Crown in the mid lane. Famously a matchup that Cassiopeia does very well into Ryze. Whatever the state of the mage rework, Cassio has always won that lane, even though Ryze a bit more competitive these days than before.
Of course, Temp going for the cleanse. Doesn't want to get locked down long enough for Hard to jump onto his face. So we'll be able to get himself out of the plethora of CC that Samsung is bringing to the board.
Also back up a summon spell you take against Exhaust, but surprisingly no Exhaust on the side of Samsung.
Yeah, Wraith going for the Ignite. So very aggressive bot lane decision, despite the fact that we haven't really seen him gone for too many trades here with the death sentence.
It's an all-in trade decision. If you go Exhaust Thresh, you basically straight up lose to Karma, but if you go for Ignite Thresh, especially with a Jhin, you have a lot of kill pressure. So a situational pick, but maybe something we'll see more and more of with the pretty heavy exhaust nerfs when we move to 7.4.
We keep our eyes on how that one's going to unravel. Should be some pretty big meta shifts after that patch comes through. Right now, things have been mostly the same compared to 7.2. Some priority shifting. With Elise coming back in. Crown, though, flashes over the wall, gets himself away from that cocoon. Dark Passage thrown down just in case, but that's both summoner spells away from the Ryze.
It was an instant Ghost Flash. So we'll not have that for a wraparound gank. Temp didn't use anything. We're also on the last patch. Actually, no. I'm not 100% sure. I'm reading both patch notes, but I think 7.4 is the first patch where they patched the ult flash mechanic that Faker used on Cassiopeia, and Temp then copied. Was in the bug fixes of a recent patches. I think it was 7.4, so I think the ult flash is still available on 7.3.
Yep, you are correct, 7.4.
So in 7.4, you won't be able to do the mechanic where it looks like you're ulting backwards, but you flash in and still register it in front. But on 7.3, which we're currently playing on this week, that is still possible. Haven't seen much of it, though, in a few weeks.
See how things get shaken up there. I mean, Cho'Gath potentially coming back in. We haven't seen Cho'Gath in the meta for a while.
Problem with Cho'Gath is I think he still doesn't have a lane. Mid lane Cho'Gath was the last thing we saw.
Saw that at MSI. Westor played that quite a bit.
MSI 2015.
2015, yeah, not the most recent one.
Yeah, since then
Westor wasn't there.
Cho'Gath doesn't really have a lane. Even in mid lane now, it doesn't feel like you can really get through laning phase, even though EQ is pretty good wave clear. Rod of Age is now the most double dipping, with the ultimate scaling off the maximum HP and the ability power. We'll see though. When I played competitive way long ago, it was Jungle Cho'Gath days of Season 2.
Yeah, that's a bit of a throwback.
The competitive is also in inverted commas. It was the very much the early days of the Oceanic Pro scene. I miss Mundo and Cho'Gath jungle is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, Mundo.
He'll be back one day. Just wait for a Spirit Visage buff. He'll be back.
Oh, dear. Yeah.
If Spirit Visage or Warmogs ever get the love tap, you're like, uh-oh.
I was playing Earth mode the other day, and Dr. Mundo really sucks to play against him right now on that. Just never dies, constant cleaver spam. Pretty brutal stuff.
Mundo's fun when he's on the edge of the meta, but when he is the meta, you're just the most mad at all times.
Ward clear coming through. Haru comes over the wall, jumps onto Bless. Get some damage in, won't find much. Flash forward into the Flay. It's going to be him going up in the wall. Dark Passage comes through, Dragon Crown in. And that's going to be First Blood going over the Rise. Nicely set up by Samsung.
Big investment, though. They invested the teleport to pick it up. If there was no teleport, Temp would have considered an ult flash of some sort to try and allow Bless to get out. But without flash, he was always probably going to die. But no chance of a trade, given that the teleport was invested.
Yeah, so Flash TP burned out from the side of Samsung. But nice little burst of gold to come through that'll help get Crown closer towards that Rod of Ages right now, just sitting on tier and boots. So, gonna get bullied out by Temp, who is up that Doran's ring.
You just see the rubber banding of jungle experience. Haru wasn't forced to enter lanes at all, so is up to level 7, given that even though he got 3 buffed. So able to power farm his way there.
Crown's been able to be pretty competitive here as far as CS is concerned, where you think Tempt might be able to shove him off the minion waves very easily.
Yeah, this is basically winning the lane for Rise, given that the lane matchup, while not a counter matchup, doesn't suit him at minimum. Big win for Rise is if he can somehow get the enemy Cassiopeia's turret first and then start playing the 1-3-1 game. Cassiopeia finds it hard to track into side lane, especially with Exhaust and not Ghost. Don't have a semi-global like the Realm War. It can be exploited by running around the map.
Yeah, waiting for that one to come through. Tempt doesn't have the Ghost to try to roam down to, match Crown if he goes towards that bottom lane. So that could be a big swing point here.
I mean, Realm Warp in this game is likely going to be Rise launching at minimum Maokai, but maybe even Maokai and Thresh, or more members, of course. We've seen a lot of teams that have struggled for ranged initiation, just launch Maokai into the back line, and in the confusion, come in with the rest of the 4 members in more linear fashion. But Thresh in the back line with the box is also pretty good. Even if Thresh ends up dying, it's a massive initiation option for Samsung.
I don't think they spotted Haru out. That True Shot Barrage didn't go over top of him. Crypt Call gets open, and Wraith is going to drag in Haru. Hook comes through. Certainly would have connected onto Totoro. So good on him to go ahead and flash away.
Round walks down, spotted in the control ward.
Coon lands onto Haru. Ghost goes forward. The Arcane Shift, but doesn't get punished. So he'll be all right to do so.
So let's watch this lane.
My favorite.
It could be a solo kill at 2 or 3.
A Twisted Advance.
But no charge from the Poppy.
I bet he didn't see that coming.
Pretty cool lane to watch at level 2 or 3, but after that, not so much.
Yeah, it's like watching paint dry after that.
I watch cricket, so what can I say?
Sometimes that's interesting.
Yeah. And to be fair, I don't get to watch much of it anymore, being outside of Australia.
You mean there's no big cricket network in Korea?
No, turns out. They don't show cricket. They're too busy showing this competitive video games
I don't know.
on TV.
Sounds dumb. It's just a bunch of nerds.
Damn if they don't look anime in the intros.
They certainly do. Look at those anime storylines, Meteos versus C9.
It's true. Guess we haven't had a resolution or more information about if P1 intends to persist with Meteos.
Yeah. Something that they likely be smart to consider, you'd have to think.
operant word for me is consider. Inori certainly had his big games.
Oh, Wraith getting caught out. Goes low. Shield comes up, but it's not enough to keep him alive. He goes down. Bless takes away the kill. Nice turnaround there by BBQ, but now Samsung, they're trying to get an answering kill. Deadly Flourish connects on the Temptance and Cleanse off. Will keep him safe, has the flash available all the same. He makes it out with his life.
Yeah, very steadfast in not using the flash unless he needed to. No Petrifying Gaze this game either. Coming up to level 10. Not really had a compelling reason to use that. Two matchups that Samsung on paper were going to struggle to win was the bot lane, where we've seen Stitch actually able to push in Ghost, despite, as we saw in Series 1, and also Bang explaining that Ezreal has the pushing advantage against Jhin in particular, through the ability to Q and auto the first minion, and Karma only helps that. It's been surprising that Stitch has been able to push up the lane as much as he has in the bot side. And then Ryze going equal with Cassiopeia is a surprise in itself as well. So, two lanes you'd expect to go pressure-wise against Samsung have gone in their advantage. That's why you might find it surprising that Samsung are up in gold with, you know, advantageous lanes in every lane, because Poppy, sure, it's almost a wash against Maokai, but it's a slight, you know, 10% edge to Poppy even in terms of early game presence.
Yeah. BBQ is trying to keep it as close as possible, though. Pretty much even at the moment. And that's with that first blood boost coming through for Samsung.
The way I'd read this is that Samsung are effectively, in air quotes, 2,000 gold ahead because they've had such a good early game and because of the lane matchups should have gone the other way. So it's almost one of those small disadvantage but lead because of implied scaling for Samsung Galaxy. No Rod of Ages at 14 minutes, although we do see the recall on the mini-map, so that's probably on the menu.
Yeah, it should be coming through here, so I have that fully stacked just before 25 minutes. There we go. Is picked up, as well as his Merc Tread, so I had a pretty nice purchase here.
And no Magic Mantle. Wow, that's a lot of gold.
Oh, wow.
I mean, with a kill, I guess that makes sense. Just been a bit delayed on picking it up. But Samsung's comfortable playing a long game. It's where they shine the most, even though Game 1 was such a decisive win for Samsung Galaxy. Game 2, sorry.
I mean, that feel when we might have a very long, drawn-out game by Samsung, and not Jhin Air in the first series.
You take your victories where you can as a caster.
Good with the bad always. Shot Barrage comes out, just trying to push that wave in.
I wonder when they kind of surrender the standard lanes and start putting Ryze in the side lane. We might see a Realm Warp play, though, because Crown's walking up.
They're opening up. That's going to be out of mana on Ghost, has to flash away. Crown comes in with a Realm Warp, trying to get down on top of it. Yeah, he'll throw in a bit of damage, but just can't stay in underneath the turret. He backs out, so Realm Warp for Flash and Ghost burned out by Crown.
I really want to see Crown parked in the bottom lane with two summoners. The Ghost not the biggest one to be down, because then Jhin matches wave clear, Jhin opens up, and then Realm Warp into kills is so likely that 1-3-1 is very much the setup when you have these Ryze comps. For now, though, Ryze has just been matching farm with Cassiopeia in mid, so we aren't going to see that phase of the game just yet.
Ooh, another Twisted Advance.
I like the way you say Twisted Advance. It sounds interesting, even though it really is.
I got to do something.
You do.
Or else I'll go insane.
I think of the lane more as inane rather than insane.
Nice wordplay.
Thank you.
Oh boy, all right. Well, slow and steady as she goes. Pretty much dead even across the board, as it has been for quite some time. Cloud Drake, completely ignored. Feeling a bit like the Rift Herald right now.
Yep.
He'll be saying goodbye pretty soon.
Who will die first? Will it be the Rift Herald leaving the Rift or the Cloud Drake being taken?
It's a tough call, but I'm going to give it to the Rift Herald leaving first. Or no, the Cloud Drake leaving first, actually.
I don't know, Achilles.
Bless. Goes forward, tries to get that cocoon. Won't connect. Dark Passage is enough. Get them out to safety. Thought maybe we would have a pick right there, and that would lead to the Cloud Drake, so maybe now I'm regretting my decision.
I walked up and I was like, it's Cloud Drake. Oh, never mind.
You're getting a bit too excited for Cloud Drake. We're like, nah, it's Cloud Drake.
But killing Cloud Drake, that's the most excitement we've had all game.
Well, we thought Crown was going to die bottom turret.
The-
That was pretty exciting.
Let's be
for a
real. We
second.
can't complain. We've had 4 games today, including 2 from Jin Air and 2 from Samsung, both late game teams. That's been pretty damn exciting.
Yeah.
So if this one's going to be the 50 minutes,
We-
I accept it.
We got both sides of the spectrum. Granted, Rocks did look quite good in the first match, but there's more mistakes
There
that we've
was.
seen so far here between Samsung and BBQ. But we kind of had both sides of the spectrum where this is like more clean macro play, and the first set was just kill everything that moves. So best of both worlds.
The full range of LCK goodness.
We don't get that first one.
No.
Oh, here we go. Bottom lane yet again.
All right.
Curtain
Accuracy
call.
here. Oh, my goodness. We won't get to see if he hit the 4th one. That's depressing.
All those shots. Looks like he might have. Temp did go down quite low, but there's just no follow-up. Try to come up with the kill. Cuvée roaming down towards his mid lane. Just charges all the way down the river to toss the saplings. All right, my work here is done.
Yeah, top lane pushed, so no need for him to stay in the top lane. Speaking of top lane pushing, it's Barmy's Cinder Spirit Visage, so tanky Poppy, but certainly not going to be getting any free buckler shots onto the turret anytime soon.
Yeah. Well, take away on the blue buff there. Haru had to take it. Couldn't hand it over to Crown. And just pop the smite to ensure the steal.
Rosenheart first from Cuvée. So you look at the enemy team. Ezreal, passive. The Rising Spell Force definitely going to be impacted there, but not a traditional auto-attack AD carry. At least us more auto-attacking than most junglers.
Oh, I think I was finally right.
Oh.
Yeah, they will go ahead and take this one away. So Cloud Drake, first dragon of the game, goes down at 19 minutes and 15 seconds, and we are rewarded for the diligence with an Infernal.
First
Second.
objective of the game, interestingly. There has been no turrets taken so far, only kills. First objective being a 19-minute Drake. Lets you know this game has been played at an exceptionally slow pace.
Yep. Crown pushing forward. Temp going to get rooted.
Nice.
Already used the cleanse. Comes through. He will keep himself alive. Gets chunked down to about half HP.
If both Wraith and Crown had turned around, then the hook would have registered and that would have been a kill. So 1 out of 2, not enough. Nice juke from Crown.
Samsung, where do they want to go from here? Looks like it might just be charging right back up the river. Crown going to get hit by that Cocoon. Deadly Flourish dodged out by the repel from Bless. He comes back down. Hook not going to connect. Bless goes low. Big play back in from Wraith. They come up with a kill as they take out the Elise, but they're going to trade Thresh for it. Crown trying to trade back here with Temp, but he's quite low on mana. Curtain Call shot lands. Another one. The 4th and final, and Haru, he's got the Void Spikes to finish off the Cassiopeia. 2 kills for 1 picked up by Samsung. Can they transition that into a first brick is going to be the question. Maybe looking at this mid lane turret. But instead, they're going to take away some jungle camps.
And the accuracy of Stitch on these bolts has really been what has allowed Samsung to get the small advantage on what otherwise has been very even trades between Samsung and BBQ. First 4 shots onto Temp should have let him know that actually the accuracy, the steadiness of hand from Stitch couldn't really be trifled with, and tried to turn around and do damage, saw the curtain call. 2 shots hit, allows Crown to close the distance. Clean stuff from Samsung's sub 80 carry, and trying to make a name for himself. First brick as well. First meaningful advantage of the game over to Samsung.
Yep. Gold explodes 4th right there for these guys.
We see the replay. Bless takes a lot of damage, and you think, okay, maybe Samsung can run through.
This play from Wraith. Beautiful 3-member hook.
It is, but then Wraith dies, and you're like, okay, Crown's auto-attacking. But finally, Stitch feels safe enough. Flashes into a bolt. Unfortunate. The next 2 register. Definitely a Dorito situation. So Poppy can't stop, and in this case, it's hitting appropriate skill shots.
That's Pringles.
Doritos, Pringles. Yes, you are correct. It's still late, Achilles.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, Doritos. I gave you free advertising. My bad.
It's the jet lag talking here.
Maybe it's a lack of confectionery knowledge.
Could be. Shot Barrage comes through. Realm Warp being thrown down to try to get away from that TP. They come back in, try to cut off Crazy. He jumps on the Stitch, can't come up with the stun on the wall. Deadly Flourish goes right between he and Bless. So the Poppy will make it out, but TP for Realm Warp and heal from Stitch. Gets pretty decent trade for Samsung.
Come pretty full circle. Commented multiple times this series about how Cuvée was not looking for the early teleports, looking to either match or walk down. This time Crazy makes the assertive teleport and gets nothing for it. So Cuvée gets the big map advantage, walks top, Poppy recall, so they're going to try and rush down the outer top turret. Think better of it, though. Don't have the adequate ward coverage to do it. And 1-3-1 is finally possible. When the first turret line is broken, to Stitch taking first brick in bot lane, we can start the Realm Warp roam potential from Crown. An open map for a team that needs to set up like BBQ means a lot of different angles for Maokai and Rise to enter the fight.
So far, things have been pretty good here for Samsung as they approach on about a 3,000 gold lead, a couple hundred shy of that mark. Still nothing too massive at 23 minutes. BBQ with one good team fight definitely could swing themselves back into an advantageous position, get the lead.
So see how they can do it in the next 3.5 minutes, where either you have to pull the Poppy and Maokai gets free time in top, or Cassiopeia matches Rise, has to play super defensively, and 5v3 happens in the mid lane. So defending here is actually really tough for BBQ while the teleport is down for Crazy.
We'll see if Samsung can pull the trigger on something while that TP is still down. Crown's got the wave moving up, but doesn't want to go much further than that. Sniffed out that Tempt was hovering somewhere nearby. Doesn't want to get burst down. Doesn't have Haru waiting in the wings. They want to try to get aggressive. Speaking of that, Ghost getting locked down by Stitch. Firing off these shots, so just get a little bit of damage on the multiple members of BBQ. Can't come up with anything too meaningful. And right now the turret will still elude them. They're trying to clear out the wave fast enough to get some more damage in, but full 5 members of BBQ with Crazy coming in from the sidelines. Big Keeper's Verdict, that's going to eject Wraith right back out of the fight, but Bless goes low. Cube in the front line.
Let's die.
Making up as best as he can. Neither going to go down. Petrifying Gaze juked out by Crown. Really good turnaround by him. Make sure he doesn't get locked up. And they have a couple more minions just trying to whittle away at this tier 1 as best as they can, but they're just not going to find much ground, so Samsung going to have to go ahead and peel back.
It's much harder for Samsung to actually take this out of mid lane turret playing as 5 than it is playing as 3. When they're splitting the map, more members are drawn out and they get incremental damage. When they try to force it, BBQ can stand up in a 5v5 very easily. So they'll back away, minion waves are no longer prepped, and kind of means that the no teleport phase from Crazy is probably not going to go punished, so that's a good sign for BBQ.
Yeah, he's just going to have to stick around here in the mid lane because that Infernal Drake spawning now in 10 seconds.
That spawning means the map is that much narrower. You need to play around the Infernal Drake. You need Maokai there to put down vision or allow Wraith to walk up to put down vision.
Right now there's pretty much no vision. There's one ward in the backside of the pit next to the red buff.
Will Cuvée consider recalling? There's 2 control wards in great spots to come around the Baron.
Could definitely see that flank coming out. Scuttle Crab going to be fought over right now, but looks like it is taken by Bless.
Realm Warp as well.
We'll have that established vision. BBQ, they do start up the Infernal Drake, but this could just be a pretty messy fight coming in. Cuvée going to have to do his damnedest to tank up all his damage. Totoro's already down to half HP.
Level 13 on both junglers.
Needs to get into that back line, jump on top of Tempt or Ghost. Let's see if he can do it. Dragon going down, 1,500 goes in on top of Bless, trying to lock up the Elise as best as possible. Petrifying Gaze, yet again, not going to land. That's going to be the curtain call opened up. Cuvée has to flash into the pit to try to keep himself alive. Shots coming through, 4th one does find Totoro. He goes low. Meanwhile, Haru in the pit. Repel comes through from Bless. It's going to be Haru picking up the Infernal Drake, but can they mitigate their losses? Haru will fall. 2 kills so far for the side of BBQ. Totoro and Bless barely making it out with their lives. They come up with 2 kills, but they do not get the Drake.
Second fight in a row where Bless lives on what feels like single-digit health. So close. Haru does pick up the steal. Both were at level 13, but so much fighting. The targets in this fight were really interesting to track. For the longest time, they started DPSing down Cuvée. So even though Tempt whiffs completely on the ultimate, I assumed that BBQ, because they had inside track, will be able to take down the Drake, but the rest of BBQ has to go back, which means that Bless is all alone. By the time he comes down, nice smite through is very consequential, and Bless doesn't die.
The timing of that charge from Crazy. But look at this, coming back into live. BBQ.
Samsung don't even know. They think about it now, but it's down to
right
3,000.
over onto this. Yeah, Baron down below 2K. Now Stitch arriving. They see this happening, and that's just going to be the Baron picked up. Cuvée comes in, trying to lock somebody up. Goes Twisted Advance onto Ghost in the back line. Doesn't have any mana, just trying to smack him as hard as the tree can, but he flashes out of the pit to safety. Stitch comes over the wall, gets a kill in onto Totoro, but he pays for that one with his own life. as Crazy stuns him in and takes him out. A 1-for-1 and a Baron going over to BBQ off the backside of that Infernal Drake.
And sometimes a 1-for-1 to deny a Baron on the side of BBQ can mean a lot, but Karma's Baron buff is definitely the lowest value. Will always be grouped with someone. So whether they want to play 1-3-1 or whether they want to group, not a big value in denying the Baron buff from Karma. And that sort of 1-for-1. It also trades experience to the side of BBQ. So lower member killing a higher experience member. BBQ very decisive. Unfortunately, some of the context is lost because we were in a replay, but seemed to just run it to Baron. They knew that all the vision for the last few minutes had been placed around the Drake, the Infernal that draws so much attention, dominating the vision of Samsung. And a decisive Baron call from BBQ is their first kind of opening of this game. So we saw the game open for Samsung earlier, and now we see BBQ needing the Baron against the run of play and picking it up.
Yeah. How much can they get for this, or with this rather, is going to be the question. Looks like the tier 1 turret at mid will be the first target, as well as, well, they're just going to go ahead and do a full court press here as Crazy pushes in the top lane. Cube trying to get up there to stop this from going down. I'm not sure how much work he can do. The Sheen is there for Crazy, and he is one tanky Poppy. Seems like he will go ahead and peel back. Tier 1 was taken by Tempt in the bottom. And now they want this mid. There's not a lot of wave clear on the side of Samsung.
It's also 3 ranged auto attackers, so very hard to lock them down. Such great kiting from Karma and Ezreal especially, so 2 turrets already. They're pushing on to a 3rd, and Samsung don't really have the tools to stop them.
Yeah, trying their damnedest. Stitch has to walk up into short range just to try to get these hits in on the minions. But even then, Baron Empowered is just making it more and more difficult for them to clear these out.
Ezreal with red buff. Always been a terror. One of the best wearers of double buffs of any AD carry, and whether it was the poke or the auto attacks onto the turret, they're walking up a 3rd time.
Stitch is here by himself. Wraith and Haru just now arriving, won't be able to do anything. So tier 2 does get taken by BBQ. Now they're starting to stretch a bit of a lead. 1,000 gold in their favor. We'll add yet another turret onto it.
They were pretty big in the hole too. I think it was around 4,000 gold was the lead for Samsung. They had the 1-3-1. They should have been able to play the map better. Ceteris Paribus, other things being equal. Was a very large swing from taking the Baron, which with Cassiopeia is always a possibility. Decisive play is what has actually put them in the driver's seat come 30 minutes. What has been an enthralling 3-game series.
Yeah. Really great shot calling by BBQ. So just, felt safe enough. They knew that they had the kill onto Haru. Even though they lost the Infernal, they have that damage, as you mentioned, from the Cassiopeia. So easy rotation up towards that Baron for them. And now they start inching ahead. After the Baron take was about 2,000 gold in the lead with Samsung. Now they swing that into their favor by about 1.2. So overall, a pretty decent Baron power play from BBQ.
And you can't even help feeling, though, that we haven't seen the last great turn of this series. We've seen good moves on the side of Samsung and the Baron, especially on the side of BBQ. But I'm hoping the game is decided by a very inventive Realm Warp or a huge ult flash from the Cassiopeia. Because while it was a really big Baron power play, the game is still pretty damn even. Infernal Drake scaling. Next Drake coming in a minute. That's picked up by Samsung. They're going to have that alternate win condition of the Elder Drake as well.
Yeah.
That's a fast Poppy.
Definitely zipping along there pretty quickly. But it seems like BBQ might have netted everything that they could possibly get with that Baron buff at the current moment. So still very good pickups for them across the board. But shouldn't be able to tack too much more on to the list.
Item timing's really good from Crown. We still haven't really seen Teamfight Rise, but he is massive compared to the Cassiopeia, who's still getting there. Well, has plenty of power of her own, but can't stand up to the completed items that Crown has.
I mean, 4-item Rise at 31.5 minutes.
Including the Void stuff as well.
Yeah. He's going to do quite a bit, even to Poppy, you'd have to expect. So a lot of respect going to have to go over to him, but you can see BBQ for now. They had the inside track on that turret. They're able to knock it down, so another tier 2 goes over to them.
I just don't think Maokai walking up is the solution, although...
Well, Ghost gets caught at about half HP. Totoro might just be the target. Keeper's verdict thrown out.
It's all alone.
By Crazy. He's going to go ahead. He ejects Cube out of the fight. Temp goes low. Haru getting chunked out as well. Wraith going to have to peel back. Crown now all on his lonesome on the opposite side of all 5 members of BBQ. Such a bad spot to be in. Flashes will not get stunned into the wall, but This is just pretty much all she wrote. Gets a big shield coming through from the Archangels. Can he make it out of here with his life? The answer is going to be no, as Bless takes him down. And oh, look at this, a consolation prize. And it's another Infernal Drake spawns. BBQ looking to get there first, but the rest of Samsung definitely have something to say about this.
They're definitely not going to give it over for free. They turn onto Cuvée.
He's going to go ahead, takes that twisted advance back over onto Crazy, trying to get himself away from the multiple members of BBQ, but he's getting ripped down to half HP. Deadly Flourish not going to stop anybody, and Tempty's got so much damage. There we go. He tries to flash away, but he gets taken down as Ghost comes up with the kill, and that's going to be an Infernal Drake going over to BBQ, and now things really starting to unravel for Samsung. Just a little bit too gung-ho with that Realm War.
Yeah, he went into the backline, got a bit of DPS, then backed away, and it looked like BBQ would have to disengage. But when he showed his face a second time, they realized, wait, we can just turn onto the Rise. He has no tank line, doesn't even have a secondary DPS like Kha'Zix to back him up. The target selection was very, very easy for BBQ. You watch the replay, and when Crown just heavily outplays Tempt, once again dodges the Petrifying Gaze. Everything's actually really good for BBQ at this point, but when he shows up a second time, Crazy can move around, Bless can move around, they have gap closes. Flash is definitely not going to bring up enough space between Crown and the rest of the team. That was where things kind of fell away for Samsung. They tried to play it cute around the Infernal Drake as well, but an answering Infernal Drake, more kills. Control further cemented for BBQ, but one team fight away from Samsung regaining that control.
Yeah. You have to think that things could have been very different had Cuvée not gotten ejected out of that fight with the Keeper's Verdict. If he had been there to, try to lock somebody down for Crown, at least peel for him, could have seen the Rise making it out with his life. But now BBQ start stretching a lead of their own. Still haven't broken 2,000 gold in that regard, but another Baron having spawned definitely could help them out with
He has
that.
teleport, but doesn't have any advanced wards around the blue buff to be able to look for a teleport flank. Nice control ward placement by Samsung.
Yeah, will get cleared out though, so it won't be established vision for too much longer. See BBQ not going to try to, well, maybe they will try to force up this Baron. They could just go ahead and duo this.
Two-man.
And Crazy. There's no vision on it right now. Cuvée goes, throws out the sapling. They know that this is happening. BBQ will go ahead and peel back, and this should give an opening for Samsung to push in, clear out some of this vision, get some down. Cuvée getting locked up. Stunned into the wall by Crazy, already down below half HP. Temp just firing away on him with those Twisted Fangs. He's got to get out of here. Does not have a Guardian Angel available. Current call opened up by Sitch, just trying to dissuade the rest of the team from moving in and killing the Maokai. The Maokai goes down. That is certainly going to be the Baron over to BBQ.
Two long-range harassment tools down. I think you can turn on to Baron. Not really worried about the contest now, and Haru is not spotted, so could look for the steal.
The recall comes through, Cuvée keeping back into the fight. Redemption comes down, Crazy pop back up. Yet again at full HP, Baron at 4K health. Can they stop this? Petrifying Gaze yet again, not going to find anybody. Temp getting locked up, the big shield comes through. He almost gets bursted down, and there we go. Stitch
got this
pushes
one.
forward, comes up with a kill. Crazy gets his GA pop now, just trying to exit as best as he can, but Samsung has so much damage. They take out 3 members of BBQ, and now they themselves are turning over onto the Baron. Bless is so low. It'd be a suicide mission for him to go for this steal, but he feels like he might just have to do it. One shot from Stitch would take him out. Deadly Flourish not going to connect, but Crown is here to follow up. That is going to be the Spider getting stomped out. That's the Baron to Samsung, and they turn this game right on its head time and time again.
BBQ overforced around a second Baron. They remembered how much the first Baron gave them, but around the second Baron, Crazy gave up his whole health bar during the trade tanking. Look at it at this point, and okay, Crazy's strong, they've got position, but Crazy takes free damage from everyone while the rest of them are getting low, tanking up the Baron. They could have fully disengaged or fully engaged. They did neither, and then they end up overcommitting and still tanking Baron. There was a real big misplay around the big purple monster, and low health bars, people disengaging in multiple different directions. Finally, Haru can have the sort of fight he's been waiting for. Didn't have any kill involvement of any description previous to that fight. First Baron opened the game for BBQ. What will the second Baron do for Samsung Galaxy?
We'll definitely have to see. You can see already swinging gold right back into their favor. 4K up now is Samsung, and they are out for those inner turrets. Haven't been able to take a single one yet in this game. Sorry, mid lane. They did get the mid lane one. So we'll see if they can get more.
Gonna start walking up now, playing the same sort of game that we saw from BBQ.
One more hit would do it. And they should be able to safely take that. The minions could also get it, but Stitch walks up. They take that one out.
Getting a Baron against a 1-3-1 comp got all the standing gold for BBQ. But now that we have the Baron on a 1-3-1 comp, you shouldn't be surprised to see a significant CS advantage for Ryze, who is probably basically a shop away from 6 items.
Yeah,
He's already
also
doing-
just a little ways away from that Flame Horizon.
This is what happens though, as Cassiopeia, you're kind of rooted to the mid lane. You need to get the blue buff when it spawns. You find it a lot harder to chase after and match the swift push.
I mean, look at that shot. 656 damage to the turret on that 4th and final crit from Stitch. So if he can just keep getting in range to get those final shots off, the turrets will not last very long.
Samsung win. What does it say about their lineup that they persisted with Haru, Stitch, and Wraith as their configuration today? And especially Stitch has been very, very good, and Wraith has been more than capable. Wraith was never a liability for this lineup. He was very, very good during the regular season, and then fell away to Cuvée specifically in the postseason of 2016 summer.
Crazy. He gets hooked in. The box comes down. They really want to take out the Poppy, but the redemption is there and should pop him back up quite a bit, as you can see right there. Back above 50% HP. But the pressure is still on here from Samsung. Minions in the top lane starting to chip away at that inhib turret. Still isn't quite close to going down. A bit below half HP from what I can tell on the minimap. Samsung, they just want to fully commit right now to this mid and bottom lane.
Kha'Zix top. Level 18. A lot of physical damage.
Shield coming out, trying to deny that dark passage, but it doesn't matter. There's still just no collapse coming through. Haru and Bless trading back and forth.
That's out of mana and can only fight in a minion wave, given the isolation damage from the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, Spiderlings will get cleared out very quickly from the Void Spikes. So just has to play that very cautiously. Samsung yet again pushing forward. Cuvée just trying to be that big front line. Stitch taking a little bit of damage, but he's able to get the turret in the end. And while top goes down, BBQ trying to all in onto this bottom side. Cuvée goes low, couple more shots would take him out. Flash forward. Ghost is able to find it.
Need more,
they get
though.
more. It's going to be Scrying Orb coming down. They take the Blast Cone out. Bless just gets 1v1 by Haru, comes up with the kill, and that should be the first inhibitor going down to the top side of the map.
Yeah, Baron buff has worn out, but Crown will also get free auto attacks, and Haru backing up in mid lane. Single kill is certainly not enough, even if it is onto the tank. They won't be able to force anything in the interim. They keep up the outer mid lane inhibitor tower, but only on a sliver of HP. And sure, it's a one for one, but Samsung pick up the objectives which they were craving.
Yeah, really solid for them, and you can see just how much that gold lead has exploded for them. Now 8 turrets to 5, and Elder Dragon going to be in the sides of both of these teams. Only the Infernal Drake from BBQ. But if they could take that away, it's an Infernal Drake not getting buffed up for Samsung, as well as that Cloud Drake, which just gives them extra stacks for true damage.
They only really have a chance to rush it down or lose it. That's really all they can afford to do, because they have the worst inhibitor to be down, the one on the other side of the map, so they didn't decide to rush it. They aren't going to engage into Samsung Galaxy either, so free Infernal over to Samsung.
Elder. Free Elder, yeah.
Free Elder. My apologies.
But Infernal getting buffed. So, still going to be
more. And for a Jhin, that means a lot.
Yeah. He's going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage. I mean, full build here for Stitch, full build for Crown. They have so much damage, as the Rabbidd's Death Cap was the last expected item from Crown. So just keep your eyes on Crazy. As you can see right there, chunk down to almost half HP. Just a couple hits from that Rise.
A couple of hits from the Ryze, and Jhin will also deal with the second inhibitor of the game. Remember, mid lane inhibitor turret is very, very low as well. Does not regenerate health that fast. Will be at about less than a third. In fact, a sliver, a tenth even.
About a tenth, yeah. So they can just go ahead, walk up Stitch. Very easily can take that out. Crazy goes in, trying to get on top of Haru. Gets an eye on the jump. Pops him up with the Keeper's Verdict. The shield's coming through from the side of Samsung. It's not enough to keep him alive, but now they're still fighting against this Elder Dragon buffed Samsung squad. Temp goes in, finds Stitch, works him down quite low, but can't come up with the kill yet. Crown's still full HP, and BBQ just has to be so cautious walking up towards this rise. They get the GA pop away from Cuvee. Big hit on that fourth and final shot comes through. Crown goes for it, and he takes out the pop. He follows up with another one onto Totoro. He makes it a triple kill as he gets tapped. Can he make it a quadra? Hunting down for Ghost, who's just running for his life down the bottom lane. Lands the Rune Prison before he jumps away. One more Q. Can he get it?
Oh, the
Doesn't
burn is
land.
not enough.
Yeah, Ghost will not go down, so no quadra kill coming through. Won't be able to lead into the Penta. But Samsung trying to break the base, but they're pretty damn low, and Bless comes up with a kill on the Wraith. They're going to have to peel back out of this one. True Shot Barrage not going to find a target. Crown, Cuvee, and Stitch will hightail it out of the base. They get one Nexus turret, all 3 inhibs down, and Baron spawning in 5 seconds. And you just have to think that, BBQ, there's not much they can do.
Really nice start to the fight, specifically from Crazy, interrupting the leap from the Kha'Zix and allowing them to DPS down and force a 5v4. But even with the number advantage, Jin's full build, Ryze's full build does a lot of consistent damage. Jin could just walk over to the brush next to the enemy base and open up, and no one else could close the distance to cancel the curtain call. So invariably, Samsung still come up ahead, not enough to end the game. So 43 minutes, we do drag on. They are all but ending the game. And speaking of ending the game, ended Totoro's life instantly.
Yeah, gets the reset and hop right back into the pit. You can see just how much damage this Baron has taken, already down below half. Bless is here, just going to take the blast cone over towards the Krugs. Can't even try to go for the steal. Would just certainly lead to the end of the game. Has to go back and try to defend this last Nexus turret with his team. But 3 waves of super creeps pushing in. The end is nigh for BBQ in this series.
So close to what would have been a surprising series win for BBQ, but the eulogy was written too early for Samsung Galaxy. Didn't even change their lineup, but things looked a lot better. Now BBQ can try and engage, but seems so unlikely.
Yeah. First verdict does come out. Ejects Cuvee yet again. Curtain call just firing off in the back lines. Ghost goes low. Pell comes through from Bless, just keeping himself alive as best as possible. Crown pushes in, takes out Crazy yet again. Big Petrifying Gaze onto Wraith and Crown, but they're only able to find the Thresh. Meanwhile, double kill coming through for Haru. The Nexus falls, and that is going to be Samsung. A massive turnaround on that game, but they come up with the win against seemingly against all odds with this squad that they're just not as practiced on. Stitch, Wraith, and Haru making magic happen.
A really fun 3-game series. The teams took turns having clean victories in Game 1 and Game 2 for BBQ and Samsung respectively. And then Game 3, it was a seesaw, but the kind of seesaw you could get behind. Really decisive first Baron up BBQ to stop the 1-3-1, get a big lead, and then a misfire by BBQ around the second Baron, and good team fighting from Samsung got them second Baron, and it felt like once they got that Baron, all the little issues they had through the course of the series abated. They were able to just take the game, close it out very, very securely, and Samsung the better team, but not by much, and that should give BBQ fans hope that, okay, they will find themselves after the first round robin outside the playoff spots, but 5th place is a realistic end-of-season goal for BBQ, and once you hit the best-of-5 gauntlet stage, anything is possible.
I mean, for sure. Again, they're going to have a rematch against Samsung just later this week on Saturday. We'll see that one come back up.
Cool.
But they've already defeated MVP. Those are the 2 teams that they can realistically beat, maybe even Longzhu on an off day. We'll see how Longzhu gets shaken up with recent troubles.
And I think with these reverse schedules, it can be frustrating to see both telecom wars instantly. But when you have a series like this, suddenly the next Samsung versus BBQ will build upon these 3 games. It feels like the storylines of the series will actually come through. Just like we had an IEM meta, we're going to have a Samsung versus BBQ meta because the patch is not going to change between now and Saturday. And this series was so close that I'd love to see a 2-0 victor for a team that goes back, watches the VODs, and really adjusts to what the other team was doing on this day.
2-0 victor. That's definitely what Crown was going for with that Game 1, but came up short.
Stuck with a 2-4 victor. He's working on it, Achilles.
Yeah, still a little bit of work needed to be done, but that is pretty much every team settled right now in the rankings. Samsung didn't get the 2-0. They weren't able to establish themselves in 3rd place over Longzhu. They will remain in 4th. BBQ set in 6th, but now, Papa Smithy, it's time to settle 1st and 2nd place come tomorrow.
I mean, the SKT KT fans are like, well, all the riffraffs worked out what they're doing. We want 1st. So the last game of the first round is the game that is always the game that defines the round. Whether KT and SKT are top or just in the top 5 or even on other sides of the ladder, it is always the telecom war. And this is the juiciest one we have had in many a year.
Certainly true. Take a look at the damage charts here. Really nicely done by Stitch. Went for that Jhin early on in the draft, and it paid off quite well. Crown as well, putting another victory on the board with that Rise. 2-5, I believe, the record currently. So slowly trying to climb up that hill and get it to an even ratio. But your MVP for this third and final game will be Crown. 7-1-3 on that Rise. 67% kill contribution, and he moves up to tie. A big tie for second place at 500 points.
There's so many superstars at 500 points, and Crown finds himself in very good company. This Rise was so accelerated. The 4 items at just an absurdly early time. Got items on the side of Cassiopeia, who did fine, but after the second Baron, Rise could resume split pushing that was denied by the decisive first Baron from BBQ. And it was vintage Crown on Rise rather than spring Crown on Rise.
I wonder if we're going to get to see the ill-advised Realm Warp that he made into the back line of all 5 members of BBQ.
It's a highlight reel, not a low light reel.
Every now and then we get those interesting ones tossed in the mix, and you're just like, huh, okay, you're having a laugh, OG, eh?
Apologies to Stitch, whose accuracy on the Jhin ultimates especially were really on point.
I thought he was, maybe somebody that could very well be in contention for the MVP, but Crown comes out on top, and I mean, just juke after juke on the Petrifying Gazes.
And let's be real, Baron was the MVP in this fight, just DPSing down BBQ members freely.
They did quite a bit of work for them, but this is where it all just started to go south.
You say started to go south. That was the quickest unraveling I've seen in a while. It was a really big momentum switch towards Samsung, and Crown got 6 item phase so early that wasn't dying to burst. Temp's Petrifying Gazes were not catching him up, and the moment that Jhin is able to free ult from that close proximity to BBQ, we're waiting for Samsung to be anointed series winners.
Yeah.
They will not go in 3rd place. They will actually come in 4th, so Longzhu will stay ahead.
But barely so. Should be a very close game next time we see those guys clash. I'm interested to see it. Gotta wait a little bit longer. For now, we're gonna have our interview with our MVPs for today. So Joel, take it away with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations. We are here with Samsung Galaxy, who lost their first game, but was able to pick up the next 2 games to get a comeback win of 2-1. And we are here with today's MVPs, Haru and Crown, for the interview. Haru, how do you feel about the win? It was a tough win for us, but it was a very deserving one for us, so we're very happy. So Crown, you haven't got to do the interview very much with us, but how do you feel? Yeah, I was pretty disappointed that, I think I should have done more interviews like this, but I think it was really reflecting my performance, and I really need to improve on it. And I think being able to do the interview today, it really reflected my improvements. A very interesting topic that we have to talk about is the ban pick phase in the last game. It seems like even in the first, second game, you guys left open a lot of the very interesting picks. And what was the strategy behind that? Yeah, that was what we were practicing during our scrims and during our practices, where we were leaving open a lot of the meta champions that other teams preferred, and we were just trying to counter it as much as possible, so that can probably catch them off guard, and that worked today. And you, Haru, has a very interesting stat where you really contribute to getting the first blood turret. And I think it's very important to always know where your opposition jungler is, so you can make the right pathing, so you can get an efficient route to get the first blood turret. We want to talk about actually your loss in the first game. And there were a lot of speculations on why would you have picked Victor into that matchup. Yeah, I think whatever speculations were made is fair one.
일단 요즘 나오는 챔프들 중에서 이제 초반 푸시력이 강한 챔피언을 제외하고는
I think, you know, against with Victor, I think you can face it off against any mid laners that doesn't have a very fast push. But as long as, you know, you can avoid those kind of mid champions, Victor goes well against them.
괜찮은 것 같아요. 네.
And I still think it's a very viable pick.
보면 좀 그런 생각도 들어요. 크라운 선수의 최대 강점이자 어떻게 보면 약간 제한적일 수 있는데
Another thing about you, Crown, is it can be your strength and your weakness at the same time. Is that
변수를 만들다기보다는
you kind of take your time developing yourself, but sometimes, you know, if your team isn't growing with you, then that kind of leads to your downfall. But at the same time, you know, like your third game, you just grow up to be a very
나오긴 한데
carry.
저는 뭐 주로 대회에서 하는 게 이런 챔프들이라 그렇게 이미지가 잡혀 있는 것 같아요.
And I think, you know, it's a misconception that, you know, that I get because this is how I play the LCK, but you know, when I play solo queue and anything like that, a player like myself doesn't always have to grow in the late game.
보면서 얘기를 좀 나눠보죠.
So let's look at a video highlight.
이게 바론반 싸움반 상황이에요.
This is a situation where the other team was pretty confused about whether to take the Baron or go for a team fight.
굉장히 좋은 진영이었거든요. 뽀삐 가인 먼저 빠지고
If you can see, the Poppy GA fell off first, and that gave us the room to initiate much harder.
궁극기에 대해서 템트 선수가 위협적으로 들어온 순간도 많았는데 좀 팀적으로 잘 피하더라고요. 항상 또 의식을 하셨나요?
근데 계속 제가 이제 카시 궁만 조심하는.
Right now, yeah. If you look at those video highlights, there you can see that I was trying to really watch out for the Cassiopeia ults, and that's the only thing I was really worried about. And as long as I can avoid that, I think we would have won the team fight, and it was a good strategy for us. Haru, you wanted to comment on that? Yeah, Cassiopeia was one of my feared champions because I always get hit by the ult and ended up dying to it, and but that just allowed me to be a bit more careful with regarding that champion.
일단 오늘 또 과거 CJ에서 같이 활동했었던 고스트 선수가 애쉬로 엄청난 활약을.
And you guys faced off in opposition with CJ, a former teammate in Ghost, who put up a very astounding performance.
저는 원래 좀 잘한다고 생각했어요.
You know, I always thought Ghost was a spectacular player, although many people haven't commented much on it.
네, 잘하는 것 같아요.
No, but he's a very talented player for sure.
반드시 이기고 싶다든지 뭐 의지를 좀 불살랐다든지 뭐 그런 건 특별히 없었나요?
Did you not have any personal emotions against him?
자주 장난치고 그래서.
You know, but we're good friends, and I don't have that kind of emotions against him.
그리고 이제 삼성이 아무래도 라인업의 변화가 계속해서 이루어지고 있잖아요. 오늘 같은 경우는
And Samsung is experiencing a lot of change in the lineup, especially in the laner positions. But what are the strengths of this duo that started today?
일단 정글도 말해야 되나요?
Do I have to mention about the jungle first?
정글의 장점은 일단
With Haru,
하루랑 할 때는 이제 초반에 엄청 공격적이라서
the strength is that he's very aggressive in the early game,
스타일 자체가 공격.
and he really likes to be aggressive and allows for many kills along our way. But you know, a weakness could be is that, you know, when the aggressiveness doesn't work, it backfires at us for sure, and therefore we don't know what to do afterwards. So, but you know, Ambition, I think, is a complete opposite of that. He's very calm in the beginning, and sometimes, you know, when he needs to be extra aggressive, he just can't do that as good as Haru does. But you know, at the same time, he's very safe throughout the game. But with a bot duo, I feel that
스티치 레이스랑 같이 할 때는
with Stitch and Wraith,
뭐라 해야 될까요?
well, how should I say this?
예전이었으면
It's a little bit difficult because you know, they are changing a bit by bit.
개인적으로 느끼는 스타일이나 이런 거는 잘 모르겠어요.
But as of right now, I'm really not sure. Even as a teammate,
찾아가고 있는 과정이다.
I think they're really finding their form, so I can't really comment on that.
상상을 뛰어넘는 재밌는 답변을 해주신 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면 마지막으로 하루 선수가.
Lastly, Haru, do you want to say anything to your fans out here cheering for you guys?
엄청나요.
분들 감사하고 이제
Thank you for cheering for us.
결승전 다시 갈 수 있도록.
And we will work hard to make it to the finals. And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. So maybe a couple, still a little bit of nerves there for Haru, despite being quite high up on the MVP. So he's done a couple of interviews, but still has to get into the groove of things by the look of it. But Samsung can definitely feel relatively good about that win, unable to come up with a 2-0 to move them up the standings over top of Longzhu, but still get it in the end. And more importantly, they get a win on both blue and red side.
Good point. And it's going to be exciting to see the Gauntlet, Achilles. We have big matches tomorrow, but series like this make me so much more excited for the Gauntlet because in previous seasons we've had a strong 1, a strong 2, maybe a strong 3, but never 4 and 5. Afrika Freaks always felt like they were going to finish 5th. So this season with Samsung, MVP, BBQ, and Afrika all gunning for the top 5, and you could argue Longzhu if they have a bit of free fall in the second round. Sure, first and second seem pretty assured, but very difficult to work out who's going to be joining them, as tomorrow we close out the first round. And I don't know, anyone interested in these matchups?
I'm not really too sure about that one. I think you guys could probably skip this broadcast. Maybe we'll just take the day off. We'll let the Korean casters handle it all. You guys can just watch that stream.
That's fair. They
All
probably improve things anyway.
No, it's the Telecom War, of course, guys. We are so pumped for this. We've been pumped for this since we saw the rosters before the split even began. Finishing out the week, we have a couple more matches there. BBQ Olivers versus Samsung will have their rematch, as well as Rocks Tigers versus Jin Air. That's going to be a really crucial one for Jin Air if they don't want to get stuck down in that 9th place spot.
And then they play again, I guess.
Yeah, and then it's just going to be another Telecom War. You can't. One Telecom War is not enough. We need more, all in the same week. So that one's going to be on Sunday over at the Gangnam Studio, followed up by Afrika Freaks versus Kongdu Monster.
And Longzhu versus MVP, the second match tomorrow, is certainly going to be an afterthought to the massive Telecom War first, but it is the first game of the second round robin. So last game, fittingly, is the one everyone wanted to see. We decided to just wait as long as possible, draw it out, finally get to see them play each other. Predictions for that are going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the Korean fans think, as well as you guys at home.
I'll make my
think
prediction
is going to come
now.
out top.
I think KT Rolster will win.
KT Rolster. I have to side with you on this one, actually, Papa Smithy. I think it's
We're
KT.
biased over here,
We're
sorry.
going to see you guys tomorrow for that Telecom War, so make sure you set your alarm, make sure you're awake, and we'll see you then.
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us.
In a world so shallow, we gotta shine it. So by us ain't gotta be explained. Bring the hook in and make it plain.
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down. Yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
Long as you hold me down, nothing can hold us down. Not even gravity, Bonnie and Clyde factor, mama. I'ma ride for you, just like you ride for me. And we gon' take this thing further than the human eye can see. You got my heart chakra dancing so active. I surpassed cloud 9, now I'm on cloud Atlas. Look, not even death can break it.